All right. What's up, y'all? We here with some Raging Loop. Now, you might be wondering why the game is not on yet. Why are you just watching the background move and such? Stream just started and it's already fucked. So I was messing with audio settings and everything. But I figured that I want to show y'all the opening part of this game, because it's one of the coolest intros I've ever seen. Save data is independent for each language. So it should hopefully pop up. There we go. Because asking for language. But I'm just going to sit back and we're just going to enjoy this whole intro. What a fucking opening, dude. Holy hell. So yeah, this is Raging Loop. So, good friend of mine, good friend of the channel as well, SHSL Blaze, recommended I look into this game so many years ago. And I believe it was a game that they were considering playing at some point. But there was other stuff that they wanted to get done and then push this to the wayside, I believe. I don't know for sure. But thank you to Blaze for recommending this way back when. Something I just want to show off real quick. So there are options. I am mashing this scroll wheel and like nothing's working, but I just wanted to show, not really the best volume sliders, but the reason I want to show this is there is different voice volumes for every single character in the game. I've never seen anything like that before in like any game ever. I was like once I saw this, I was like, dude, should I turn them all off? Should I not? And I think what I'm going to do is leave the voices on, because I feel like it's the right thing to do. I don't know. I've never had a game like ask me, hey, what are the do you want to like hear their voices or not? You could technically mute all of them. I go all the way up here. You technically could mute all of them, but I'm gonna just leave them on. So it's been a while since we've like actually played through a visual novel solo. Obviously, at the time of the stream, we've been streaming Danganronpa 1 partially blind. So, also I need to do this real quick. So I want to post these real quick. Pin, manually unpin, and then, God damn it, I have to do that on this pin message. Okay, there we go. So, I just want to talk about like how I'm going to kind of handle this. So, since it's been a while since we've done a visual novel, much less one like solo that has voice acting, I believe the voice acting is all in Japanese, which if that's the case, then I'm not going to really read what's being said. I'm just going to probably just respond to it. That's what I'm, it's kind of like what I'm thinking of just doing. Cause yeah, it's been a while since we streamed. I think, what was the last visual novel that we actually streamed? Would it technically be Birth Me Code? It might be Birth Me Code. That might be the last one we've done. So, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Also, what I just posted in both chats is the way that I do visual novels. I'm still doing the same thing that I did in the past, where I will hardly be looking at chat at all throughout the entirety of the game, throughout the entirety of the stream. This is one, because being a smaller content creator, I don't really have any mods who will help out with like dealing with spoilers, and two, I just don't want to get spoiled. So apologies ahead of time if you come in and say hi. I'll probably not say too much until like maybe specific sections. Then I'll like look away and like maybe read chat. But to avoid any all potential spoilers, I'm just gonna be not paying too much attention to chat. It's the same thing we did way in the past, but back then I used to have a lot of mods. So yeah. But anyway, let's read. Can I? Holy shit, there's so much stuff. Okay, so I can alter it from here. I was just gonna see. It might be best if I... Let's get out and lower them. Because the game is, for some reason, extremely loud. So, let's do this. Okay, so we'll do this. Maybe I'll read it. Like, once again, new territory. It's been a bit since we played a visual novel, so... Bow, okay. Maybe it's just better if I read everything. Alright, I'm gonna just read everything. We're making the executive decision that I'm gonna read everything. This might be a great idea, this might be a terrible. If you're watching this as a VOD though, let me know if you, like in the future for visual novels, if you want to see, like if you want me to just have the voices on and then I just react to it or whatnot. Kind of goes back and forth on it, but I like reading. I'm pretty good at it, I like to think. Also, I do respond to comments and VODs even like years down the line. At the time of this, somebody responded to a Island of Insight VOD from like, I think 5 months back. And I need to get around to responding to them because they actually explain something, which I appreciate. I bid you welcome to the world of this visual novel, Raging Loop. I am nobody special. Honestly, simply consider me part of the interface. You may refer to me as Wikako. You're most likely playing this game for the first time, and I'm here to explain a few things about it. This work is quite strange, you see. It's recommended that the uninitiated take the time to read everything here. Those uploading their gameplay should at least read the 4 videos and sharing section. 4 videos and sharing section? Didn't I already... I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah. I mean, gameplay is cool. Can I update history? Might be in discussions, actually. No, stop. I don't know what they refer to. I don't know what you're talking about. Support? I don't know what you mean by this. Is in the options? System, hide buttons, display mode, general, data initialization, force unlock. I don't know what you mean by this, miss. Help. Is that what this is? Go. Visual novel, basic controls. Enter. Escape, spaces open. Switch. Click select open locations, scenario charts. Various functions. I mean, once again, unlocked after clearing the main story revelation mode. Ooh. Okay, we'll see that later. Options, system, revelation mode, force unlock. Don't really want to do that. Extras, unlocked after clearing the main story. Definitions, modified. The name of the copyright holders are the authors. You can use the following plugin. Okay, so just license information. Interesting. I don't know what they're referring to by videos and sharing section. I'm sorry. Listen, I'd recommend getting the game first and foremost, but like that's just me. If you read until the end, you'll find a sexy CG meme. Doesn't exist. We truly do live in a society, a harsh society. How sad. Now, where should I begin? Okay. Oh, it's all right here. Okay, so about this game. I know that this is like heavy mature tone, so Raging Loop is a visual novel. Much like with regular novels, the story is told through text and the enjoyment comes from reading it. If you're familiar with the party game Werewolf and Mafia, this visual novel bears a close resemblance to those, but keep in mind that it is just that, a resemblance. Sincerest apologies to those who are hoping to play an eternal game of Werewolf with 20 super AI Rikakos. I weep and bleed for you truly. How sad. Of course, this is not merely a novel. As you carry on, you will sometimes come upon choices which affect the story. It's quite amazing. The characters have lived lively visual depictions as well as voices, making it easy to immerse yourself in this world. To enjoy the voices to the fullest extent, or to simply avoid bothering your neighbors with the sound of anguished screams, please consider using headphones. The story is obscenely lengthy as well, so please take care not to be drawn in so thoroughly that you begin losing sleep. I already do that. Also, you may be aware of this already, but Raging Loop is based entirely around fabricated murders and horrific scenarios. It's tailor-made for all you fans of suspense, thrillers, horror, and mystery. Of course, this is a work of fiction, so it has nothing to do with real people, groups, and incidents. I kind of glad that games like include this, saying that's a work of fiction, because like some people don't think that at all, and then they get just too roped in. It's weird. It also includes just fictional details about academic matters such as history, religion, mythology, science, and medicine. Relying upon it during exams would get you 0 points. How sad. Lastly, we do not endorse replicating the crimes and cruelty depicted in this work. There's nothing to worry about as long as you differentiate between reality and fiction. This is, after all, fiction. I'm sure you're intelligent enough not to conflate things that happen in the game world with things that happen in the real life. So enjoy Raging Loop to your heart's content. See, I like this. All right, special functions. What do we got? Allow me to tell you about Raging Loop's special functions. Raging Loop's story branches out in ways so complicated it might be hard to follow, but there's no need to worry, for we have included a handy function called the scenario chart. You can access it any time by simply opening the menu, giving you an overview of the scenario. And that's not all. Using the chart allows you to move to any chapter you've already been to, anytime, anywhere. Now, there's no need to save at every choice you come across. You can simply go back and choose again, so there's nothing to worry about. The scenario chart function will be explained again when you have to use it, so don't worry if you don't quite understand it. Got it. Next up, keys. All branching in the story happens immediately when you make a choice. None of them start taking effect further down the line. However, some of the choices can only be unlocked when you have specific bits of information called keys. Many might say that searching for these keys is one of the major goals in this game. Don't worry if you don't understand how to search for them, it will be explained when you have one. Additionally, keep in mind that all routes unlocked by acquisition of a key will be open even if you haven't saved after the fact. This also means that you can't load back to a state when you didn't have the key. This doesn't make any scene inaccessible, so it's not much of a problem, but something to keep in mind. For those commendable individuals who would like to play without any keys again, please refer to the data reset option. Use it wisely. Okay. About the standard functions. In addition to the special functions, Raging Loop also has the basic functions you expect any visual novel to have. You can hide the text windows, see the backlog, load, save, skip read text, skip to next choice, and so on. Saving and loading work as they normally do. There's an autosave function as well, but it only saves each time you enter a new chapter, so don't rely on it too much. Please save manually when it feels appropriate, whether you've read to a part that calls for it, or you're about to use the scenario chart. Okay, next are the options. The options allow you to change the value. Okay, Hey, it's a sheep! Let's go, sheep. Alright, so what about video sharing? This is for me! I'm the streamer! Meaning that story events' conclusions are very important. Because of this, it would be very troubling if someone uploaded everything to the internet. I'd be sad, very sad. Then again, we do understand those who want to enjoy the work with many other people. Because of this, we have set a guideline for how far we would like you to upload. This range covers the whole first main route and a little extra. Specifically, you can only upload until the choice at 4 infiltration Q entering the village. That's a lot, so just so you know, I'm sure you have enough content for your uploads. I actually think it's a bit too much. Uploaders who read everything aloud might get a sore throat. Please don't overdo yourselves, alright? Also, if you intend to upload, please use the reminder function. If you have it set to on. When you reach the time to stop making a video, a strange sheep hops into the screen and says, end of the line. We'd be grateful if you stop recording when you see him and try theorizing and arguing instead. This function is currently set to off. Let's turn it on. Or well, I've set it on. If you wish to change it, please go to 0 introduction and come here again. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so... Oh, Buried Stars is the most recent one we did, actually, now that I think about it. So this game is similar to Buried Stars in that way. So I want to write down real quick. It said 4 infiltration Q entering the village. Okay, so what I'm going to do then, so I'll probably treat this similar to how you're supposed to stream when it comes to Buried Stars. When it comes to the true ending of Buried Stars, you're supposed to, like, the best way to go about it is you can, like, record it and such and, like, go through the whole stream, but you have to keep the VOD unlisted and then just make sure that it's noted at the beginning of that VOD, hey, spoilers for the game, highly recommend you get it, and so on and so forth. I usually say make sure you get this game and try it out yourself if you first want to see it. So for this game, I'll probably be the same thing where I'll go through the entire game up until we get to what it says here on the note card. Hopefully we don't get a stream that's like an hour before we get to that point, but then from that point we'll pretty much finish the entire game at that point. And then that stream will just be unlisted for the time being, so that way you just have to watch it through the playlist. That way it prevents people from like getting spoiled about the game. I know this game is very old. It came out in 2015 originally, but I like to be at least courteous to the developers. I actually, really quick, because like I like to be considerate, but I'm actually curious, have other people been, or been considerate in this way. Complete. I'm just gonna view full playlist here. Just trying to see. Yeah, somebody did it. Yeah, no, they showed everything. Let me see. Is this person's the same thing? Yeah. Okay, so people just kind of ignored it. I think because this game is also so old, I'm just double checking here. This person's got a lot of shit. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Based on the fact that it just looks like it's not been, because it's like very old. If the developers like reach out and they're just like, hey, can you hide like the final one, then sure. I'd like to be respectful in that case, but since it's also a very old one, might not. We'll see. Buried Stars, I know you have to do it, otherwise they get incredibly crazy about it. But this game, because like I said, it's very old, it might be just, you know, we'll see. Phew, that sure took a while. Thank you kindly for reading this far. No problem. Anyway, let's begin the story. Beyond the pockets of mist and hazes of blood at the end of the ever-repeating despair and grief, please come and witness the truth of the werewolf village with your own two eyes. May 11th, Sunday. Can I hide this? Oh. Okay. I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. Welp, I'm lost. Maybe taking a ride down an unknown road with no sat-nav on me wasn't such a good idea. I just followed the road, so I figured I wouldn't get lost, but now I was in some deep shit. No, cool it. This isn't a big deal. Dude, look at this motorcycle. Damn. Also, this makes it look like this guy's got one too many figures. I sighed, took note of the fact that I gotten lost in my pocket journal, and then pulled out a map. Suddenly, a rush of memories flitted into my mind. Oh my gosh, a key already. Alright, forget it. I somehow kept myself from remembering those things. After all, I'd gone on this trip to forget. So, if I just want to check this chart. So, start, and then... So if I go to the detailed chart... And oh, okay, so it's one of these sort of things. I like it. Enough of that. I gotta focus on what's happening right now. Life is simple, just like this road. It's dark and there aren't any guides, but that means all you gotta think about is whether you go forward or back. Going back wasn't an option in this case, so I'd just move forward. Still, I wanted to know where I was, at least, so I looked down at my map. It was all Greek to me. Last time I'd seen a sign, it was still light out, meaning that I'd gotten lost after the sun had set. Sure, it was my own fault for just guessing which intersections I'd been passing through, and that it had taken me 2 hours to conclude I was lost. Crazy to think that just 2 hours of aimless driving got me almost completely surrounded by mountains. They extended as far as the eye could see. If you flipped the scenery upside down and shook it, it's unlikely even a shred of civilization would tumble out. Besides the asphalt below, my sweet ride, and the lamppost above, the first one in a while, mind you, there's nothing man-made here. The pocket map I had wasn't detailed enough for me to figure out where I was. Guess I'll keep driving. Look at that helmet. I go as far as I could. Worst comes to worst, I could just camp at the side of the road. So I guess this is our protagonist dude, who is a bit stuck, it seems like. Also, I'm gonna just... So I was like messing with audio here, so this should be good. 2 hours later, I deeply regretted ever thinking that. Basically, camping wasn't an option. This mountain road had no side to camp on. A dump truck I passed barely even fit on it. I also had my first close encounters with the wild forest animals. I'd already seen 2 boars and 3 deer in those 2 hours alone. One of the deer had run parallel to my bike while intently staring at me, and I had no idea what to think of that. That deer had murderous intent. Either that or it's an anime girl. That's relevant for the time of this this stream. I felt like I could smell my fear and did it. If I'd felt like it could smell my fear and did it just to make it worse. How dare the thing do that to a human? We're the kings of this planet, damn it. I'd have to remember to eat some venison once I came back to civilization. Prove your superiority by eating food. Anyway, camping out here was a bad idea. I'd end up either as roadkill or animal food. And yet, I didn't back out. Why? Because I'm a pretty warped sort of guy, and I wouldn't pretend otherwise. That was actually the reason why my once comfortable relationship had gone awry, and why I'd gone on this stupid trip. Alright. Still, despite acknowledging that, I chose to keep moving forward. It wasn't like I'd find a place to stay if I went back. I was actually starting to think that this experience might make a good conversation piece sometime down the road. It was really getting late at this point. Where would these roads take me anyway? Dude's traveling. It'd probably be disappointing. Soon enough, the road became flat. I was out of the mountain pass. The forest remained abundant, though, so I still didn't see much. Even so, the streetlights and signs were enough to make me feel I was again nearing civilization. Was streetlights the right expression for lights in a forest? I'd have to look that up. As the road grew less rugged, I realized just how exhausted I was. All this bike handling had left my hands really sore, too. I really had to rest. Suddenly, I saw something unexpected. Powerful, colorful, artificial lights. A convenience store? Just in the middle of nowhere? Let's go! Fresh market! Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was next to an intersection between the road I was on and another, even thinner road that could probably support only a single car. The sea of trees ended, giving room for the majestic child of our consumerist society. Yeah, that was an exaggeration. Apparently even a damn store was a big deal for someone who just stepped out of the wild. It was called Fresh Market. I'd seen several of them a few times during the day. It was probably a local franchise. The building didn't look all that old. At least the parking lot looked a lot smoother compared to the roads. This was a pretty weird place to build something like that, though. Was I close to a settlement, or did they actually make a profit off of lost travelers? I'd just ask that or something. A local shopkeeper was bound to know what was around these parts, not to mention I was thirsty. I always wondered... Sorry, side note. When I was traveling to move up here to Washington with Doge... 26-hour drive, did it all in one fell swoop. But there was a lot of like gaps, right, between like point A and point B. Huge gap of nothingness, but there was always like one or two gas stations, and I've always wondered, like, where do the people come from? Like, what the closest city or like town usually would be like 20-30 miles away. So like, where were these people coming from? Were they coming from those towns specifically to work there? And if so, like the pay, I'm hoping the pay is actually really good, because like that's like a far drive, bro. I don't know, I've always wondered. I was welcomed by a weird chime sound. It looked like a normal convenience store. There were goods on the shelves, a counter on the left, and whoa, the worker at the counter was so mean looking it was scary. Are you from Persona? She was so imposing, I wouldn't have doubted if someone told me she was in charge of some ladies' army corps. Hey, was that supposed to be a greeting? It was so damn cold it actually gave me chills. Was this store shadier than it appeared? Was I about to be stupidly overcharged? Was this how this place made a profit? By taking advantage of lost people and basically beating them out of their money? Shit, that was scary. Clearly, the Wonderland had only just begun. Woohoo! I'm sure was excited for the beating. I grew more nervous and less enthusiastic by the second. I braced myself, but she just looked down at a magazine in her hands. Oh, so she was just a slacker. Slightly disappointed, I walked around the store. It was about what you'd expect. There was a small shelf with energy drinks, followed by some stationaries, travel goods, sanitary stuff, etc. There were sweets that came with toys, a shelf of cup ramen and dried food, a fridge, a freezer. It all looked normal. It was late, so the daily dish and packed lunch section was completely empty. The only special thing about this place was the section full of unpacked vegetables you expect to see at a greengrocer's. Maybe all rural convenience stores were like this. I was slightly surprised by that, but there weren't any local fine foods or anything, so all in all, it was an unremarkable store, if you ignored the clerk anyway. I took a drink and brought it to the register. Yep, she really was the highlight of this place. What kind of clerk smokes while dealing with a customer? Probably... yeah. You're actually buying? Yes, I was actually buying. She was the clerk, and I'd be her god, the customer. 126 yen. She didn't even scan it. This exchange was at the mercy of the clerk. God is dead. Maybe I had to get mad at her? Can I ask something? I'm kind of lost right now. I quickly turned meek. Where can I find the nearest town? There. Don't you have a map or something? We don't. Man, this woman. I'm not sure I believe that. Convenience stores often get asked for directions. You must have a map handy. Is that a rule? Well, we don't have one. Go back wherever you came from. I've been lost for a few hours now. I don't think I can keep it up for much longer. Sleep on the floor or something. She had to be joking. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'd rather be on my way. Are you sure you can't help? Ugh, all right. Just wait. The clerk put out her smoke in the ashtray and went to the staff-only area. She came back in no time. Found it. So she did have a map, of course she did. Even more intempered than usual, the clerk started giving an explanation. This here's the store. Go to the north of the crossroads. You'll find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight. Huh? On this road? What of it? There's nothing there. There's a settlement. It's just not on the map. Do you know any other places? There's Fujiyoshi, but it's 2 hours through a mountain pass. This one's about 30 minutes away. Fujiyoshi seemed to be a village. It didn't look too far away, but the road leading to it was a huge branching mess. It was clearly just a paved mountain pass. I've had enough of those for one day. I'd probably just get lost again. I'll go to that one then, thank you. Money. Excuse me? You didn't pay for the tea. Here's 500 yen. Ding whistle jingle. Why did you put the change in the collection box without asking me? Having too many coins is a pain, ain't it? True. So fucking true. That was a hell of a line, but she's not wrong. I casually thanked her, grabbed the plastic bottle of tea, she didn't give me a bag, by the way, and left the store. I drank the tea in the parking lot and looked up at the moon, obscured by clouds, but still bright enough to outshine the light of the convenience store. The click put me in a bad mood, though, so I didn't enjoy the sight. I threw the bottle into a nearby trash can and aggressively drove away. Following the directions, across the overpass and arrived at the first fork in the road. The byway she told me about was really narrow. Probably wouldn't have noticed it were it not for the tall boulder, standing there like a roadside shrine for some traveler deity. Turning carefully, I got on the road. A minute later, I found myself in an even worse wilderness than before. A veil of dead leaves covered the ground, tall grass sided the path, and the sky above was blocked by overgrown shrubs, making it feel like I was passing a wooden tunnel. The road itself was a huge red flag. It was a wonder why I didn't just turn around. The exchange from before might have pissed me off more than I thought. Still, I really didn't expect the road to just end. It happened about 15 minutes in. The view ahead suddenly turned strangely dark, and a split second later, the bike tipped forward. I reflexively hit the brakes, but it was too late. I started going down a cliff. My bike tilted downwards, and its suspension was put to the greatest test yet as we basically tumbled down to the bottom. The headlights suddenly shone on some dirt and grass, and knew then that I'd be flung out of my seat. Stifling a scream, I tried to work some steering and brake magic to slow down without collapsing, but that was too big a task for a simple road bike. At the bottom of the cliff, it jumped higher than ever before. The suspension couldn't handle the impact, and I was launched into the air. A moment later, I heard a crash and felt an impact, after which came an unpleasant pain. Well, we crashed our bike immediately. Damn it! An accident where I was flung out like that was a first for me. The launch was really something, too. I did a 360 in the air and fell on my back. My breathing stopped for a moment, and the pain was so bad I thought all my bones shattered. My face and limbs seemed pretty fine, at least, though I wasn't sure if that counted as a silver lining. There was grass under my hands. It felt even though the glove... I felt it even through the gloves. That and the smell of green made it pretty clear what I landed on. I pushed down and my hands sunk. This grass growth was pretty hefty. It was probably the reason why I came out relatively okay. Excuse me. Sure, my joints creaked when I stood up, but aside from that, I was fine. It was really dark, so I couldn't really confirm it, but I was pretty sure I wasn't even bleeding. My bike, however, wasn't nearly as lucky. Oh boy. It was lying on its side a short distance ahead. The engine was still on. The back wheel kept on turning, making an unpleasant fricative noise. Yep, it was busted. I walked up, killed the engine, and took the key. With the headlights off, I was surrounded by absolute darkness, so I just stood and waited until my eyes adjusted. I still couldn't see very clearly, but it looked like this actually wasn't a cliff. I was still on a road, it just wasn't paved beyond this point. Obviously, a road bike stood no chance against an unpaved road. That woman actually tried to kill me. Zigzagging through the trees, I followed the narrow footpath deeper into the forest. I tried getting my bike up and running again, but instantly gave up. It was partially stuck in the mud, so there was a risk of it slipping and getting me into another accident. Maybe I had to turn around? The moment I considered that, I thought I saw a faint light ahead. If that woman wasn't lying, this road led to a settlement. Was I close? I reached into my jacket's pocket, took out my phone, and opened it up. As you expect, I was out of range. No, crazy. It's like every single one of these games. Cell phone signal doesn't work. I ran the light app and shone a light to see better. Though weak, it was better than nothing. At the very least, it helped me watch where I was going. I had no idea how long I'd been walking for, but sure enough, I could see a light beyond the shrubs. It was weaker than expected. A flashlight, perhaps? I could hear water, too. I might have been near a river. Hello? I raised my voice. Hello? Anyone there? Still declaring my presence, I walked forward. It was late at night. Were I to bump into someone here, the scare would probably take away a few years of our lives. That was why I figured it was best for both of us to let the other know we were here before that happened. However, there was no response. Could they not hear me over the rapids? Hello? I showed my light ahead and realized I made it to an opening. Sure enough, there was a river, or a stream, rather. I could see slightly more than I had while surrounded by trees. Straining my eyes, I saw a rocky river beach in the shallows. The light I'd seen was on the other side. From what I could tell, it was either a lantern or a flashlight, and was close to the ground. I didn't see any people, though. No one responded to my shouting, either. I wasn't excited about it, but I decided to step into the water. The cold water quickly soaked my shoes and socks. I could have taken them off, but I figured that crossing a river barefooted at midnight was a bad idea. But man, was it cold. I put my phone back into my jacket. I needed both my hands free in case I fell. Not stopping or backing down, I walked toward the light. It suddenly became deeper. The water reached my knees now. That was too close for comfort. Feeling the bottom with my toes and balancing myself, I somehow avoided losing my footing. The flow was fiercer than I expected. If I slipped and fell, I'd probably be washed away. It suddenly hit me I was doing something really weird, but it was too late to back down. Putting my hands on the boulders and carefully checking what I was stepping on, I gradually made it to the other side. Then, with an unpleasant wet sound in my every step, I walked up to the light. I could already see it clearly. Yep, it was a flashlight lying on the ground for some reason. There wasn't much space here. It was a narrow riverbank with a cliff right beside it. As you'd expect, I didn't see or sense anyone nearby. What the hell? Though old, the flashlight was working fine. The strength of the light told me the battery was pretty full. That meant that someone was actually using this tonight, or rather, until just a few moments ago. Is anyone else on the road? Death by river. This was the most logical conclusion. It obviously wasn't left here yesterday afternoon or evening. Yet the user was nowhere in sight, and I was near a river. Did something bad happen? Did the flashlight's owner step into the stream and get swept away? That was the most likely and worst possible scenario. However, the flashlight was left there practically buried in the pebbles. It didn't seem like someone placed it there to light things up. It was the dead of night. There's no way you wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dark. Right, the fact that a light source was left in a place like this was strange by itself. With that considered, what was going on here? What if someone heard my stupid shouting and decided to lure me in with the light so they could ambush me? Where would they attack from? Above? What? Why is that the first thing you're thinking of? Hey, this flashlight kind of is just here. I'm gonna die. Like, no, I'd be like concerned about the flashlight's owner, but like, probably being attacked wouldn't be my first thought. That's my thought anyway. Hello? I heard a voice the moment I looked up. The rock cliff was actually made up of several boulders. There was a face peeking from behind one of them. Hello? Wow, a person. You surprised me. That was my line. Sorry, could you pick that up for me? The voice was feminine. I can't do feminine voices to save my life, so this will be fun. I finally realized what was going on. So you dropped this? I picked up the flashlight and pointed it at the source of the voice. Ah! High-pitched voice, slender hands shielding the light. Sure enough, it was a young woman. It's so bright. Oh, sorry. This is me, by the way. That's creepy. Don't shine it up from below like that. I'm actually a bit lost. I think a bit is something of an understatement, then. Yeah, I thought as much. Is this a settlement? That's a difficult question. Can you help me out, at least? Help? I just need a place to hide from the rain and wild animals, that's all. Standing on a boulder, the young woman made a pensive face. Want to come to my place? And that was the conclusion she arrived at. Her face told me she was 100% serious. Place. My place. By that she surely meant a house. A settlement. Can I? I know I asked for help and all that, but I'm actually desperate enough to not hold myself back. Huh? As a man? Yes, I mean, no, as a living being. I spent the last few hours aimlessly driving around only to fall off my bike. I'm dead tired and at my wit's end here. Oh dear, then what kind of living being would I be if I just abandoned you? Well, she seems nice. Also, that line was weird because it sounded like he was going to do things. And so I was saved. Oh, the beauty of living beings looking out for each other. Anyway, your hand, please. You can't climb up on your own, yeah? True. Honestly, I didn't even realize I'd have to. Meeting another person filled me with relief, which was followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. It wasn't crippling, though. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own left. Her slender figures were stronger than expected. The girl's name was Chiemi Serizawa. What a cool name. I asked if she was related to this Shinsegumi guy, but she said that her family just adopted the name at some point in the Meiji period. She was a 21-year-old who went to college far away from here. This was her hometown, and she was spending her post-exams vacation here. We chatted about stuff like that once she let me out of the rocky ravine. There was actually a proper path, so the rock climbing was pretty pointless, but I was too focused on my footing to comment. She told me about herself as soon as we reached solid ground. And what about you? I'm Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusaishi? Haruaki. Trying to make sure I get these names correct. Haruaki Fusaishi. A graduate student in a Tokyo college. Ah, so you're a bit older. I'm 24, so 3 years. I'd say we're in the same age range. Yeah, so don't you dare be formal with me. All right, then you can be casual with me too. That's right, because this is Japanese. There's different, I guess, suffixes? Is that what the right word is? Like chan, san, senpai, kun. Usually it's last name plus like in this case they'd be introducing themselves as Fusaishi Haruaki, and then it would be Fusaishi kun or chan or something. But if you're being casual, usually that means I think they call by first name. I think. I'm not super sure. Can I really? I like it when girls are friendly with me. Well, I know what you mean. I don't like stiff socializing either. Sure, I'll treat you like a friend. Wouldn't have it any other way. That aside, are we there yet? Not quite. We're like 5 minutes away. Hang in there, Chief. What a lively girl. You could tell she was used to people. Well, friendship already. That's cool. Also, watch your step and focus on the light. Any reason? There are loads of pebbles here. It's dangerous. The moment she said that, I stumbled on a rock too big to be called a pebble. And it's pretty dark tonight. I couldn't even see the moon anymore. Nodding in agreement, I focused on following the light in her hand. I gotta change. Just wait here a sec. And so I did just that. Given this was a mountain settlement, I expected some old wooden house, but she actually lived in an apartment block. It was too dark to get a good look at it. All I could see were the cheap-looking walls like you'd expect from some old boarding house for students. Also, she lived on the second floor, in room 202. I heard some raindrops as we were climbing the rusty stairs, but now it was really pouring. Between that, the darkness, and the large tree, right next to the building, it was nearly impossible to see what was going on outside. I felt like I was all alone in the world of nothing but the walls, the door, and the fluorescent lamp above my head. It made me feel somewhat helpless. I distracted myself from that by imagining her changing. Alright. Eventually, the door opened up. Sorry about the wait. Come in. All smiles, she showed herself now wearing sports clothes. This was kind of exciting. Loners, am I right? I'm just kidding. Self-deprecation. Look at this place. It's completely empty, huh? Yep. But get a load of what's in the fridge. Magnificent. Let's drink. Hell yeah. Friendship. Drink. She's drunk. Holy shit. Yeah, her place really was empty. It was just a small room with a low table in the middle, a fridge near the door, and a large duffel bag deeper in. There were 2 old-looking bookshelves, too, but they were completely empty. Also, what is... Okay. I wasn't bothered one bit, though. Any girl's room was a wonderland to me. Anyway, you went through some big trouble, so I'll drink to you. Should I have my... No. I'll drink to you for helping me out. You're a real saint. We opened up our cans, knocked them together, and downed them. Hey, it was actually good. The pleasant bitterness and the refreshing carbonation made for a good combo. Yeah, so good. I live for this. Come on, you're too young to say that. Yeah, you're right. I'm not despairing for my future or love life yet. You hear that? That's the sound of job hunting. It's a coming here fast. No, don't say that. You'll ruin my beer. She laughed and took a huge sip. It was pretty clear she could hold a drink. That aside, something really bothered me. This might be a bit late for this, but can I ask you something? Go ahead. Her cheeks were already red. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor as well as I thought. Yeah, no, she drunk as a skunk. Can't say my mouse, but that's fine. She had a well-featured face, and I didn't think it was wrong to consider her beautiful. Sure, her clothes weren't the least bit sexy, but I could tell she had some makeup on. To you, I'm just some stranger who says he's lost, right? Yep. And you yourself are a young woman who invited that stranger into an enclosed space and started getting drunk. Oh, don't you think this is dangerous? She kept gulping the drink even as she formulated a response. The very fact that I could just watch her do that made this a pretty risky situation, and yet, I wouldn't say so. I would 100% say so. I wouldn't let a stranger in. Are you kidding me? But time for a Chiemi Serizawa quiz. Yay! Here's the question. My virginity is threatened, yet I don't feel like I'm in danger. Why? Do I need to bring up the sensors? Like, am I about to... do we have to be... I think when I did, like, some vague research for this game, there's nothing bad. I think. What a fun girl. This only made me like her more, increasing the danger even further. Am I allowed to ask questions? Sure. Yeah, I just assume that's not because I look like a good guy. Well, I don't think you look like a bad guy, but no, I doubt you're good either. You look experienced with women, for one. That unintentional compliment showed that she actually did see me as a potential danger. There are two types of answers to this. Either you expect nothing bad to happen, but wouldn't be bothered if it did, or you actually want something to happen. I can think of several situations for the former. For example, you're actually on the edge and don't care about what happens. Or maybe you're just confident you can defend yourself. Maybe you know martial arts and can easily kick my ass. Fair point. Fair point. Wow, so logical. Let me guess, you're a scientist. Well, I guess you could say that. Oh yeah, we don't... Sorry, moving this. Yeah, we don't know his occupation. We don't know anyone's occupation. And there's only 2 characters so far. We know the clerk is a clerk, though. Well, I guess you could say that. Not for the latter. If you intend for something to happen, then... I'm a thirsty perv or something? Wow, talk about not mincing words. I blame the booze. So what else is there? Indeed, what other reason could a woman have to bring a stranger to her home? It would surely be something non-standard like, you want to use me somehow? For example, setting me up as an alibi. It could be useful to you by attesting that you were here. Whoa, that's so shrewd. Or maybe you're a serial killer who brought me here just to get me drunk and kill me? Whoa, I'm some evil mountain witch now? Sounds great. I'll kill you real good. Splosh, splosh. Drunk people are weird. What kind of sound effect was that? By the way, you forgot another case. I did? Yep, I could be just really good person who simply wants to help you. Was it time for me to be ashamed of my filthy mind? No. I played Nikke. But wait, is that really important enough to risk being assaulted? Oh, so you're thinking of assaulting me? I'm just talking in general, you know, the cliche scenario. She stopped talking and turned red. It was so cute I thought she was actually doing it on purpose. Man, was she drunk. And we were just on our second cans. Wow, she cannot hold her liquor at all. Then how about this? If I don't let you stay here, something even worse would happen and I'd feel real bad. Care to elaborate? There's some scary wild animals around here. You might have gotten torn up and eaten. That'd have left a bad taste in my mouth, so I figured I'd just let you stay instead. I see, so you're balancing risk and goodwill. Didn't expect that. Really now? You got any idea how much of a bad guy you seem now? Huh? I do. I mean, you assumed I was a thirsty perv, a serial killer, or needed an alibi before considering I was just a nice person. You're the one who brought up the perv thing. Details, details. So what's the right answer? Huh? We're not just messing around? Get it right and I'll give you a nice present. Get it wrong and you're dead. Splosh, splosh. Seriously? Key number 20. What the fuck? I got so many choices. You're desperate. You needed an alibi. You're a thirsty perv. You feel guilty if you let me die. I'm going to say needed an alibi. Ding, ding, ding. You're right. I knew it. Seriously, what did you think I was doing there so late? Weren't you suspicious? Good point. Assuming it's up to something really bad, your testimony would help hide it. How convenient. Whoa. Or maybe the settlement you stumbled into is actually the haunt of a murderous psycho. Happens all the time in big grade horror flicks. And by saying you'd kill me if I got the answer wrong, you just spoiled the whole plot. It was you all along. Oh no, I'm such an airhead. How embarrassing. Now I gotta kill you to make sure no one finds out. Winners get death too? Huh? Want me as a prize instead? Nope. Oh no! Anyway, this girl was actually pretty sharp. She really had a way with words and knew how to capitalize on it. It almost felt like she was implying that I couldn't let my guard down just because I was a guy. I admitted she was pretty damn attractive, but I felt like I'd have more fun just talking about lewd stuff than acting on it. It's now on the 12th. Can I check the chart real quick? Detailed chart. Per objective. Okay, so it only splits off into one. So I guess all the other ones might just kind of keep repeating. The last thing I remembered was our little, when was the last time you pissed yourself while sleeping talk. I had to tell her about the time I got so drunk I wet my pants in the middle of a boarding house. She laughed so hard she started frothing at the mouth and passed out. I woke up with a splitting headache. Oh man, morning already? Light poured in through the frosted window. I pulled out my phone and checked the time, 7 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep somewhere between 2 and 3, which probably wasn't quite enough sleep. Welcome to the club, buddy. At least I didn't wake up to some horror movie scene. The building wasn't in ruins and the girl wasn't actually a skeleton. Though in a way, this might have been worse. Ugh. She was spread out onto the floor on the other side of the mini table. Her breathing was mixed with some weird gurgling sounds. I hesitantly looked at her. The saint that saved me from the hell I was in last night had puked in the middle of her sleep. What was I supposed to do here? As a guest, I couldn't really be too harsh on her. Yami-chan. Phew. She wasn't waking up. What? Oh, I'd just do what little I could. Probably clean up. There, that should be good enough. I used tons of toilet paper to clean up her mess and flush it down the toilet. I left the stain on the floor, but it was dirty to begin with, so whatever. Good for you, Haru. Sorry. Haruaki. I'm gonna have to remember names. I'd even wet a towel and cleaned her face. Even then, she showed no signs of waking up. Some of it was on her hair and clothes, but I figured it would be best if she took care of that herself. Chami-chan. Morning? The first into consciousness so far today. I'll be leaving for a bit. Without waiting for a response, I walked to the entrance. She'd have to take a shower and change and all that, so I'd kill time outside. I stepped into my still damp shoes with my bare feet. My socks were in the washing machine with the towel she gave me to wipe my legs, and reached for the doorknob. I opened the door and was greeted by a gust of wind. Raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building flew right into my face, making me grimace. The rain from last night was already over. The sky was pretty clear, but despite that, I noticed the visibility of my surroundings was poor. The building was surrounded by leaves. The old structure was basically buried in a forest of trees about as tall as itself. There were branches poking into the exposed hallway. It almost felt like they'd reach out and grab me if I wasn't careful. I kind of felt like I was in an overgrown ruin. I turned around and saw the room and Shiemi just as I left them. Yep, it was all real. I closed the door. Sorry. There was other rooms in this building, which made me wonder if they were occupied. Hell, I wondered the same thing about the area in general. I pushed the branches aside to see if there were other buildings nearby. Suddenly, something entered my vision. It didn't feel right. Something that shouldn't have been there. The leaves I moved revealed a woman clad in curious clothing. The moment I recognized her as such, she opened her closed eyes. Did her eyes meet? It's the girl from the beginning! Another strong wind. I shielded my face from the spray of raindrops. When I looked outside again, the woman was nowhere in sight. Was that an illusion? If not, then what? What kind of place was this? It could have been a real Hicksville, a marginal village, a bunch of actual ruins, or an illegal settlement. I had some theories, but I set them aside for now. It seemed like a place worth exploring regardless. I went down the stairs and found no sign of the woman, or anyone else for that matter. A short distance away from the building, I turned around and sure enough, it was pretty much covered in trees. I went to the place where I saw the woman. There were footprints in the grass here. Maybe I'd find her if I followed them? They led me to an open area. It was unused, but it looked like someone was trying to do something with it. Was it supposed to be a construction site? Even if it was clearly abandoned. There were large rocks and lots of sediment near a prefab. From what I could tell, there had been a giant landslide which forced them to stop construction. The fact that plant growth was still minimal meant that it happened fairly recently. The footprints seemed to be going down the hill next to the site. Following them, I finally saw something that could be called civilization. There was a set of paddy fields with houses nearby. So this actually was a settlement. What a relief! I decided to keep following the footprints and approach the settlement. There's actual civilization! I came across another unpaved path that was clearly used by people and cars. It was lined with weeds and bushes reaching up to my waist. It was home to caterpillars and grasshoppers, among other things. This is Kit's death scenario. Holy crap. Nature? Shit. Spiders were no exception. There was no shortage of insects there, so it was a good place for a net. I wasn't particularly scared of spiders, and I didn't like them either. At least they were just harmless orb weavers. I know somebody who hates spiders. Regardless, I avoided these bushes, just in case, and I followed the path like the good city boy I was. There was a large boulder surrounded by grass. It was strangely tall, making it look like it was put there by people. On its dewy surface, there was a gray tree frog, ready to go after the many insects scattered about. I walked a bit further and came across a house with a small field nearby. The field's location made it safe to assume it belonged to the inhabitants. If there were inhabitants, anyway. I couldn't see anyone, and just like always, there was grass everywhere. There was another boulder standing next to the house. This one was obviously placed there by human hand. What was the point? Was it a monument or something? The footprints continued into the field. The wet mud on the field was full of small, young, but healthy-looking rice plants. If you ignored the standing boulders in the area, the place looked like a normal farming village. I was both relieved and worried at the same time. From what I saw, there weren't any other buildings besides the ones in the settlement. Everything beyond was just mountains, meaning that this place was completely isolated. I was a complete outsider. There was no way things would go well if I ran into a random local. I belatedly crouched to hide myself a bit. It was probably best for me to go back. Chimmy might have been looking for me. Suddenly, I heard a sound. I looked for its source and found a speaker on a wooden utility pole in the middle of a small plaza. A morning broadcast? I never heard this tune before. It was cheerful at first, but had some parts that seemed really dark. I found it unsettling. Perplexed, I stopped walking, and what happened next made me hide myself. There was a person in the area densely surrounded by houses, but they weren't normal. What was with that appearance? It's an old lady with a mask on. What was that on her face? Though I was a fair distance away, I could see an old woman with some sort of cloth over her face shakily walk out from between the buildings. Oddly enough, there were boulders even there, but even weirder was the fact she walked up to one of them, lightly joined her hands and bowed her head before it, her face still hidden. Then all was silence. It actually looked like she was revering it. To me, it looked like she was praying to it. This was bad, really bad. I wandered into a settlement with a unique culture, to put it lightly. Forget causing trouble, an outsider like me could get killed here. I just turned around and ran for it. I dashed up the hill, past the house, through the construction site, until I arrived back at the apartment building. Jimmy looked like a relatively reasonable person. Maybe she could tell me what was up? It just hit me that the way she described this place was somewhat weird. She basically said it wasn't normal. Or maybe you're a serial killer who brought me here just to get me drunk and kill me. Whoa, some evil mountain witch now? Sounds great. I'll kill you real good, splosh splosh. No way. What if she was actually the bait they used to lure outsiders here? I mean, reasonable thinking, I'm not gonna lie. Eventually the broadcast stopped. Jimmy still hadn't come out of her room. She didn't respond even when I knocked out or called out to her. I didn't have to worry about this, right? This just made my inexplicable unease grow worse. What if this was a trap? Was I in a dangerous situation? I had to talk to her, if she was a normal person anyway. Maybe my best option was to run away right now? I wouldn't know where to run. I couldn't remember the path we'd taken here. I was pretty sure we went uphill, so maybe I had to go down? If I avoided the settlement and went back to the mountain stream, I could escape by following the wild roads. That was my best option, even with the difficulties considered. Thankfully, I had taken my bag with me. I took out a 5,000 yen note and put it in Jimmy's newspaper box. It was payment for last night's beer. The moment I turned around to take my leave, the door to the room next to the staircase opened slightly with a creak. I saw an eye glaring at me through the gap. Yeah! Oh, both of us are screaming. Her high-pitched scream pierced my eardrums. I screamed too, scared shitless, and ran for it. Suddenly I stepped onto the wet hallway floor at a bad angle. I fell. And twisted my leg. God damn it. Thud, thud, thud. Haru-chan, what's wrong? Whoa, who's this old guy? Who are you? And are you all right? The reasonable-sounding voice prompted me to shake off the pain and raise my head. Okay. There were two boys in formal-looking school uniforms. Are you all right? I don't know who's speaking, but are you all right? He repeated the question. Yeah, I was just startled. You friends with Chieni? Chieni? Oh, you mean Chemi-chan. Are you a friend of hers from college? She didn't tell us anyone was visiting. Oh, I just got into some trouble and she helped me out. There's nothing shady about me, though I know that's hard to believe. It really is, old man. That must be you talking. Man, how do I handle this? Anyway, my name is Haruaki Fusashi. I'm Yasunaga Oribe. This is Chikamoshi Kamoshida. Okay, give you a little deeper voice. Just Mochi is fine. Good to know. Good to know. Hi, let's go. If I called him that, maybe he'd stop calling me old man. It's only 24. And this is Haru-chan. What are you doing? We don't know him. Apparently this Haru-chan was the person who looked at me through the gap in the door and screamed. You seem safe. Come out. A moment later, she slammed the door shut, and after a few more moments of hesitation, opened it again. Oh, your name is just Haru. Whoa. She looked like a student too, except her fashion sense was inexplicably flashy. Exceptionally flashy. Who are you? Name is Haruaki Fusashi. I crashed my motorbike nearby, and Chiemi Serizawa-san helped me out. Wait, are you saying you spent the night in her room? Yeah, I did. She cut my words short with her ear-piercing shriek. So that's why it was so noisy. What were you thinking? You're not supposed to enter an unmarried girl's room? It's indecent. Yeah, I was hesitant too, but Jimmy-chan was kind enough to let me in. Why are you acting like you've known her your whole life? Wait, she's not getting out. Don't tell me you... There's a 5,000 yen note in the door. Ear-shattering scream. Girl screaming. Don't tell me you... No, she just gave me lots of booze. I'm paying back for that. Jeannie's body is worth way more than that. How dissolute. The hell were these kids saying? Hey, can you help me out? You drink with a girl you just met, and she's not coming out. Crap, I had no allies here. What's going on? And so the subject of the conversation joined in. Oh, Chimmy-chan, can you tell them what happened last night? Something was off about Aurora. What happened to the lively girl she'd been just yesterday? Jenny, did you? Man, this is embarrassing. Whoa! Wait, hold on, stop. That can't be a brat anymore. And more screaming. Both of them are screaming. He's confused. Haraki's just confused as well. What the fuck is going on? Man, what a mess. Though Jimmy's face was all pale, she was actually grinning. She obviously had a bad hangover, but that didn't stop her from messing around. Good shit. After calming everyone down, Jimmy explained what actually happened, how we met in the middle of the night, how she let me stay out of goodwill, how we drank ourselves silly, and how nothing happened between us. Man, it's been so long since I drank that much. Guess I wasn't prepared for it and puked it out, so I had to see that, Haruaki-san. Hey, I don't mind. That Haru-chan girl still looked at me funny. Are these two dating? They're pretty close to each other. Absurd. Anyway, sorry, I was so tired yesterday I couldn't refuse her kindness. Well, this is Chini we're talking about. She does whatever she wants. He's got good reasons for being here too, so maybe the elders will understand. Where did you find him anyway? Well, next to the river further down. The words made everyone change their expressions. That's a big deal. Or sorry, that's you. A big deal? 2 people over just 2 days? Did I say something bad? I was gonna get out sooner or later. We made quite a scene, so I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in Yasumizu already knows. Hey, what do you mean by 2 people over just 2 days? Don't touch me, you're filthy. I wasn't trying to touch her, and I wasn't filthy. Sure, I hadn't had a bath in over a day, but still. Hey you, why is it a big deal? Taiba's gonna go eee. That sure sounded bad. Can you tell me more? It's a bit complicated. For now, just keep in mind that this is the countryside. Things are different here than in the city. This guy here was Oribe-kun. Ignoring Chiemi, he was the easiest person to talk to. He seems rather cool. I like him. What should I do? Just leave it to me, alright? And it's time for students to eat, isn't it? Huh? But I want to see where the mess goes. No, you don't. Just go already. We'll catch up. Well, I guess it's best to go separately. There's probably going to be some disagreements. Yeah, I know you understand, Yasukun. Take care of them for me, alright? Sure. Stop treating me like a child. You're acting like a child. Yeah, I swear I'll poop on you. Fuck. Let's just get going, you two. And so the students walked off toward the stairs. It was kind of easy to tell what sort of relationship they had. Anyway, so I live in this building too? Yeah, it's a student dorm, you know? A student dorm? In the Sixville? Still, my senses had betrayed me. There were actually other people here. By the way, you didn't run into anyone else and get in trouble, right? Oh yeah, I was careful on that front. Good, let's get ready to go to the dining hall. Oh, for breakfast? Nope, eat your breakfast now. We'll go to the dining hall to introduce you. Huh? To who? To whoever has a problem with an outsider coming from Saranaga. Oh, so like that Teiba person, huh? I'm in your hands then. It's fine. If you're that grateful, keep what happened this morning a secret. Sure thing. What's Saranaga anyway? That river? Yep. The river's called Saranaga Rapids, but the area around it is called Saranaga. The place has some cultural significance. It does? Yep, they say it's a corrupt place where the dead return from the other side. Oh. So that's why they reacted like that. Any other rules or customs I should be aware of? Oh, there's lots, so just leave everything to me, alright? Gladly, on all fronts. If I may ask, am I in danger? Nope, but you should try to escape before something unpleasant happens to you. And you're gonna lay the groundwork for that, huh? Yep. A settlement I strayed to was a weird place, but at least the guide was reliable, and she wanted me to leave ASAP, huh? That was depressing. Get the fuck out of here. ASAP. Jimmy gave me some cup of ramen for breakfast. She boiled the water in a small electric kettle. The girl herself was too hungover to eat anything. I did take the opportunity to pay her back for last night's drinks in person, though. Then we made our way to the dining hall. What are these boulders? They're like charms, I guess. They've been here forever. I've never seen anything like them anywhere else. Oh yeah, I guess they're kind of unique to this area. She led me along a narrower path than I'd followed earlier. It didn't seem like any cars used this one. It was very farmy, I guess? This area was also littered with those boulders. Some were cracked, broken, or half buried in the fields. They were clearly religious symbols, but it didn't look like they were that important these days, or were they? Now that I knew I was safe, I once again became curious about this place. Oh, there's a person. He was working on the field. That's Takumi Nichan. Morning! Shimmy waved her hand. The man responded, but then froze mid-wave. Let's go. Are you sure we should? That guy looked pretty surprised to see me. Don't worry, he'll be at the dining hall soon. We'll explain things then. Well, she said so. As an outsider, I had no choice but to rely on her. This was the part of the village I saw this morning, where the buildings were more densely packed. I didn't notice it back then, but it was actually kind of weird. Basically, it felt desolate. The wooden bungalows in particular were more or less overgrown, buried in tall grass and other greenery. If this was all I saw of the village and someone told me it was abandoned, I'd have easily believed them. However, two of the buildings stood out. It's a shrine. There was a hall right beyond the hill. It wasn't that big, but it looked grand and well-maintained. The other building was obviously the dining hall. Yep, that looks like dining hall. It looked a bit dirty, but I could tell there were people inside. From what I could tell, it was the most lively place in this poor excuse for a community. Suddenly, the three students walked out, chatting about something. Ah, Chini and Fusashi-san. Morning again. Aren't you late? We took forever because Mochi doesn't stop saying nonsense. Yes, I'm evil. Give me miso soup. Oh, you'll make it if you hurry. Behave in class, you guys. Half dashing, the three ran to the path we came from. They're all in high school, huh? Yep, there's a branch school all the way up the mountain. I was going there myself 3 years ago. Sounds like a hassle. That's not all bad. At least we get to live in that dorm. Chimmy was entirely straight-faced. There wasn't even a hint of a smile. All right, let's get psyched. Yeah, I am not convinced. Fair. We laughed a little and passed the curtain. I mean, let's be real. Like, you're an outsider who just stumbled on this village and, like, people are treating you very dangerously. Like, they're really scared and nervous, and you came from a river that is known for dead people to reappear. I mean, Araki could be dead this entire time. That might be like a twist or something. And he's a spirit that's helping him out. I know. Welcome. Oh, the inside was as aged as the outside, but it looked well maintained. Is he a visitor, Shimi-chan? The hostess-looking lady asked. Though somewhat aged and fatigued, she was definitely beautiful. Is every woman beautiful? I mean, true, yeah. There were two others besides her. One was a lady in her 70s or 80s, who was probably the one I saw this morning. The silhouette matched. The other was a man who seemed a bit younger than her, probably in his late 60s. Though they were just sitting there was a menacing aura about them. I'll introduce him. This is Haraki Fusashi. I found him at Saranaga last night and took him into my care. Their reactions were powerful. Yeah, you just said the worst thing possible. Hey, you know, spirits come back from the dead over there? Yeah, fucking... he came from there. The lady gasped while the two elders rose to their feet with alarm. The tension that was already there the moment I walked in reached its peak. I know you're concerned, but this is just a coincidence. Unlike that little girl, he knows exactly where he came from. He went on an old path with his bike and crashed. It's actually really sad. That's why I think we should help him leave. What do you think? Wait, wasn't that still Chimmy? Yeah, that was. Okay. After saying all that, Chimmy fell silent. The ball was in their court now. Now that is troubling. The lady voiced a harmless opinion, careful not to upset the old people. It was pretty clear who was in charge. There were elders in more ways than one. Genie, why did you even go to Saranaga at night? I had a hunch, I guess. You know what happened. I couldn't fall asleep. He's gotta be a Yomibito. What? Got it, Taba. Oh, this is Taba. From the conversation, it was pretty clear that something had happened before I arrived here. It was probably similar to what happened with me. She mentioned some little girl. Perhaps there was a child who's wandered in here like I did? According to Chiemi, the Saranaga Rapids were a place of significance around here. It was a place from which dead people came to life or whatever. Oh, so this Tay must have been the E-lady that boy mentioned, and the Yumbito must have been a term for the dead who came from there. I'm glad that this game is actually explaining this. Cool. Apparently, the primary goal here was convincing these elders to approve helping me. Where are you from? The old man's voice put my derailed mind back on track. I'm from Tokyo. How old are you? 24. Older, gee, eh? He chuckled. I immediately realized he was taking a jab at me for hiding behind a younger girl. Nice to meet you. I'm Haruaki Fusashi, like she said. I wandered into town after my bike crashed. I seem to be a total outsider here, so I didn't want to speak out of turn. That's why I asked her to talk on my behalf, but I think I should say something at least. I won't trouble you any longer than I have to, so I'd be grateful if you pardon my brief stay. And please don't blame her for helping me. Hey, Haruaki-san. I think she went against the village's customs by helping me out. The students also seem surprised. My, I'm an adult. I'm willing to take responsibility for any trouble I caused as best I can. So please put up with me. I bowed my head. Let's go. He's okay. I'm loving him already. Very, very formal. Very upfront. Good guy. Good guy. He seems to be all right to me, Teba. No about that. Look at his hair, all colored brown. Shit, I forgot I didn't look very presentable to most traditionalist people. Outsiders all like that. Just help him and get out of here, I says. Oh, just help him get out of here, I says. Do what you want. I guess I got their half-hearted approval? Araki, Haru, like my granddaughter. What a mess. Oh, so that means you're... Yep, he's Haru-chan's grandpa, Kanzo Makishima. A pleasure. I didn't know what else to say. Haru-chan and I weren't on the best of terms so far. Anyway, it seems like we were past the difficult part. Drove into Saranaga, eh? No, actually I asked for directions at a convenience store, went down a side road, and ended up losing control on an unpaved section. And then you went in Saranaga. Why didn't you turn around? He wasn't impressed by my choice of actions. It just hit me that I had no idea how much time passed between the crash and my meeting with Chiemi. Takumi and I'll go see it. Takumi's working in the field. It's to get him to leave. Let the boy help. You never change, Kanchan. What's going on here? Look at this guy. Dude's got muscles upon muscles. We're joined by a new inhabitant. Jimmy, who's that guy? Oh, Takumi Nichan. Oh, so he was the one we saw in the field. Wow, he sure looked big from up close. All that field work was good for his muscles, clearly. And from what I could tell, he was in his 30s. As Jimmy introduced me and told me about my situation, I found out his name, Takumi Muro. Man, that must have been hard. It's old man Konzo. We'll pick it up. Thought so. Tepa-chan, wait a bit while I help the guy. I already spread the stuff on the field, so I'll mow the grass at noon. What a good boy. Ain't a big deal. I'll be so quick you'll think nothing happened. Good to hear. Nothing, eh? Boy? Huh? Me? What is it? You're in Yashimizu. It ain't a good place. It was a place that wasn't good? Not my presence here? We don't like outsiders here, and outsiders should let sleeping dogs lie. So you should hurry and leave. That's the plan. So it's settled? Yep, thanks, Takamini-chan. I was beginning to understand how things worked here. All the old and gruff guys sound the same to me, apparently. Though Kanzo Makishima's voice was the most powerful here, it was also important to get Tae-san's approval. Kanzo-san was probably in charge of tackling the settlement's practical problems, while Tae-san provided spiritual and moral direction. And when it was time to be civilized, Takumi-san came and convinced Tae-san, acting as an intermediary. It looked like Takumi-san himself understood such subtleties, and Chiemi seemed to rely on this side of him. Here you go. The lady brought some tea to the old folk. Perfect timing. Oh, Kaori-san. Looking forward to getting some food. So that was her name. Sure, I'll make a lot. It'll be a reward for waking up early and working hard. Hey, I'm doing it for Yashimizu, Bachan. You. It's nothing really. Oh my. So those two are probably in a relationship? These two sure seem to get along. They looked about the same age too. Would you like something to eat too? No thank you. I already ate. Then here's some tea. I can also get you a light snack if you'd like. What would you say to some onigiri? Oh, that would be... Sorry, can we borrow the phone? We need it quick. Oh? Sure, but why not have some tea first? Thanks, but it's urgent. Let's go, Haruaki-san. Sure? It didn't look like I could say no. We went up to the nearby stairs to what seemed like a living space. At the end of the creaky hallway, there was a black rotary phone, a rarity in this day and age. Was it the only phone in all of Yashimizu, by the way? Seriously? Oh, not a single mobile service provider works in this area. Really? Wait, who do you want me to call anyway? Road service, insurance, stuff like that, and family if you have to. Oh, that made sense. Hell, I should have been the one to say that. Like I said, it'd be best if you left as soon as possible, so you should use everything you have. Because outsiders aren't welcome here? Yep. And I shouldn't pry any further, huh? Haruaki-san, I see you catch on quickly. That's good. But you also seem really curious. It shows, huh? Of course it does. Honestly, though, you should avoid sticking your nose into things. Because we'll part ways soon anyway. Exactly. That's kind of sad. Oh, you want my contact info? If you're willing to give. Yay, that makes your guy number 53 on the list. Damn, if that ain't a letdown. We still went on to exchange our info. I could only hope that being number 53 wasn't as big a problem as it sounded. Anyway, I'd still like to know the reason why me being here is such a big deal. I don't recommend it. But why? Because it'd make me upset? You don't like it here? Yeah, I actually hate it. You seem to get along with the people, though. That's just how it looks. I was a huge problem child, so I feel kind of awkward around the older folk here. And there's tons of things you can't see right away. Oh, but I can't say I actually hate the people. With that, I decided to stop prying about this place any further. I'd back away before she came to hate me. Oh, can I ask one thing, though? Oh, Gutsy, go ahead. Do you like that Takumi Muro guy? What, me? Like him? Yeah. No way. Takumi Nichan's cool and all, but he's too rugged and over a decade older than me. He's out of my strike zone. Rocky wants to date Chiemi. Fair. And he's always had eyes for Kaori-san. It sure felt like it. They married or something? Nope, Kaori-san's a widow. Well, that seemed complicated. I decided Chiemi had been acting a bit strange. Why had she dragged me away from the tea? It seemed so awkward, too. Assuming she had been jealous of Kaori-san and simply didn't want her to charm me, it would mean that she just hadn't want me to drink the tea. Why? Also, why'd she feed me cup ramen if I could have just gotten food at the dining hall? Looking too deep into things was part of my nature, though things were never as bad as I assumed. That's actually a good point. Because if they were going to a dining hall to get food and tea, so I'm guessing if they eat, if Haruaki eats the food or like drinks something that's related to the settlement, then it kind of forces him to stay with all that's going on. That's what I'm assuming, but I'm not sure. That's kind of what it feels like. I went on to call my insurance company where I found out something. Apparently this village was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest service station, meaning I was ineligible for the normal service and had to pay extra. And the extra was no small amount too. It was actually over 100,000 yen. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more expensive plan. This was all my own fault for not taking the bike salesman's advice. Shit. I said I would consider it and hung up. And I went back to the dining hall. Oh, where did everyone go? The customers had changed completely. Tei-san, Kanzo-san, and Takumi-san were gone now. They were replaced by a caricature of a juvenile delinquent. The fuck are you? He shouted at me. It seemed like he was trying too hard. He then slammed his bowl and chopsticks on the table and stood up to intimidate me. I'm Haruaki Fusashi? The hell? You wanna go? Goodness, Yoshitsugu. You don't talk like that to someone you've just met. Shut up, hag. Chini, the hell's this asshole? Haruaki-san, a traveler who crashed his bike. Boy, was that introduction half-assed. Let me introduce them to you. This is Kaori Oribe and her second son, Yoshitsugu-kun. Yosunaga-kun's the first. Huh? Yosunaga-kun, the guy you introduced me this morning? Yep, they may not look it at first, but they're alike, don't you think? The Oribes, what an unpredictable family. True. Stop talking about bro, you ugly bitch. Holy shit. This guy should die. Call me that all you want. I'm confident in my popularity. And for what I've seen, that confidence was well justified. Fuck off back to the city, idiot. Stupid dumbass. Oh no, Haruaki-san, I don't think I can argue with that. What, you're an idiot? Alright then, stupid? You're stupid. Oh, how mean. Join me, Yoshitsugu-kun. Stupid. Huh, what the hell? Don't talk shit about Nichan, Chini. You're pretty conflicted, aren't you? Sorry, Chimi-chan, I was just playing. Wow, one nice reversed after another. Takes quite a man to surprise me. I just don't want to lose to you, that's all. You dating or something? Boy, did I wish. He's got good taste? Stop it, Yoshitsugu. You're already late. Change and go to school. Shut up. I ain't going. Mumbling something, the kid walked out of the dining hall, leaving his half-full bowl behind. I'm sorry about that. How embarrassing. He's a really good boy deep down, though. Yeah, I could actually see that, somewhat. By the way, where are Shima-san and Muro-san? They went to pick up your bike. Oh no, I gotta hurry after them. Hey, they know where it is. They'll be fine, don't you think? Well, you just have to set on neutral and push, but I'm not sure they'll know how to do it. And I, of all people, should help. They might go about it the wrong way. If that's all, then you shouldn't bother. Why? Because you're an outsider. I wouldn't suggest spending too much time alone with them. They didn't seem that bad to me. That's because they're adults. Don't assume everyone here is as welcoming as me. I'm an exception. You might get along fine, but you might also set them off. This place is already far from normal. Don't risk making it worse. She's right, I say. They insisted you leave it to them, so that's what you should do. You think so too? No, I feel like Haruaki is correct in trying to help him with the bike. Yes, the men here are pretty serious about Yasumizu having its own way of doing things. Excuse me. I could somewhat understand that. A visitor should behave like one. Doing anything more would be uncalled for. It was an old-fashioned way of thinking, but this was an old-fashioned kind of place for sure. Where do we wait then? At my place. Expected as much, but it still made me curious. Normally you'd expect we'd sit around and drink some tea right here, so why don't we? Or why didn't we? Once again, I'm thinking it because it will get, like, associated with the place and get involved. As we waited, Jimmy, casually but uncomfortably, told me several things. First, I found out that the people here in Yashumizu were a bit on edge right now. The reason for that was the fact that, excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders here. I'd assumed this myself from what I knew so far, but apparently yesterday morning, a little girl was found straying around Saranaga Rapids. They couldn't even find out her name, let alone who her parents were, so they didn't know how to handle her. For now, one of the inhabitants was looking after her. Like I'd been told, the more superstitious inhabitants, Tayson mostly, saw her as a bad omen. I suggested leaving her to the police, but Jimmy didn't seem to think it was a good idea. It barely made sense to me, but if I were to believe her, things around here were such that not even the cops could do anything. And apparently the remaining 2 outsiders were a pair of journalists gathering info for a magazine article. Unlike the little girl and I, they'd come here via the normal route, through Kami Fujiyoshi, and therefore weren't considered a bad omen or whatever. Still, even normal outsiders put the people here on edge. Through this talk, I also got some details about the area itself. So the river, Yashu. Oh, so we kind of came from down here, I think. Down with Texas. Yashumizu was a settlement part of an autonomous region called Fujiyoshi Village, or simply Fujiyoshi. It's also been on the map and been shown at the store. Fujiyoshi was split into 2 areas, Yashumizu and Kami Fujiyoshi. They were separated by a mountain. Going to oh no, the pine. Yeah, okay, maybe not. I'm not sure. Going to Kami Fujiyoshi took about an hour by foot or 20 minutes by car on the winding but paved road. Side note: the school the students went to was in Kami Fujiyoshi. These 2 settlements had ties so strong they shared customs and culture. Jimmy said the local seasonal events were quite unconventional. I asked her to elaborate, but all she would say was that Yashumizu had special meaning to Fujiyoshi. She was making me more suspicious than I wanted to be. This conversation was nearly as exciting as the one we had last night. Well, I at least found out she didn't have a boyfriend right now. Very intriguing. It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back, ending my waiting game. Side note, the door was fully open the entire time we waited. It was probably Chimmy's way of saying that nothing bad is happening here. Man, bike's sure heavy, eh? Ain't as heavy as a boa I caught last year. I really didn't expect them to just carry it here. Like, sure, there were 2 of them, but just how much mass did you have to haul a 200-kilogram piece of metal so easily? The unpaved road and the river made my sweet ride really damn muddy. How did you bring it to the cliff? There's a pulley. We bring stuff up from the bottom every now and then. To Kobe? Oh yeah, now's not the time for that. Hey, you think this thing's alright? It looks pretty damn wet. I'm not sure. I'll check. I'll leave the rest to you then. Old man, this took longer than I thought. It would. It's fine if I do some sharpening tomorrow. I saw them off with a loud thank you. Now then. Need help? I'll see what I can do by myself first. The worst part of the repairs was right at the beginning. I wanted to start by washing it, but that old lady, Tai Yamawaki was her full name, got really mad at me. She didn't want any Saranaga mud on the ground here because it was corrupt or something. But this plaza was the only place with easy access to a water supply tap, so I did my best and convinced her to let me wash it as close to the edge as possible. Once it was clean, I could start checking what was wrong with it. It actually looked pretty good, but in places sure, but the wash got rid of the bad sound the wheels made. The only problem was that both tires were flat, and it was a pretty big one. You didn't bring tools? No. Aren't you supposed to be to whenever you go on a bike trip? I just thought I'd call road service and they'd do all the work. So unprepared. I have no excuse. Honestly, I was having a moment when I went out. Didn't think things through. Oh, can I ask what happened? My girlfriend left me. That seems like a lie. It wasn't. Damn! Holy shit. Hold on a sec. Calling it a lie when it wasn't. Holy shit. Sorry, that was funny. In any case, somewhere to get tools to fix a flat tire. There might be some in the Nosato Mansion. Nosato Mansion? Yep, it's the biggest place in Yashumizu. If you can't find something there, you won't find it anywhere else in the village. I see. Let's give it a shot. I don't really recommend meeting the guy, but I can't think of any other ideas. Someone important again? Yep, and he's kind of messed up to boot. And so we walked up the hill and arrived at the so-called Nosato Mansion. From what I could tell, it was located at the highest point in the settlement. Like Chimpy said, it was definitely a hell of a building. It had an elegant Western design, which would probably look even better if the place were better maintained. The yard was overgrown, and the building itself was pretty much buried in ivy and small trees. If someone told me it was cursed, I'd instantly believe them. Do people actually live here? I wonder if the intercom works. She pressed a button next to the aged iron gate. Yasumizu was a quiet place, so I could easily hear the bell ring inside. Should we try again? Let's not. We'll piss him off. Moody guy, huh? Moody? Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I wasn't sure what she meant, but I opted to just wait rather than ask more questions. Soon enough, the person in question walked out of the mansion. What is it? Who are you? Gotcha. Actual rich guy. Someone stuck up. He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged either. He certainly looked high-strung, and that was much for sure. Hello, Nosato-san. It's Serizawa. I know you, Shiami Serizawa. I'm asking the young man with you. Haraki-san, this is Kiyonosuke Nosato-san. Kiyonosuke-san, this is Haraki Fusashi. He got into an accident. The introduction was the briefest one yet. Huh? What? I explained the situation again. He furrowed his brow when I mentioned the Saranaga, in addition to the reason we were here. So I need repair tools so I can get out of here as soon as possible. Well, the tire's tubeless. Huh? I have patches, but I think fixing tubeless tires would be a bit too much for an amateur, though there's no problem if you aren't. Oh, but if the tube bursts, you'll have no choice but to change it. I don't have any spares here, obviously, and I wouldn't give them if I did. I'm sorry, but I'm not too knowledgeable about that. What a waste of time. I recommend spending however many thousands you need to have repairmen come and pick you up. No retort to that. Oh, but Nosato-san, I don't think we can have any more outsiders come here right now. Huh? Haven't you been to a proper city? Don't tell me you still believe that nonsense. I'd be fine with it, but I doubt the elders would be. We've had too many visitors these past few days. I don't care what you Yasumizu peasants think. What do you expect me to do anyway? Fix the tires myself and get oil all over me? Okay, so as much as he's a pretentious dick, he's right. Like, he doesn't believe in the customs, and like, I feel like, fair point. I'd never suggest that. I just think that a Fujiyoshi village head should help a troubled visitor. How about instead of relying on me only when it's convenient, you just give him a traditional Yasumizu welcome? Throw him off the cliff. Oh, what the hell? Come on, you can't say that. Jimmy's tone was slightly off. I could feel a bit of irritation behind her words. I know it might be a bother, but can you at least lend me the tools? What? I'll just borrow them. You won't hear or see me work. I can even pay. Well, I don't mind that much, but I want compensation for anything you break. Student or not, I'll have you act proper. Then he pointed me to the garage and walked back to the mansion. Man, I thought we were screwed there. What the hell's a burst tube? Wow, that's so lame. What, you think every biker can fix a bike just by bashing it with a wrench or something? I don't know, but aren't there a lot of girls who are into good guys with cars and stuff? Oh, so you're into Nosatsushi? Nope, he's just acting like he's smart. He's probably never repaired a thing in his life. The guy's not nearly as experienced as he'd have you think. Huh? Then why does he have bike repair stuff? Nosato Mansion is basically the Yasumizu branch of the Nosato family. Their main mansion is in Kama Fujiyoshi. Whatever they don't need there, they send over here. Heard Kiyonosuke-san was given a car 5 or 6 years ago, but he couldn't drive it at all, so he's been gathering dust ever since. Damn, that was the countryside for you. Couldn't hide your shame if your life depended on it. Anyway, I now knew that the man was the condescending, pretentious type. He still helped me out, though, and it was true that I didn't know much about the bike repairs, so I couldn't really get mad. Anyway, let's just take everything that looks like it could be useful. Like bandits, huh? I'm in! Sure I'm not bothering you? I'd feel down without anyone to talk to. Just keep chatting with me. It helps. The instructions that came with the repair kit told me that my bike's tires are a rather difficult type to repair. Apparently I had to remove the tires, but where do I even start with that? Well, as long as I didn't break it, nothing I did could be worse than having to call road service down here, so I just tried taking it apart. But as I removed whatever nuts I could, it made the situation even worse than it was. Yeah, this really wasn't a job for an amateur. That's true. Probably shouldn't fuck up the tires, dude. You seem to be having a rough time. You can eat this too, Chimmy-chan. Wow, thank you. Oh, this looks serious. Man, machines are just no good. Hey, the benefits of culture are great as long as they don't break. Munch. Think he can fix it for sundown? That might be hard. Don't worry, though. Worst comes to worst, I'll do something. I really appreciated how she handled the visitors in my stead. Hey, Chini, is it hard to get a bike license? I don't know. I know that scooter licenses are easy. I have one myself. Mid-sized bike licenses are pretty hard to get. You even need to take a course, just like with cars. You like bikes? The hell? What's it matter to you? How much was that, anyway? 800,000 yen, brand new. Holy shit, what the hell? That's way too high. You an idiot or what? How'd you get that much? Part-time jobs and all that. And you got into an accident. Poor Haruaki-san. Shami-sensei, if I may ask, what happened to my share of the food? Oh no, I ate it all. Poor Haruaki-san. I didn't want sympathy from the one responsible. As I told her off for not leaving me any food, I somehow removed the tires. I could only hope I'd be able to fix this up. I'd had this thing for less than a month, but the trouble it was putting me through made it feel somewhat dear to me. I used to know, like, I really wanted to ride a motorcycle, but I know too many people who have had accidents in them, and knowing my bad sense of balance, I could ride a bike real well. Like, bikes are fine. I'm just worried, like, motorcycle, I don't want to crash. I wanted to fire it up again and make it go as fast as it could. Suddenly I heard an engine. It felt like it was mocking me. Hold on, an engine? Here? I stopped working and turned around to see an unfamiliar van drive into the plaza. Borrowing the classic-looking piece of junk in Osato's garage, this was the first time I'd seen a car here. As far as I knew, no one living here actually owned a rented car, so... Those are the journalists I told you about. I knew it. Once the van stopped, a lady stepped out of it. Hello! Oh, she's pretty. Is that your response to everything, dude? Hello. I'll be bothering you again today. You're a new face. Hello, my name's Haruaki Bike Crash. Don't be so hard on yourself. Crap. This was no time for an inside joke. I quickly introduced myself properly. I crashed not too far away, so I'm stuck here for the time being. I see, so you're a student. Sorry about the trouble you're going through. Oh, and this is me. The woman gave me your business card. Asako Mamiya, a freelance writer. Her pen name was Kyoko Hosei. Have you ever read Kyoko Hosei's articles? Sorry. Figured, I'm not a big name yet, and the magazines I do get printed in are marketed for housewives and the elderly. That's a pretty intense competition. What do you write anyway? Food reviews. I specialize in unusual dishes. Like the foulest smelling canned food in the world or something? Yep, well, your usual brand of weirdness doesn't attract much attention these days, so I'm looking for minor culinary oddities local to Japan. Anyway, if you know of any weird dishes from your hometown, do tell me. I travel the length of Japan to give it a try. A student from the lab I frequented once made pork migo soup with a mushroom we found on campus. We had mass hallucinations and... No flashes of brilliance or poisons, please. As we chatted, I became curious. By the way, weren't there two of you? Yes, I'm here with a partner. He just needs some time to... Oh, there he is. I looked at the van and became completely awestruck. God, my nose. I feel like the more I read, the more my nose gets like... Well, I mean, allergies right now are pretty bad. I think pollen's terrible right now. Let me check real quick. How bad's pollen right now? Air quality is good. Pollen is... Meh. It's fine. I felt like the van had shed its skin or something. That made no sense, but seriously, how did this fit in there? Holy shit. What's up, dude? Big man. He was a gargantuan. Takumi-san was something, but this man was on the level of a foreign heavyweight wrestler. Though unlike Takumi-san, this man was primarily fat rather than muscle. As he walked out of the driver's seat, the van shook wildly. Yudai Hoshimoto-san, a photographer. He's way more famous than me. He works in all sorts of fields. I imagine you've seen some of his photos without even knowing it. Doesn't talk. I didn't know much about photography, but I was definitely convinced. There was a certain kind of authority or gravity around him. He wasn't saying a word, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Nice to meet you, I'm Haruaki Fusayashi. Was he even alive? Hello. After a strange pause, he slowly bowed like the moving mountain he was, and greeted me with a voice like a titan. He seemed somewhat difficult to interact with. This is your last day here, isn't it? Yes, Oribe-san said, she let me try her price, Shishinare. I don't know if an outsider can handle it. I have a stomach medicine. I'm sure I'll be fine. And so, Mamiya-shi and Hashimoto-shi walked off into the dining hall. Who would have thought that such a beauty was a delicacy on her? I had to admit, that gap was kind of charming. Jesus, I need a minute. I feel like my nose is about to be like Rudolph the fucking red-nosed reindeer up in here. Jesus. Nope, don't you dare. Thick water is gonna help. That's fine. As intrigued as I was, I couldn't waste any more time. I had to fix my bike already. Whoa! Who the heck are you? Look at his nails. Look at his face. A lot of things had surprised me here in Yashimizu, but nothing as much as this. Hello? No reaction. At first glance, he looked like a poor man, too senile to think and perceive properly. You need something from me? I made sure to speak as clearly as possible. It didn't look like he understood. I figured it was best to just ignore him and resume the repairs, but... Coming! I looked at him again. He was still just standing there like his soul and brain had left his body. A vacant stare, yellowed eyes, half-open mouth, covered in saliva. Coming! He spoke again. What's coming? What? His voice was too hoarse to make out. Come again? I placed my hand against my ear. He finally understood what I wanted and prepared to whisper something. I brought my ear closer and... A wolf is coming! I like wolves. They're my forearm. The sudden shout caught me completely off guard and made me fall to the ground. He looked down at me laughing. He clapped it open his half-toothless mouth into a wide smile. The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming! He bent his body in a weird way, laughed like he was convulsing, turned around, and just left. Haraki-san! Oh, I'm too late. Chemi had joined the journalist and only just came back. Late for what? Gramps over there loves messing around with strangers like that. Wait, that's your grandpa? No, I don't even know his name. He's been in Yasumizu forever, and he's always like that. It felt less like he was just messing around and more like he's a bit touched. Yep, everyone calls him the old man who cried wolf. Named after the boy who cried wolf, I assume. Doesn't work as well, though. Wolves, eh? As far as I knew, there were no wild wolves in Japan. There used to be, but after the last sighting in either the Meiji or Showa era, they've been considered extinct here. That's sad. Modern Japan's image of wolves came from Western fairy tales and the like. It wasn't linked to anything in her culture or life. Even the boy who cried wolf was a Western tale. Did his brand of insanity make him repeat the tale or something? A bit weirded out by the circumstances, I went back to repairing my bike. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber from the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusted nails. Fuck, this kind of stuff only happened at the worst of times. How did you hit nails? Wait. So when he crashed, if they were pierced by nails, does that mean that somebody actually left nails to bring him in there? Possible. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. I wet the tubes, there were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things were looking good. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. Jimmy was looking a bit bored now. I think I got it. Seriously? But it all seems so hopeless. Well, sorry, though I still need to rebuild this. That's gonna be a lot of work. And you'll be able to leave then? Yeah, believe me, I know I shouldn't stay here long. I could take a hit. That's great. She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh? Sorry, buddy. Welcome to my life. Loner bros forever, Harashi. Shit. You've been at this for hours. How are you holding up? Need a break? Haraki, excuse me. Well, it'd be better if a certain someone didn't take away my lunch break. Hey, I gave you some crackers, didn't I? Like that was enough to sate a guy in his mid-20s. Still, I'm pretty fine. I'll push forward a bit more. You can go if you want. I've been introduced to just about everyone here. There's 2 people you haven't met yet. Really? Well, there's no real need to, right? I'll stay around a bit longer. I came back here because I was bored. It's not like I'm busy. Couldn't you play around with your 52 guy friends? I take it back. I came back because I wanted to be bored. Living in the city is so annoying and tiring, especially with 52 guys texting you all the time. Oh. Sorry, I lied about the 52 guys. Why? Because we're to keep you in check, I guess? Why would you pull a tactic like that only to reveal her hand? Hey, did you really get dumped by your girlfriend? And now she asked me that. I did, honest. I see. After that relentless assault, it wouldn't be fair unless I played my own card. Want to come with? Huh? It's a 2-seater? Yeah, there's even an extra helmet. It's not dry yet, though. I'm obviously leaving soon, so unless you have something planned, you can join me. We could even go on a bike tour. If we have enough time, I can take you anywhere. Flexible, open to fine-tuning, wild, and charming. That was a good date invitation if I said so myself. Let's go? We're getting a 2-seater for my motorcycle? That sounds great, and I have no plans. Oh? Okay, get my stuff then. Jimmy smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and, you should hurry before I change my mind. Yeah, sure. Damn. Every bone in my body is saying she's just playing us as a fool, but yeah. Well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. With that ulterior motive in mind, I resumed rebuilding the bike. And then she leaves and never returns. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed, it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that be even possible? It might be way past midnight by the time I was done. Ah, my nose! Good thing I have tissues and a trash bag, just to be sure. God, allergies are really hitting today, for some reason. Jimmy might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. True, dude. The plaza I'd worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hand. It was desolate, to say the least. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of being in a place that didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. What's this, Haraki? Think you're going to get attacked or something? I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It was an inarticulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the malaise make me feel like I was in danger? I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived. Sigardian are. It was a strange sight. The field was covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. Unlike the boulders all over Yasumizu, they were only up to my waist. They looked like gravestones. 6. The bar jar hums along grate within an array of bricks. The field extended into a dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. This was the lowest spot in Yashimizu, the border to Saranaga. There was a large pine right at the edge. 8 toned up bologna rice snows on the mountain. The evening sun, the stones, and the pine's shadow gave the field a strange aura. A little girl was running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, the space was alien. I felt like I was looking at a Giorgio de Chirico painting. The place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Suddenly, I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. The girl fell. Are you okay? I run with no hesitation to the little girl. What? Help up. Half-crying little girl, muddy clothes, new graze on Band-Aid, covered... Yeah, what? What is going on here? Help up. Half-crying little girl, has muddy clothes, new graze on Band-Aid, covered kneecap. I console little girl, push away, run, someone. Peers girl saw once me. What is happening? Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. Girl weave incomprehensible phrase, hide behind little girl, fear and hostility, eyes. Run. Girl hug little girl, warn. Blank blank dun 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 dun. Me? You probably won't make it. But run. Me, girl behind. Mist. Mist, mist. A lot of mist. Me. Turn around. Run. Where? The fuck just happened? Huh? In a daze, I came back to the plaza. Suddenly, Chimmy shook me, bringing me back to my senses. Where were you? Sorry, I'll finish the job now. It's too late, you idiot. One week in time. You've got to hide. I couldn't understand what she was getting at. What are you doing? Go to your room right now. But Haraki-san's... Forget the outsider. Old man Kanzo and I'll check the other places. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me to find out. I looked down the hill. From Saranaga beyond the field I'd just been in came a rising haze. It was so dense you could easily call it mist. It moved strangely like a living creature as it flowed into the plaza. Haraki-san, over here! Jimmy pulled me by the hand. What's going on? My head. It feels like it weighs a ton. Deal with it. You gotta find a place you can lock the doors. You'll die if you don't. What do you mean? Tell me. Please, don't ask questions and just do as I say. Just this once. Albeit hesitantly, I did as she said. The mist is bad. Also, what the fuck just happened? We ran up the hill and crossed the rice field path until we made it to a simple outhouse. This should be fine. Seriously, what's going on? And sure, that was a hell of a miss, but this won't protect me, right? Listen, there's no time to explain, so please just do what I say and only that. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Jimmy just said, despite how weird it was. I could also see she was really desperate. 3, 8, 19, and 20? Jesus. Alright, we'll hide in the outhouse. Now that's a hell of an order. Araki-san. Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and explanation. Sure, I'll tell you everything, so please survive the night. The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake. See you then. You gotta hurry, right? Yep, Araki-san. But I'll tell you tomorrow. Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment, Shimi ran off. The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields, too. Anyway, a promise was a promise. 10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? This outhouse wasn't like a prefab you find in construction sites. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. All I could do was stand. Another problem. It was the type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete, but what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was. I began making assumptions to make this easier for myself. Was I being pranked, or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings. There was no way that the shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air had already felt misty and damp. The temperature here was low, so I could still bear it somewhat, but staying here all night would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However, get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. Sure, I'll tell you everything, so please survive the night. My sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I'd made her. Actually, this wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place. Fair? Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumizu settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. The people living here were... God knows, Jesus. Shimi Serizawa, Yasunaga Oribe, his family, Kaori Oribe and Yoshitsuge Oribe, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Haru Makishima, her granddad Kanzo Makishima, Tai Yamawaki, Takumi Muro, Kyonosuke no Sato. It seemed like he was from Kama Fujiyoshi, the place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason he lived here now. And finally, the old man who cried wolf. Those were the 11 people I'd met, and Shami said I had 2 more left. I could only mean the 2 I'd met by that time were the ones. A little girl, she was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was this fantastical-looking white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real, but with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. According to Chiemi, the little girl was being looked after by someone in the village, so I could only assume that the white-haired woman was the one. If I counted the little girl, it would mean that Yasuzima had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the 2 journalists, Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto. I'd made to that, you have a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway, time for an assessment. Yesterday morning, a little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, not even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as an ill omen. The next day, Chimi, who was in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper lost person, but since I came through Saranaga, I was also branded as an ill omen. From what Kyonosuke no Sotoshi said, it was safe to assume that it used to be customary to throw people like us into Saranaga. And then there was the mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrive. I can only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from Saranaga itself. It and the river seemed to be essential to the local customs and ideas. With that in mind, how was it dangerous? What was going to happen now? Yombito, as in people from Yomi, the ancient Japanese land of the dead? Dead people came back through Saranaga, and they were corrupted. Well, that gave room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up with the mists? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be part of a Japanese Resident Evil? All right. I was like, you had me going for the entire time, and then you're like, Japanese Resident Evil. And I'm like, okay, fine, sure. Wait, that was already Japanese. I was about to say, right? What if you had 10% chance to be infected by the mists, but 100% chance to be infected by another person? That explained why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to unlock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into that, but that seemed like a good story. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere into my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was Hicksville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world? It seems so weird. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. Don't make a sound? To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomena and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and then do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations and monsters and whatnot, but on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That's diseases and sickness for you, buddy. That was why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, what I was feeling right now wasn't a fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night and don't make a sound. That meant that outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose up from the river. Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the diseased who didn't follow the rules. The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer? Suddenly I heard a scream in the distance. Ah. Well, I don't want to go out and look, but I guess we don't have the key. Wow, that was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting it all suddenly came to me. It was right outside. It had gotten really dark. There were no lights anywhere. The darkness was fear. Unperceived, unknown, dangerous, and scary. Leaving this place was dangerous. Dangerous equals scary equals scary equals scary equals scary. Scary things were scary no matter how much logic you applied. But I couldn't discard my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. Opened the door and stopped in place. Night was in absolute darkness. No matter how dark or cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to us. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was light. Everything I saw was covered by dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the area seem milky. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There was something beyond this veil. I kept moving forward. Unless my ears were deceiving me, the scream belonged to a woman and had come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that, or rather I didn't want to think that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I found that principle made my life really easy. I had more than enough fear from those who were directly threatening my life. I really didn't want to have the fear of losing someone as well. Change your line of thought, Haruaki. Solving the mystery might save someone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I began walking faster. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there were any branches or anything. Sadly, all I felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand. It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if at first checked the ground using my feet. And since I might have been close to the danger, I had to focus on what was ahead too. I'd recognize the danger and, if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. I couldn't hear the screams anymore, but I could hear other things. A wet sound, and the sound of something cracking. It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward, until I saw it. That's a wolf! That's a wolf! Hello, wolf. Oh, my hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see for yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf with a humanoid body. Werewolves! There's no such thing as werewolves. I think you're dead. Haruaki, I think you're dead. The next morning, in a paddy field of Fujiyoshi Yasumizu 3rd block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. The clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was a traveler, Haruaki Fusashi. Oh, he died. Okay, he's still moving. Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment. Ayambito, purge him! And so I... Goodbye, Haruaki-san. Was finished off by the girl. The feast begins. The last thing I heard. I'll hang the... was that. Raging loop. Unveiled arrival. Well, that just happened. Obtain key 2, Werewolf and Resurrection. You can view in the keys list. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number of the scenario chart. Game over. Bad ending number 2. Watch hint corner. Sure. Hey there, you done it now, eh, Chief? Me? Don't mind me, I'm just an insignificant interface character. You can call me Sheep. This is a space between dreams. That bastard Haruaki Fusashi can't see it, so feel free to kick back and relax. That said, you can't stay too long. I'm busy, so let's get down to business. As you expect of a hint corner, I'm here to give some helpful advice in your times of need.
First, let's get all the game explanations out of the way. Well, I did say you've done it now, just before you're actually fated to arrive here from the start. I mean, you only had one choice, right? There should have been one below it, but I had a lock mark next to it and you couldn't pick it. Oh, but just so you know, redoing Chiemi Serizawa's idiotic quiz is pointless. None of those choices will change a thing. That's what I was about to ask. Holy shit, the sheep is fucking great. I love it. Oh shit, no, I can't do that. I can check those keys later, actually. Hold on. Sorry. Nose. Interesting. So, like, the game... So, I think I'm going to do this hidden corner every time just because, like, it'd be nice to see, like, what alternate paths and everything that we need to do. But, like, none of those choices will change a thing. However, I do want to point out that right here... This recall? Oh no, not recall. Sorry, it's in Dense Mist. Because that's a bad end. Hide in the outhouse. Her objective. So yeah, if we do number 20, then we do get an alternate ending. I think it was explained to you back at the tutorial, but let's review Raging Loop structural just in case. As you just experienced for yourself, you will definitely die in Raging Loop. Why is that? Because many choices are locked, but you'll need keys to unlock them. These keys are spread throughout the story. You'll need to die to obtain most of them. That's why death is unavoidable. Excuse me. It seems Haruaki Fusashi can retain his memories for the next time, even if he dies. This is a system to replicate that. So here's my first piece of advice to you. If you get stuck, try dying. There are many keys lying within the story's many bad endings. You can also obtain keys from surprising outcomes. Of course, it's possible to get all the keys and finish the game without seeing all bad endings, but I'll leave that up to your playing style. As for Bad End 02, also known as Toilet Man's End, you'll need Key 2 to avoid it. But that won't be a problem for next time. Did you notice? You already obtained Key 2 by dying here. You can check the details of Key 2 from the keys list in the menu, so you can check it out there. But basically, Haruaki Fusashi now knows from experience he'll die if he goes out at night. That makes a new choice possible. You'll find more bad endings that you're forced to play through first in the future, so keep that in mind. Other times you can keep going onwards for a long time without finding a key. Whenever you get a key, it's displayed with large red letters, so remember that part too. Haruaki Fusashi will be sent back to the starting point after this. In other words, to the scene at the start of the game with him on his bike. You can reread everything from the start if you'd like, but you're going to die dozens of times from now on, so it'll be a pain to reread each time. So once you get a grip of the situation, use the scenario chart to jump ahead. You can jump to any scene you read before whenever and wherever you want. It's really handy. For example, you could open the menu, press the chart button, and go to Q, follow the screen in Dense Mist even right now. Use the scenario chart to jump around. That's the key to completing Raging Loop. Incidentally, this marks the end of 2 Dense Mist. The so-called prologue is over. If you pick the choice that was unlocked this time, the game's first main route, 3 Yomi, will begin. Good luck! Next time you come across a locked choice, look to the right side. You'll see the number of the key you need to unlock it. The number appears in the scenario chart too. It makes it clear what's locked and what key numbers you need. Handy system, huh? By the way, here's a little tip. You won't be getting key 1 for a long time. Didn't miss anything, so relax and just keep playing to your heart's content. Thanks. God, it took a while and I'm busy. That's enough for this. Die another hearty death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Do better next time. Evil sheep! I love sheep! 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Is it gonna bring me back to the beginning? It does! That's so cool! Okay, so that's why it's raging. That is so cool! So with the loop, you just... okay. Well, now we can go here. And then I just want to skip... Oh, that's getting the key. Excuse me. So keep still and then... Oh, okay, that's cool, that's cool. I also want to see what the keys... What does this mean? Oh, okay, so Mist appeared in Yasumizu Fujiyoshi. The residents were oddly afraid of it, and after ignoring Chimi's warning, I was killed by a wolf-faced human lurking in the mist. What's even stranger is I should be dead, yet here I am, wrecking my brain over these mysteries. What in the world is happening? So can I see how many keys there are? I'm going to say 20, but... There's 20 keys. Okay. Keep still. What was that? It sounded like someone's life was in danger. It meant something dangerous was nearby. Wait, I couldn't be rash. The world didn't have many things that logic couldn't explain, like the existence of murderers. But until I saw the source of the scream myself, it was nothing but a source of fear. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. I reached to open the door, but something stayed my hand. It was my promise to Chiemi. The scream just now was very real. It wasn't normal. I had to assume the situation was dangerous and maybe I could help if I went out, but that meant endangering myself. I was no saint and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. But curiosity had won over many dangers thus far, but right now it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit, what the hell were these memories? It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced, but how? After all, I was still alive, and the time from those memories had yet to come. Was I a precog or something? By God, I swear I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And why did the memory come back to me at this particular moment? Regardless, that overwhelming fear and the pain and death that followed were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel more certain than that. The thoughts rendered me unable to move, immobile. I stood still, completely certain that I lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention, I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel saved, until that moment. Suddenly, the door began to shake. This place had a handle on the outside and someone was pulling on it hard. There was a lock, sure, but there was only so much you could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from the inside, but get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. What would happen if I did? Whatever was outside would instantly know it was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing had lots of other ways of hurting me. But what if I didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what I was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to just wait and see. Once again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over, as in I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me. I was powerless back then and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite? Yeah, I'd tear whatever it was apart with my teeth. I'd bite it to death. I gathered my wits in killing intent, grinded my teeth, glared at the door. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I slowly count to 500. If nothing happened at that time, I assume it went away. That's a long count, buddy. There were no screams or attacks after that, but the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence. That guy. So that thing actually existed here. Was it what the mist brought here from Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit, I couldn't learn anything in a place like this. Not knowing things scared me. Trusting my prescience or deja vu or whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night, then talk to Chiemi. And if it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs are going well, but I'd be leaving even if I didn't work. I'd walk to Kamifujiyoshi if I had to. Unlike Yoshimizu, they might have had reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night. Also, who died? Kind of want to know. 513. Never liked seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. It always made me feel like shit, like I'd just done something harmful both for my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well-rested with a smile. I never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning light leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beast had been out and about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It was unpleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more comfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing. I could relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Chiemi shout Haraki-san in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. If this turned out to be a trick and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar in his mouth lunging for my throat, I'd just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I expected to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me pretty hard. What the hell was up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit. It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something? Haraki-san! I could hear Chiemi, but not see her. Chiemi-chan, it's right here. Haraki-san, whatever. Ah! I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist. Are you okay? I'm stuck in the field. I walked up and saw exactly what I expected. A girl struggling to free one of her legs stuck deep in the paddy field. I see. Well, good luck. Hey, help me out. Oh, you can't do it yourself? Take my hand then, and out you go. I tugged her hand and braced my legs. That was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and... Whoa, safe. Headlock. This is a wrestling move. You're actually pulling it off. Despite how close we were now, this wasn't the least bit romantic. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Definitely remember the time where I was far from alright, though. Yeah, I guess I am. I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it. I did feel like there was some beast outside. Chiemi's expression immediately darkened. She clearly knew what I was referring to. I have lots of questions, but right now I'm more interested in that scream I heard than anything else. That was... Huh? You know what I mean? She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous. This way, no point delaying the inevitable. Jimmy gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. Jesus. She led me down the path to the school dorm. Oh, Fusashi-san, you're okay. Congrats on surviving, Toilet Man. Thanks, Worm Futon Man. You okay too? Wait, where's Haruchan? Did she? Oh, she's fine. She suffered quite a shock, so she's taken a while to get dressed. Wrong voice, but whatever. I see. So the rest of you have already gotten a move on. How did you even handle being in there anyway? Were you asleep? As if I could. I had no idea where I could get out, so I just waited until I heard Jimmy Ami-chan's voice. Huh? You were awake? Yasunaga-kun made it sound like that was weird. You try sleeping in there, guy. You can't even sit, much less lie down. No, that's not what I see. I really hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious. Why are you here anyway? Waiting for Haruchan and keeping the lookout. A lookout? We're not letting anyone near the scene until the situation is clear. Scene? So someone actually... Want to see? It's a good way to test your stomach. Mochi, don't mess around like that. Yeah, I do. The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention I already smell something foul. I lightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. There was a corpse. It was such a horrible state it was hard to recognize it as human. Imagine this was what you would have gotten if you overturned a butcher's cart. That was how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Jesus Christ! Also, the butcher would have had to deal in entrails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out some human parts within the vast sea of blood, or mountain of death. Hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional. She kept hold of her interviewing tools even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors. The reporter died? Holy shit! Alright, well, the outsider we didn't care about's dead, but that's fine. So she died. Despite the body state, it wasn't hard to tell that the victim was Sasako Mamiya, the small-time food journalist. That thing. Did it come to me once it was done murdering her? This is awful. Are you alright? Feel nauseous or anything? Jimmy was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular. I got nothing to puke in. Well, I'm used to this. Is that what you were studying in college? Well, I guess you could say that. Huh, seriously? So you can do autopsies and stuff? When asked if they study medicine, I guess you could say that is what students from similar departments say to make themselves look good, but I did see a few pathology analyses. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this? I could, even if it wasn't much. The corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but they were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regard to bones or muscle position. Then her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words wolf down felt like the best way to put it. No shit, Sherlock. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching it. This is way beyond anything I've ever seen before. I could barely tell what happened here. I had an urge to add that this seemed inhuman. But I kept myself from saying that. Anyway, we should call the police. Leave it to the pros. I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to agree. Araki-san, the police won't come. Why wouldn't they? I mean, someone died. They won't. Then let's evacuate. That's not happening either. Why? We have my bike in their van. Anyway, with Fusashi-san, we now have all the survivors. Let's go to the dining hall. We'll wait for Haruchan. Yeah, you do that. Let's go, Haraki-san. Can I get an explanation? Sorry, but I'm not in the mood for explanations. Figure it out for yourself. It was the first time Jimmy had acted so harsh with me. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening here. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Jimmy said nothing more and just silently walked off. I followed after her. When we reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state. The front window was broken, all 4 tires were flattened, etc. My bike was on its side. Its front fork was broken. Well, it's basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There was a rock right next to it. Guess we had our weapon. And there were more remains inside the van. It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. Oh, the other guy died too? If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimoto-shi, I'd have assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses here. Okay, so both journalists died. Hashimoto-san. Jimmy slowly nodded. I now knew we'd lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well. Look there. She pointed at a wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair. The other power lines are fine, but the dining hall was destroyed along with the telephone line. We can't contact the outside. I took out my own phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and look, before it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than before. Look here, too. Chibi walked a few steps away. I followed after. There was a large boulder. It was tall enough to reach an average roof, and there were drawings on it. Oh, that's the symbol of the new day. Crimson symbol of sort. What did it represent? At first, it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like a calling card of some street gang. From what I could tell, the basis was a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape. 2 wolves have snuck into the village. We have to fight. Chemi made a quiet declaration. So there are 2 wolves out of 14 people left. Interesting. But we don't have any information on who the wolves could be. Obviously, they would kill the journalist first because the journalist had no idea what was going on. So them being in the area meant that both of them were going to die because they didn't know the customs. So that makes sense. I'm wondering if everyone also stayed separate from each other. That would make sense. Apparently, the settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to rid it of all means of escape or contacting help. I could understand that much, but it didn't make sense to me. This wasn't some isolated island. There was the cliff, sure, but you could still go down to Saranaga or go to Kami Fujiyoshi. I'd ask about that next time I had the chance. Sorry. Sorry I got mad. It must be hard for you, too. Don't worry about that. I'm just an outsider. Don't say that. Oh, poor choice of words on my part. I mean, I'm an outsider who doesn't know the rules, so I'm just silently watched for the time being. I'm tired, but I think I'm less shaken by this than most people, so I figured it's best for me to stay cool. I imagine even the elders here are more bothered by this. Haraki-san, are you really just some university graduate? What else could I be? I don't know, you seem way too calm about this, like you're used to situations like this. My nerves are pretty messed up, I guess. The small dining hall was jam-packed with people. You survived. Good morning, though I guess it's not very good considering what's going on. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare enough tea. Oh, it's okay. You did it, didn't you? The younger Oribe boy menaced me. No, I didn't. Why would you think that? Shut it! Where the hell do you get off strutting in like that? Stop it, Yoshibo. You're the one who needs to shut it. The hell? You're the one who said this bastard shady? Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly. I'm saying this ain't a matter for a brat like you, and you're bothering Kori-san, right? Takume-san, please come down. Let's keep it peaceful. It's fine, we'll talk it out. Thus I offer homage to Shinai, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Super religious, okay. Stop, Teba. That's a bad omen. Where's the key to the meeting hall? I gave it to Umatsu-sama too. Maybe 3 days ago. She said she'd fix the podium. Well, Missy? I'll go and get it. Oh, her! That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Umamatsu-sama was her name, huh? I thought our eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me. Wait! Maiko-chan, wait here for a moment. That girl was here too. Oh, and him! Deeper in there was Kiyonosuke no Satoshi, clearly irritated by something. And the old man! And not too far away there was the old man who cried wolf, just like yesterday. It was hard to tell what he was looking at, let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around. Mom, everyone, we're back. Come in, Haru-chan. Okay. The 3 students were here. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chemi did something unexpected. Mikako-san, can you wait a moment? She stopped the girl who was about to go out to get some key. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself. This is Haraki Fusashi-san. He crashed his bike and I met him in Saranaga. Oh, hello. Introduction? Now, why? This is Rikako Uematsu-san. Uematsu is made of the kanji for spin and end. Pretty rare, right? Well, she's the current head of the Uematsu household, one of the chief families from Kami Fujiyoshi. I'm Rikako Uematsu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I don't know how I'm going to do your voice, but sure. I'm bad with female voices, like I said. Or feminine voices. Oh, so she was a local celebrity, huh? Like Kiyonosuke's Nosato family. Ah, and that's Maiko-chan. We only call her that because we don't know her real name. But, hello there, nice to meet you. The girl they called Maiko trembled a bit and... Oh my. Whoa. Sprinted through the crowd to hide behind Rikako Uematsu. So what do I want to say, Jimmy? I suggest not inviting Haraki Fusiasi-san to the feast. I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room. Gee, that ain't how it works. The feast is there to help us decide if he's shitty or not, right? Their expressions were stern and their words harsh. No, I'm saying he doesn't even have the right to participate in this feast. The hell are you talking about? He's the shittiest of us all. Yoshi-kun, did you prepare for the feast? Huh? Yeah, I did. Who didn't? How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about. Me, probably. I don't know what that entails. The other two who didn't prepare for the feast were taken by the corruption. However, Haraki-san wasn't. I think the Okami-sama ignored him. Okami-sama? As in Wolf-sama? Why the reverence? What was she even talking about? He's from Saranaga, sure, but he clearly just passed by. In fact, I think he'd get in the way of the feast. No, for all we know, forcing him into the feast would just make the Okami-sama mad. What do you think, Bachan? Did you really survive without preparation? What was I supposed to do? Purify, shelter, dream? Basically cleanse your body, lock up in a single building all by yourself, and wait for dawn while asleep? I didn't then. I was in the outhouse by myself, but that's it. I didn't bathe and I spent the night awake. The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer. I don't know. This never happened before. Taisan sounded genuinely puzzled. Interesting. So we are not only Enigma for being an outsider, but we're an Enigma for doing the complete opposite of what you're supposed to do. Interesting. We are legitimately an Enigma. What do you think, Rikako-san? I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here, but Chiemi asked for Rikako Uematsu's opinion. I consent to the idea. If our great Lord Shinai chose to spare him, he must be exempt from the rules of the mountain. The words created even more commotion. So there. Chiemi, you know what you're doing, right? If we remove him... Yeah, we won't have to waste our hanging for the day. Old man, what do you think? It was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Kanzo Makishima-shi. He won't be in the feast. Old man, but... Glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gathering and approached me. Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical to someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place of someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage. If the laws of the mountain don't work on you, it'll be our rules you follow. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead. He spoke slowly yet decisively. Man, that was uncomfortable. Hold on, if he can be excluded, I would like the same to happen to Rikako-san and I. Oh, why? We're from Kamifuji-yoshi. We have no reason to play along with Saranaga's business. Nosato-sama, that won't do. If you're here on the day of the feast, it doesn't matter if you're Nosato or Matsu, Miguruma or Higuchi. Uncle, that means Yasun and I could leave too. You're both disinherited. That's different. Why must people that are still part of the four families take part in this idiocy? Listen here, Kyo. Don't call me that, Muro. Let's get Rikako-san. We have no reason to play with these peasants. No, Nosato-sama. Those in Fujiyoshi have a duty to remain present. All remains in the hands of Shinai-sama, and we now gather upon the platter named Yasumizu. But... If you got a problem, then get out. Let the corruption take you. Kyonosuke eventually fell silent, and Rikako left to get the key, probably. She returned in no time, and everyone began leaving. You're not coming with us. Alright, where to then? Takumi, is the cage open? Well, yeah, alright, I'll take him. Come with me. Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. We made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At a den next to the wild trees on a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a bit of work. This is where we keep the live game we capture. Sorry, but you'll have to wait here. I can't say no, can I? Don't take it the wrong way, okay? You'll be out once we're done with the feast. It won't take long. Okay, so this is literally a game of Werewolf. So we just got jailed. So for those who don't know the game of Werewolf, there's essentially two werewolves, or in the case of Mafia, like two Mafia, and there's a bunch of villagers, and some villagers have like specific perks that can be used. And if you figure out whose perks are whose, then that works. But it seems like that everyone could technically have a perk in this case. The reason I'm saying that is because if you play the game Town of Salem, it's very, very similar to that. So this seems like it would be similar to the jailer perk, where one person at night gets jailed and they are prevented from doing anything. In Town of Salem, if you're the serial killer, you would kill the jailer if they didn't execute you. But I believe in the base game of Werewolf and Mafia, the jailer just cages them for the night to prevent it. In this case, they're doing it early, but I imagine they're probably going to be leaving Haraki in there for the night, because the cage should at least contain the werewolf if that is there, or it would break, signifying who the werewolf is. That's what I can assume, but not sure yet. But it seems like we might have like specific roles in play. I'm also thinking to like One Night Ultimate Werewolf. I don't think we're gonna have a tanner. There probably is not a doctor. Yeah, 2 werewolves for 2 victims. That makes sense. Villagers, there might be a spirit medium, and what like the spirit medium does, and if we play Town of Salem, they talk to the dead, but they would work similar to an investigator, where they can see who like is what. So I'm wondering if there are going to be specific roles, and if we play one of those roles. I don't know. There's a lot, but like this seems like a jailer sort of situation. Don't take it the wrong way, okay? Once we're done with the feast, it won't take long. And I can't get any details, huh? Yeah, I do feel bad about this, but you should be thankful you don't need to take part in the feast. How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't even know what the feast was? I'd have asked, but he looked pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with, so I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague but very clear scent of beasts. Can I lie down here? I figured I should sleep whenever I can. Man, you're brash. No, just a coward. I don't want to die is all. That was why I'd abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I laid down and closed my eyes. 4 points. The ground was hard and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said, about my strange memories, and about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down the rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Another thing. For some reason, I felt like I'd spend the eternity of this time just watching the battle, so I decided that I'd focus on resting in preparation for what was to come. Yep, so this is the discussion. Oh, Mochi's a girl. I didn't realize that. I think. Crossdresser? I'm not sure. Okay, so everyone is discussing. Everyone's sitting? Then let's begin the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Rimatsu-sama, if you may. This is a sacred sake presented to us by Shina-sama. Please drink it, starting from the youngest. Sake. You just put your mouth to it. No drinking for you kids. Not like it'd kill me. Stop it, Yoshitsugu. Just you say something too, Yasunaga. Yoshitsugu, this is just for tradition's sake. Tick, shut it. I know how it is, Aniki. Jimmy's saying don't drink if you're under 21, or depending on what your age is there. I don't want to drink this. Haru-chan, just kiss it. There, done. And I'm done too. Same here, Chini. Alright, adult time. Here I go. This is enough for me. It's better than I expected, Muro. We're drinking sake during the day. This feast is something. Here, old man. Don't spill it, Teba. I have it. Can you hold it, mister? Sake. That's done. Teba, explain. Okay. How are we? So I guess we're knowing this as the player to like understand what's going on. And see everyone. You all know the tales, don't you? When the evening mist comes, the Okami-sama, the wolves, come back to life and try to slay the humans. There are 2 symbols of the Yomotsu Okami. That means that 2 wolves have risen. That's why you must do as Shinai-sama says, and throw feasts so we can find and hang them using the powers of the guardians some of us were given. Yeah, so, okay, so this is literally Werewolf. Oh, this is sick. If we don't, so, but if the wolves figure out who has what powers, then that would... Oh, are we the lookout? We might be the lookout. If we were awake the entire night, that means that we could technically see who's doing what, or like what's happening. We might have one of those powers. I think we might be a lookout. Once again, I don't know what the powers are in this game, but it seems like that's the case. We might have a jailer, is what I'm guessing. I would say there's a doctor, and then an investigator or like a spirit sage. If we don't, we'll be taken by the corruption. That means dying a horrible death. To avoid the corruption, we must have feasts to slay the wolves. That is our role as inhabitants of Yasumizu. Oni-chan, what does slay mean? It means kill. Scary. It's fine. I'll protect you. Sorry for the interruption, Yamawaki-san. It's okay. Children always do that. She's not the only one among us who could be a wolf. Good grief, what nonsense. If that's what you think, then just fuck off and let the corruption have ya. Yoshitsugu! Oribe-san, I'm concerned about your son's upbringing. I'm like this because I want to be. Don't drag the hag into this. Shut up, Yoshitsugu. I'll punch you. What, Takumi-ni? The hell are you acting tough for? If I say I'll punch you, I will. You too, Kyo. Just shut up and listen. Humph, you don't have the guts. You hear that? Adults don't let stuff like that get to them. Anyway, Bachan, this doesn't seem right to me. I've been hearing about this ever since I was young, but it never made sense to me. We've been here for as long as we could remember. With the exception of Maiko, we all know each other. They've been replaced by wolves? Like, hell, they're the same as always. Takumi, you're being naive. What? You're saying there's someone shady among us? Everyone's shady. Oji-chan. You be careful too, Haru. Even beasts can trick people, and people trick better than any beast. There are things here acting like they're one of us. Why are you so confident? There's truth in what the ancestors said. Well, if you say so. That's just what Yasumizu's name is gonna say, isn't it? Chikamochi? Again, you irreverent little... Mochi, stop. I'm sorry. So what do we do now? What do you mean? We talk and decide, right? Will that be enough? I mean, we're deciding who to kill here, aren't we? He is the most protagonist person. What's his name again? Yasunaga? Yasunaga is the most protagonist person here. The thing is, I'm not getting Danganronpa vibes from this. So, this game was made in 2015. Danganronpa was out for a little bit, so this game could be inspired by Danganronpa, in a way, because Danganronpa does have inspiration in a lot of different visual novel death games. And while Yasunaga is the most protagonist-like person, and Chiemi is like the second, like usually the sidekick to the protagonist, which she is in this case. Usually that means that both of them would be like dying early in a sense. Usually when it comes to Danganronpa sort of stuff, usually they kind of get like the whole thing is your favorites will get killed first. I'm guessing that they're going to be getting rid of somebody if they do decide to hang somebody, which they probably will. I'm gonna take a guess that they're going to be hanging somebody who is not as impactful, just to keep the story light. I would say either the old man or Haru is what I'm thinking, or Yoshitsuga, possibly though. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take a guess if they are gonna hang somebody. I'm gonna say that they're gonna hang the old man. Everyone will say what they think, then we'll narrow down to the most reasonable opinion. Chini, what do you think? Or Chieni? I think it's a mess. We've already had people who think no one's shady and those who think everyone is. Yammering on and on about something that can't be reasonably decided is a waste of time. Besides, in the end, it's just going to be decided by whoever's most influential. What are you getting at? Don't worry too much, Jimmy. Most of us here are Yasumizu brothers and sisters, so it'll work out in the end. I appreciate that you're being so considerate, but she does have a point. So, in a game of... This is baffling. I love this. I love this so much because it's actually talking about actual playing of Town of Salem and even like Among Us and One Night Ultimate Werewolf and such. When you're playing One Night Ultimate Werewolf, which is like the one version, like the one-time version of this, usually it is... How do I put this? When you're playing One Night Ultimate Werewolf, usually you're playing with a group that like there's no real influential person. You're gonna have one person who plays the game horribly wrong and decide to like go back through everything and just ruin a whole plan for like somebody who just became werewolf because roles start changing and all this sort of stuff. Because, well, that's if like there's the changing version of it. I forget, like there's like a mobile version. Otherwise, for one, there's like other One Night Ultimate Werewolf. There's so much rules and such. For actual werewolf, it takes multiple rounds, but if you are playing with a group that is well known, right? You have some like well-known people in it. Either they're going to be the first to get killed because they're well known, or they have so much influence that they proceed. Weirdly enough, you could associate them as like streamer based, and like same with Among Us. I've actually talked about this on streams before with my experience with Among Us. And with what like King Cheese and a few other of my friends have pointed out. Like, for reference's sake, I played Among Us as part of some some Danganronpa friends charity stream, or like some actual streams in the past, and then also some charity streams. But there was a common rule that you never trust Kit. And that was the constant thing. You never trust Kit. I'm really good at lying. I'm really good at deception. I'm really good with charisma. So the whole goal was never trust him. You never trust me. It's the worst idea, so on and so forth. But if you watch those streams that I've been a part of, if I'm not getting myself killed immediately just from trolling around, I last the entire time. Why does that happen? The thing is, there are a bunch of streamers, and streamers want to focus on content and want to focus on what is the most entertaining to their people. Whether it's, trying to figure out the best word, whether it's not known to them or not, whether like they just kind of go with the flow of it and realize that's the best thing to do, or whether it's known and they're just making sure so that it is good content. I stayed alive, even though I shouldn't have been. I should always have been the first to die in a lot of cases, as Cheese has pointed out. But I was always kept alive because of my influence and because I was generating this content for a lot of streams. It sounds odd, but if you go back and watch that, you can very much tell that the more chaos and the more randomness I was causing in those streams, the more people were keeping me alive, because a lot of people were streaming other than myself. And even though everyone's like, don't trust Kit, get Kit killed immediately. And in games that I played off stream, usually I'd be the first to die anyway, so they didn't have to deal with that. But when it comes to a stream sense, they keep me around. That happens, I think, in a lot of situations where who is the one providing the most content? Who is the biggest person that's also there? Those two are going to be the ones, unless they're one and the same, those two people are going to be around the entire time. So in this case, you got like the two elders here, where they are the most influential. They're the ones who pretty much have control of this town. Whatever they say could technically go, meaning that the other people could be screwed. The problem is who are they charismatic enough to get everyone to be able to influence the vote, or is everyone going to turn on them immediately? In this case, it's possible that everyone's just going to turn on them immediately because they talk about the familiar ties. But realistically, I think a lot of people would listen to them because they're unsure, they're scared. The fear into them is so worrisome that they're going to listen to people who may have had to go through this before, which would be Tai and Kazuo. What's his name? Kanzo, excuse me. That's what I'm thinking, at least, and that's why like the old man and Haru are like the two that are at the lowest totem pole, is because Haru's making a big stink about everything and is just annoying people, which people don't want to deal with annoying people in this game. And the old man, while he probably knows what's also going on, because of his catatonic state, it kind of seems like he is also useless. So the smart thing to do would be getting rid of one of those two, just because they're not going to be really useful in the investigation. The old man more so is best to get rid of, because Haru you could probably influence to make specific decisions. But that means that if Haru survives until the next death, if Haru dies by the werewolves, then that's a win for the survivors. If she doesn't, she might be too scared to listen to anybody. So you got to play the middle ground a lot in this game, but if you're influential, it's good that you're influential, because that means that you could be getting the target off the werewolves by having the more influential people around and the smarter people. It's all a game of, it's a mind game, the psychological factors. That's why I really love Among Us and Town of Salem, but it's also the reason why it's hard for me to play these games off stream. Town of Salem, I can, because you could hide your name, but I also have a specific way of typing, even if I try to fake it. So it's hard. But I cannot play Among Us off stream, because if there's no content being created there, the general gist is Kit needs to die first, which sucks. So I'd have to play with randoms. And even at that point, it usually doesn't go well, because as soon as I start putting forth my charisma and being able to convince people, the first game usually goes pretty well, and then after that it starts faltering because no one wants to deal with that sort of thing. I'm sorry I'm talking a lot about this while we're talking the visual novel. I just really love the mind games of these games, and it's why I really enjoy them. In the past, I would have loved to play Among Us a whole lot more. I would have loved to play more Town of Salem. We haven't played Town of Salem because we had some bad actors who stream sniped and cheated, and it just ruined everything. And Among Us, as much as it was fun to watch, and I highly recommend going to Weeby News or SHSL Blaze for their stream archives of the Among Us streams, or I think Neko Andromeda might still have hers from way back when. or like Imamura Cross, who might have rods as well. Those streams I've been on, the chaos was great and everything. And I would have wanted to stream more, but no one really wanted to play Among Us with me after the fact because, and as Cheese and others have pointed out, I'm just really good at the game that it scares everybody. And that's the problem. But I'd love to play more. I really would love to stream like more Among Us if we got a full group of 10 and did Among Us like once a week. I think that would be fun, but that would mean people being available and people who want to play with me. So anyway, we're talking about killing someone here. Plus it gets worse. If you don't want to pick someone close to you, you'll choose someone else. Someone you don't like or a stranger. Personally, I think you shouldn't let that kind of thing affect your decision. It'd be a grave mistake. Hey, I'm trying to say that killing out and all that shit is insane and we should stop it. That won't do, Takumi. Botron's saying the same thing. That's why we gotta talk it out, you know? I know what you're trying to say, but... can I? Hartron's speaking. What's the likelihood of the guy Chiani brought being the one who killed the journalists? See, what did I just say? I don't think he did. It's just my gut, though. What about you guys? Takumi, you said he's shady. Yeah, I did, but like Jimmy said, we shouldn't make decisions based on that. Also, the guy's... Oh, this is like the blackmailer, maybe. Also, the guy's weird, but I don't think he'd do something like that. I'm with you on that. This is our problem, so we should solve it by ourselves. Isn't that basically choosing someone based on who you like? So how do you think we should choose, Kiyonosuke-san? I believe majority rule is the most reliable method here, Yasunaga Oribe-kun. Hail democracy and all that, that's not very like you. I'm merely saying that there's no better way to get the common opinion of this many people. Also, talking it out and making the decision that is basically taking the conclusion most people agree with, no? That's the same as majority rule. Otherwise, like you mentioned, everything would be decided by whoever had the most influence. Who would that be here in Yasumizu? Kanzo Makishimashi, Tai Yamawaki-san? And who would be killed? Me, of course, the non-local. Is that foolish considering the people deciding might themselves be wolves? Nosato-san. Just so you are aware, I have no intention of dying. At the very least, I want a method where I have a say in what happens. He's right. There should be a discussion. As much as you might hate Nosato, he is right. I'm against that. Majority rule, yeah, you'll get a conclusion, but there's no guarantee you'll be right. That's the thing. You don't know what's right. That's the point. I still think talking it out and deciding then is the best. Speaking of which, what would we even talk about? Taiba-chan, you said something about the Guardians of the Mountain lending us aid, right? Yes, the snake, the monkeys, the crow, and the spider will lend us their aid. So there's 4 rows. Do you know the details? The snake! Hold fire. You know about it? The snake can ask the mountain who's a wolf. Okay. So, a snake is essentially the investigator. There are 2 monkeys. They both know who the other monkey is. Okay, so these... if I'm also relating this to Nosha. So, you have... I don't remember what the role is in Nosha, but essentially you'll be able to see if the person who died... or you'll be able to see if somebody was a Nosha or not. And then the 2 monkeys are like gatekeepers. They both know who the other monkey is, but they're both innocent. The crow can ask the mountain if the hanged one was a wolf. So this would be the doctor, saying if they got it right or not. The spider can ask the mountain to protect someone from the wolves, but only for 1 night. And then the bodyguard. Okay, so here's what we got. So we got the investigator or the sage. So they can go to the mountain and say, hey, is Haruaki a wolf? And the mountain would say yes or no. So that's the first thing. The 2 monkeys, they are both essentially the town guard or guard duty is what it was in Nosha. There technically would be the survivor technically in Town of Salem, but the thing is you could obviously lie about it. In Nosha, guard duty was proven fact, like 100% proven. The monkeys obviously would lie, but that means the other monkey knows who it is, so it's like pointless to lie about that because both monkeys would just... It's them. But the thing is, since there's 2 of them, it could be both werewolves, so you just... If the monkey is out themselves, you get rid of the monkeys, and if somebody else is saying that they're a monkey, then all 3 of them would get killed. That's how that would go. The crow is... I think it was the doctor. I think that's what it was in Nosha. This would be... In Town of Salem, there's not really that because it'll tell you if you were right or not. I'll tell you their role, but in this case, it essentially lets them see if they were right about their guess or not. But once again, people can take the roles and lie. And the spider could ask the mountain to protect someone, says the bodyguard. They cannot protect themselves, but the bodyguard can keep protecting the same person over and over. What I'm guessing happened is Chiemi might be the spider, and she protected Haruaki. But that's in this timeline. In the other one, he went out to go investigate, and that did not go well. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I've been told too. The wolf has come! I wasn't aware you knew this. I thought you were just senile, but it looks like you're pious too. Anyway, that means some of us here should have those powers. What do you mean? Wait, do God and the Guardians even exist? Isn't it just some serial killer using old folktales as a cover? Haru-chan, God really does exist. You just believe he does. No, all of us must have seen Shinai-sama at least once in our lives. But that's... Calm down, Haru-chan. Are you alright? Yes, sorry. Whether it's true or not, we should start by putting together what we know. It's too early to decide anything. Let's make the Guardian thing a bit easier to understand. Can't you youngins remember the old tales better? I can! The snake sees, the monkeys hold hands, the crow tastes, the spider protects. The snake can discover the wolves among the people. It's also the guardian beast of the Biguruma family. The monkeys know for certain that the other monkeys aren't wolves. It's a guardian beast of the Higuchi family. The crow can tell if the one who died is a wolf or not. It's my family Nosato's guardian beast. That's pretty sad. Silence, and the spider can keep the wolves from entering someone's home. It's the Omatsu guardian. Indeed, each family's crest represents their guardians too, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have the power. How do those chosen by these guardians use their powers? The snake writes the name of one still living person or something and puts it under their pillow before bed. The next morning, Shinasama tells them whether it's a human or a wolf. There are two monkeys, and Shinasama tells them who the other monkey is the moment they're granted protection. The crow is told whether the person who was hanged the day before is a human or not. The spider writes the name of one still living person and places it on their pillow. That person will be protected from the wolves, but only for one night. With these methods, we must use the powers of the guardians to pick someone to hang each day. If we get all the wolves, we win. If the wolves get everyone else, we lose. Do you understand now? Yes, but where did you even learn this? I heard about it from my Oba-chan. God, my nose! Sneezing sucks, bro. Good shit. Good shit everywhere. Wait, that means that those who have village head family blood have their guardians, right? I'm not sure about that. I mean, we don't have anyone with Biguruma blood, disowned or not. I heard that the guardians are very fickle about who they lend their aid to. Then who are they? If they reveal it, they might make themselves targets for the wolves. Won't get anything done if we can't talk about it, though. You think so? But if... Oh, screw this. We're wasting time here. Listen up. My guardian's the snake. Oh. Huh? What? Tokumini, is that true? How did you even know that? I forgot to explain that. The guardians come when we're dreaming and leave mark for their chosen ones. If you wish to borrow their power, write it up and put it under your pillow. The mark will give you their answer. Yeah, I had a mark on me. I don't remember the dream, though. The snake sees. Does that mean Takumi-Nichi-chan already knows who the other wolves here? No, as I said, he has to write it up. He can only choose one person per night. Huh? So we won't know anything until tomorrow morning? Yes. Can I ask something, Muro? What is it? Why did you reveal such important information for no reason? Because he's shit at the game. So here's the thing. He's either actually the snake or he's the wolf. You probably would remember the dream, though. So, like, he's probably the wolf. Or he's just really dumb, which it could be either. What do you mean, why? We have no other information to go on. Based on what's been said, the snake's powers is very important. It makes you a very powerful asset in the fight against the wolves. So revealing it like you did puts you in grave danger. Huh, I ain't scared at all. How could you say that? Did you see what those monsters did to those people? Oh, so you believe in monsters? It was a figure of speech. Anyway, this turn of events has cost us a valuable weapon. Don't you just decide that? You don't know shit. Wolf or not, revealing that you are the snake is the worst possible thing you can do. Like, if you're playing a deduction game, revealing that you have probably the strongest power, which is investigating to see if somebody is a wolf or not, is one of the worst things that you can do. In my honest opinion, it's just as somebody who likes playing these games, it is the worst thing you can do. By revealing that, you have now forced the bodyguard, so in this case, it would be the spider, to protect you at least one night. It seems like this is a one and done sort of thing. Previously, like in Town of Salem and other games, you could constantly keep protecting the same person over and over again. But in this game, it's one and done. So the bodyguard now has to protect Takumi this next night. So regardless, Takumi is alive this next time, unless the bodyguard is incredibly stupid. So Takumi is at least saved for one more time, as long as they don't hang him because it's too worrisome. So it's like revealing this has given you, at least in a game now where you know that you're only able to survive for one more night, Takumi is 1000% going to die the next day unless the wolves are beyond dumb, which is possible. Yes, I do. Listen to me, everyone. Anything you say here is free information for the wolves. We should talk things out without overplaying our hands, yeah? Nosato's smart. I like him. That's true, and it gave me an idea. I'm the one speaking now. Quiet, fool. Yasu, speak. Huh? To make the best use of Takumi's reveal, the spider should protect him. Yep, but that's the only thing that they can do. The spider among us, without revealing his or her identity, should write his name down, I suppose, and protect him. That would keep him safe. What do you think? Sounds good to me. Yasu, old man, you'll be safe today as the snake to tell you about something. Whatever he finds out will definitely be correct, right? Right. Unless he's lying. Takumi Nichan, can you promise you won't lie no matter who you investigate and what results you get? You can't trust the wolves! Of course I won't. Isn't that good enough for today? I don't think we could hang anyone without any kind of proof. You sure that's okay? Why wouldn't it be? Just sitting around and waiting doesn't suit me, okay? I know that. Oh, by the way, I think Takumi should tell us who he'll investigate. Why? So if you investigate someone and don't like the result, you can't lie that you actually investigated someone else. What the? I wouldn't lie. That's reasonable. I say it's necessary for Muro, considering how sympathetic he is to Mizu's inhabitants. So dumb! You're so dumb. Oh, okay. So this is. I'm going to be explaining why this is the dumbest thing you can do. Okay. So first off, very strong way of Yasunobu. Is that his name? Yasunaga. Excuse me. I'm going to be getting names wrong. I apologize. Yasunaga, very smart to say for the spider to protect. So this gives a buffer, is what this does. Because the wolves, based on the intellect that is being presented here, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. So because of that, if both wolves realize that they're not the sharpest tools in the shed, they will fully believe that Takumi is being protected. However, he should not be protected tonight based on what is being said. This is providing a buffer. This means that the protection can go to somebody else who might need it more now that it's being openly said for Takumi to go. If I were a werewolf in this case, I would still attack Takumi regardless because there's two of you. It seems like here the werewolves can each kill one person differently. They don't have to kill the same person. In previous games, you usually have to kill the same person, but but in this game, it seems like they can kill separately. If that is the case, then protecting Takumi is the best idea because he can be targeted at least by one of the wolves, and the wolves can still get rid of somebody else in that case. One person is absolutely destined to die as a result. So in this case, it's good to announce it. If the wolves had to decide collectively on who to kill one person, then this would be a baller play. Absolutely baller, because that means you just save Takumi by tricking the wolves to do it. And if I had to decide, I probably would not kill Takumi this night, just on a safety sake, and try to kill the next night. Just to see what exactly happened. If we attack somebody else and that other person that we attacked got protected, then that means that we fell for it, hang your heads in shame, and just attack the same person again because they're screwed anyway. So that way at least you don't waste it, and that means the bodyguard can now waste theirs and probably Takumi. So there's a lot of different mind games, but it's smart that they were doing this. However, since there's two separate ones, I'd still probably protect Takumi in this case because the wolves can attack separately. That's reasonable. It's necessary for Muro, considering how sympathetic he is to Yasumizu's inhabitants. He's not that special in that regard. Everyone wants to protect their own, but the situation doesn't allow that. There's another positive to that. We can all discuss and decide who we should investigate first, right? True, I'd like to talk about that too. Who do you think I should go for, Yasunaga? I'm not too sure, but I think we should start with the one who's most likely to be unjustly chosen to be hanged. That would be me. Honestly, I feel as though I can't even speak if I'm not confirmed to be human. You're speaking quite a lot if you ask me. I'll investigate Kyo, is that okay? And by me, I would personally investigate. I have to use the restroom actually, but I will talk about, once again, I'm loving this because I can talk about I love these sort of games, which is why I really like this. So I'm going to be right back. Give me 1 second and I'll talk about who I would choose as a snake. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's talk about the snake, or the sage in this case. So the way that works is that they get to choose somebody and they get to figure out what their position is. If I was actually the snake, so this is not me pretending to be a werewolf, I would probably say whoever the group spoke of first, but I would probably make it one of the middle tiers. So let me explain. For Kyo to say to be targeted, that means that Kyo is now Kyo is a human, killing Kyo is the best idea. Because like if there's two werewolves attacking separately, one attacking Takumi and one attacking Kyo is the best idea for right now. That means that if the bodyguard does protect, then Takumi's 100% dead the next day. And that way that the snake stuff is wasted on Kyo. So that is the best case. Them actively saying who they're going to investigate is a terrible idea, because if they're human, that means they're going to die. And if they're not human and the snake is telling the truth, then that's fine. The reason why it would be beneficial for the wolves to kill that is so that way the survivors get as little information as possible for who is who. And this is something that the snake would want to internalize to get a good idea before fully revealing it to play their trump card without revealing themselves. In my opinion, once again, people play the game different, but this is how I would see it. That all being said, the reason why you don't want to do one of the higher ups is because they have more influence. So the two people, Tai and Gonzo, doing one of those two would be a bad idea because they have high influence, meaning that you probably couldn't sway them if one of them were actually a wolf. And while you might find out one of them is a wolf and you would have that information for later, not a good idea. I also would not choose Yasunobu. I said his name right? Yasunaga. God damn it. Yasunaga. He does seem to be the smartest one here, which is definitely good. But I wouldn't want to figure him out either openly. If we're doing this where we openly are saying somebody, I would say Kyo, or I'd say somebody. And Yasunaga probably would be a good contender, but I would probably choose one of the 6 people who are to the right of Yasunaga. Reason for this is because those 6 can easily skate under. If you can figure out who the middle players are, you would want to investigate at least one of the middle players, because they're not going to be killed by a wolf more than likely, but they're also, if they're a wolf, they're not going to be realized because they're playing the middle field. So one of the 6 on the right side would probably be my go-to. However, if we did not say out loud who we're going to do, that would be what I would do. By saying who we're going to, I would actually choose Yasunaga, because that way I know if, and this would be also saying that like if they openly say, hey, investigate Kyo, and they didn't know who the snake was, I would investigate the smartest person to see if they were on my side or not, and then keep that information internally until it was needed. We're not hanging anyone today. Is that really fine? Yeah, it's gonna be fine. That's it for today. I was woken up by several voices. He's actually sleeping. Was anyway. We're done for today. Sorry for the wait. Good to hear. How? Unfortunately, waking up proved that this whole mess wasn't just a nightmare. So is the feast some sort of ritual? The kind you do to ward off evil or whatever? No, it's more of a gathering. I see. So you try to find the culprit. Haraki-san, you don't beat around the bush, do you? Yeah, I realize I'm a real victim here, so I need information. It's a tall order to stay alive without any. Takumi Nichan, can't tell him about this? Yeah, better you than me. I've got to go clean up and stuff. Takumi-san walked away. Clear up the bodies, I assume? Yeah, Teiba-chan probably won't let us off until we've sent the Yombito to Saranaga. You're supposed to preserve the scene of a crime, right? This is doing the exact opposite. Then again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place. Here's my first question then. Let's take this somewhere more private. Okay, so, sorry. One thing I will say is this is what my prediction is so far, and I'm going to write this down just off of my like initial stuff. So I'm going to put down who I think the snake, the monkeys, the crow, and the spider are, as well as both werewolves. Okay. So as far as the snake goes, do I think it's Takumi? He doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed, but obviously there could be some playing around. That being said, based on what is all happening in this preemptive time, and the fact that he was fine with bringing Haraki over, that tells me he actually is the snake more than likely. That's my take. If he's not, very, very good play. Starting off to fake it, and especially faking when you're bringing Haraki over there, because once again, there's not just the talk gathering, there's also outside of this, so there's a little bit more play there. But I do think he's probably not the sharpest tool in the shed, and probably is the snake. As for the monkeys, I am going to say it's the old man alongside Haru. The reason why I'm saying the old man and Haru is because she doesn't know. She's probably mortified with knowing that she's with the man, as like the two monkeys who know each other, and she probably is going to have a hard time like trying to convince. But since the old man seems senile, no one wants to believe him, and Haru doesn't want to like give away her position. Now the crow. So the crow could see who died the previous night during the hanging. Currently, nobody is going to be using that power. I'm going to say it's Kaori. I don't really have too much of a say on who that is, or who is the crow, but they're not super present right now, so that tells me that they could have probably been one. I don't think any of the people who died are like have lost that, so that's the case there. And then as for the spider, who's the bodyguard, I think that is Chiemi, and I think Chiemi, depending on the timeline, Chiemi tried to save you or didn't try to save you. Well, tried to save you, but then like left the area. But in this path, because the lock held, Chiemi probably is the one there. Now who I think the werewolves are, I'm going to say Mochi as one of them. And I'm going to say probably Tay. Once again, these are my initial impressions I don't know specifics, and we'll probably get some more information to start piecing it together. But for right now, that's what I'm feeling. I would not be surprised, though, if this game pulls a switch and Haruaki becomes a werewolf in a different timeline. It's possible. Or that none of this matters and everyone can be different. It's possible. Jimmy took me to the place where I met Rikaku, Umatsu, and Maiko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Saranaga. You could say that this is the heart of our religion, the graveyard of the hanging pine. Now, that's a hell of a name. The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than that in the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit farther. The hanging pine had to be the old-looking tree at the edge. Is this really a graveyard? Yes, I don't know about the ones in the actual settlement, but these stones here were all graves. Remember how you tripped on one of them? Pretty bad move, huh? Better apologize. Huh, seriously? Should have told me sooner. Yasumizu's ancestors, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I thought that'd scare you. I know you didn't really have a choice, but I brought you to a half-ruined village with monsters in it. You believe in monsters? I asked, ignoring what I'd seen for myself. Yeah, I do. Chemi's voice resounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air. I didn't think you were the type. And you're the type who's weirded out by that. I wouldn't go that far. Bullshit, I could see it all over your face. Was that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believe stuff like that despite a lack of actual proof. That was probably how it was. Can I have a reason? What? I don't have one. Not sure I believe that. Well, if I do, it's because I've seen God. That was, see? You're weirded out. Tell me more. Wow, not bailing out after that? For now, let's focus on the immediate issue. She was hiding something. It was either that hard to explain or a lot more important than she was acting. About this feast thing, huh? Alright then. Chimmy's explanation. Yeah, been waiting for this. A graveyard probably wasn't the place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose, and it didn't seem like we have to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Jimmy had told me. First, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend. There must have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I just treated it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worship a god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai, or just Shinai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on was called Mount Shinai, meaning this religion defied a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Ukami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty. Though the Ukami-sama watched over the hunt, the Ukami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkey defied the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire along with the other important bits of information. The crow pecked at and ate upon the flesh of the Yombito, the enemies of Shinasan. The spider warded off the Yombito and ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yombito did indeed mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I suspected before, it was thought they had something to do with the corruption, death, and land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned from Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals, and humans were facing Yombito. Apparently, that was still how it was in Kama Fujiyoshi, the leading part of Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the Great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the 5 beasts, including the Okami-sama and the Shinasai, were still worshipped there. In Yasumizu, however, things were a bit different. The legend here had a turning point where the humans, snake, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of the cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been when the 4 head families, who were said to have the blood of the 4 guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Miguruma, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nosato, and the spider was Uematsu. However, it didn't end there. The Ukami-sama joined the Yombito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomito territory, and the Ukami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mists came. The Ukami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That was why the people of Yasumizu, who lived next to Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill 1 person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages, but was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all had drank some sake and chose someone to kill. That more or less explains everything. I see. It was a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of the guardian divinities, and we're still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get. I won't tell this to anyone else but you, but I'm pretty sure I saw the Okami-sama. No way, where? I took a peek through a space of the outhouse door, so I didn't get a good look. I couldn't tell her that I had a realistic dream where I was killed. In a human body in the head of a wolf, I think. No way. Can I take that as he seriously saw it? Yeah, a human body in a wolf head matches up with the depiction of the Okami-sama and Shinasai's festivals and the defied images in Kamafuji-yoshi. Before I saw it, though, I heard a woman scream, so I figured that thing killed Mamiya-san. Was that the brutalization you told me about? I mean, if it killed and replaced her, you wouldn't have hit her body, right? Sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Shina-san is very strict with his laws and gives various punishments to those who break them. You mentioned something like that? Basically, they broke the rule of preparing for the feast by bathing, locking up in a room all by yourself and sleeping. That's why it's believed they died to the corruption. Gotcha. So if they actually slept through everything... interesting. I couldn't see how you get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important. Basically, you didn't tell me about the laws and turned me into a toilet man so I could die, huh? No. Listen, I honestly thought there was no way an outsider could survive. But I wanted to at least find a way that gave you a shot at making it through the night, because I didn't want to let you die. And look at that, I'd actually survived. Yeah, sorry, but I really didn't expect this. Shame, I didn't get splashed, huh? Don't be like that, I'm actually really glad you didn't die. I wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least you tried, right? So that scream really was Mamiya-san's, huh? Or was it someone who got brutalized? No, I'm not really sure. From what you told me, it's possible that was... Nope, hold on. That was Doge. Doge says hi, everybody. So from what you told me, it's possible that was your scream and that the Okami-sama already replaced you. Well, it's possible, but I know for well I'm no wolf, and that's what I'm going to say. Just like everyone else, huh? Fair point. Now this was a predicament. Question 1. Ask away. Are those marks only proof that there were 2 wolves? I recall the strange symbols on the large rock, the 2 warped diamonds with spirals inside. Yeah, the mark represents the Okami-sama returning from Yomi, so since there are 2 marks, it stands to reason there are 2 wolves. So it's speculation. Not much reason to question it, though. We have these annual mountain festivals, and there's always a guardian costume parade. The number of wolves in the parade is announced in a similar way. So it's normal for there to be multiple wolves, huh? Yeah, in Shinosaima's shrine, for example, you have 3 wolf statues. For the festival, the Miguruma divine the number of wolves or something, and they then record that number overnight, by leaving those marks on the stones, huh? No, Kamafuji-yoshi doesn't have Okiba, those stones I mean, so they apparently draw them on the shrine grounds. Apparently? The people of Yasumizu are taught to wait for the guardians in Yasumizu, so I never saw the marks myself. So one of those marks is Kamafuji-yoshi means 1 wolf in the parade. Not exactly, the wolf sign in Kamafuji-yoshi isn't as warped for one. The mark with the spiral and the diamond is only the sign of the wolves that came back from Yomi. It's a Yasumizu thing, so they don't have it in Kamafuji-yoshi. I see, but still, the number of wolves and marks match up. Yep, a 3 wolf festival is considered good luck there. Chami herself didn't look the least bit happy to talk about it. Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there were at most 3 Okami-sama wolves. So at most there were 3, but there's only 2. So somebody could have... Oh! Somebody tried to kill us and then we got protected. Interesting. Oh, Chimmy might not be the spider. Also, if there is a 3rd one, it stands to reason that it would probably be... I don't think it's Yasunaka. I think it's Haru. I don't think it's Kanzo either. I mean, it could be Kyo. I mean, I'm going to put Maiko because I think it's funny, but I don't have an answer for the third one. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear of Jamenkin and a possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact that there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guess it had something to do with presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I had... Sorry, I get that. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation that made it easier to understand what was going on here. What about the humans who got guardians? How many of them are there? There are 2 monkeys, but only one of the rest. I see, so there are 5 guardians and 2 wolves, and the rest are humans. Or there could be 3, if Horaki was supposed to die and then didn't. It's pretty bad that there's 2 wolves. Does that make them strong? That's one reason, but you can only kill 1 per day, right? If there's multiple, getting them all will take more time. Oh yeah, I just realized, the crow would be kind of pointless if there was only 1 wolf. Why? The crow's ability lets him tell whether the corpse is a wolf or a human, right? That means that a wolf doesn't transform back into a wolf even when it dies. The corpse stays human. It makes the crow's power useful. You wouldn't be able to tell if a wolf was dead otherwise. Yeah, that's true, but what does that have to do with the number of wolves? Imagine if there was only 1 wolf. They killed him. What happens next? I got nothing. Exactly that. Nothing. Or rather, the wolves wouldn't kill any more people. Game over. Humans win. Oh, I see. So if there was only 1 wolf, you could tell it was dead because the killings would stop. And the crow would be pointless. Exactly. Wow, you're sharp. Well, it's not like this information is very useful. I'm still impressed by how you keep your cool in this mess. You're not just some student, are you? What else could I be? A detective? I like that. I'm a famous detective who came to solve a difficult case in the countryside. Sashi Yokomizo's world. And you normally investigate affairs and debts. Wow, that got real quick. Anyway, got more questions. How many people can the wolves kill per day? It'd suck if everyone got killed overnight. That won't happen. Remember the snake? They need to ask the mountain who's what. True, and the spider would be pretty useless if they just protected 1 human while everyone else, including them, died. This is also why I wondered if Mamiya and Hoshimoto-san got brutalized. Killing even 2 people would make it pretty bad, but if it was just 1 per day, or... Well, that raises another question. Why do these supernatural monsters even need to follow rules like that? Is that weird? Of course it is. Imagine if there were 3. 1 corpse would barely serve as a snack. I don't think they're attacking people because they're hungry. Oh, so they're just out for revenge? Not really sure, but it doesn't seem like they're doing this because they want to. I feel they have their own laws they have to obey. That was what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption, some sort of supernatural punishment from Shinae-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he wouldn't want the Yombito done away with immediately. However, instead, the humans retained the aid of their guardians, only 1 kill was permitted each day. Okay. So, that changes everything. Because yes, they do have to agree. So, going all the way back. If the wolves have to agree to kill somebody today, the person they should kill is Takumi if he's the snake. If Takumi is a wolf, then they should kill they should kill the smartest person or the person that they said, which would be Kyo. If Takumi is the snake, I'm hoping to God I'm being protected, because otherwise I'm fucked. Especially if there's 3 werewolves. Because that's going to give him like at least 1 day. Hey, they probably wouldn't. If I was the snake, I would check Yasunaga. Yeah. If I was the monkeys, I'd stay quiet. If I was the crow, I'd stay quiet. If I was the spider, I would protect Kyo. Just because Takumi, it should at least bait the werewolves into attacking somebody else. So if we attack Kyo, that should be fine, and then Takumi next. If there's the werewolves, I still would attack Takumi. I don't think they're going to, but I still would. And if Takumi was one of us, then I would attack probably somebody in the middle. I would say Haru. Yeah. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountains similarly inclined? A legend has slain wolves in their revenge. Was it really that simple, or was there something else going on? It was quite scary, and I wanted to know all about it. I guess we should at least ask the elders how many people the wolves kill. True. But is someone really going to die again tonight? We already got 2 casualties, and for all we know, those are the wolves replaced might be dead too. Hold on, they're cleaning up the bodies, right? We gotta check them properly to see if there aren't any more than 2 bodies or anything. Kanjo-ji-chan checked it first thing in the morning. There were only 2 people's worth of bones and guts. Oh, really? Does he have experience doing this kind of thing? He's a hunter, so he's used to butchering animals. Well, that made sense. That reminds me, this is probably the most important thing. Why aren't you trying to run away and call the police? I want a straight answer to this. I honestly can't think of a better move in this situation. I was aware that people here were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting? You can't escape this place. Can I ask why? It's complicated, but we all know it's true. There's no way to escape this place. The mist is completely impassable. I'm not going to waste time on something I know can't be done. Have you seen it yourself, or are you just trusting what someone else said? So I can't really explain how, but I just know. Once the feast begins, no one can leave Yasumizu. So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she subconsciously gained the knowledge through some experience. Oh, so she might have the same thing as Whis. Cool, yeah, as if. So you have no proof, but still believe you can't escape. Yep, everyone else would probably say the same. What are the odds that your blind faith is in something that's total bullshit? Well, higher than 0. What if I said that I, as someone overlooked by the god of mountain, would try to leave anyway? I'd do everything I could to stop you, even if the others allow it. It's because they don't care if you die. That's pretty scary. So you're worried about me. More than anyone else here. Ah, thanks, I could just feel the love. Love? She was going all red on me now. That seemed to be taking it pretty far for an act. No, I just have a conscience. The others here don't then? Well, you should know that they're way colder to outsiders than they appear. I'm kind of an outsider myself, so I can relate to your situation. You go on a road trip with someone just based on that. Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice. Huh? You only agreed because you felt sorry for me? Don't think you could get out of your promise that easily. Wow, how do I respond to that? Oh, but wait, your bike's broken. If it's for a date, I'll take out a loan and run a new one. A date? I guess it is. But wait, you take out a loan while you're still in school? Besides, don't promises like that usually end up with someone dying? Let's worry about that after we survive. At first she was all over me, and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun, but right now she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice. Back to the whole police thing. Really can't expect much from them here. Because it's supernatural? Well, that's one reason, but we also have just one officer in Kamafujiyoshi. And Kamafujiyoshi wants nothing to do with what happens here in Yasumizu. You know, I've been thinking. Spot on. Haven't even said anything yet. Yep, Yasumizu is basically the local settlement for those who were ostracized. I really did guess what I was going to say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of others people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment. Did you all do something? Most of us did nothing. The Makishima, Yamawaki, and Muro families have been here for generations. Can you keep a secret? Sure. Kari Orbe-san was originally an outsider who married into the Higuchi family, but her husband messed up somewhere down the line and died. I hear she was forced to move here with Yasukun, who was still very little. Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I had heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles in this day and age? It seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times. Then there's Mochi. He was... Oh, I thought he was a girl. I thought I was like misgender. I felt so bad. I guess doesn't like him. Then there's Mochi. He was the Nosato family's heir apparent. Guy's an actual blue blood. Huh, really? Yeah, he and Kiyonosuke-san are uncle and nephew. They were nothing alike. Mochi's a bit weird though, so he was put up for adoption and sent to Yasumizu. Yeah, Kiyonosuke had said something like that. Jeez, what century did they think it was? Interesting. Excuse me. What about you? Haha, I did an oopsie. Did you used to be a bit wild? You don't like that? Nope, I'm actually into that. Oh, you really go all in, don't you? Good for you, Hararaki, excuse me. With her pulling hit and runs, I really had no choice. Anyway, this place was basically abandoned. I couldn't expect any outside help, and everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to supernatural reasons. What were my options here? I don't think either... Wait a second. Actually... Ha-ha! I think we're going to just try to leave and then die. I think that's what's going to happen. It was probably best to just leave before I got too deep into this, and while it was still bright out. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. I couldn't expect anyone to lead me out, but dropping dead in the middle of nowhere seemed better than getting eaten alive here. After making my decision, I wrapped up my conversation with Jimmy and we returned to her room. She gave me some cup ramen. It looked like she wouldn't tell me why she hadn't let me eat the dining hall's food until I asked. I didn't want to go any deeper into this than I already was, so I didn't ask. During lunch, Jimmy went to the bathroom. That was my chance. I took out a notepad, quickly wrote, "Sorry, I'm leaving" on it, took my stuff and left the room. Using the mist to my advantage, I passed the inhabitants and headed to the upper parts of the settlement. Alright, I got to the entrance to the mountain path. The road was unpaved and set by 2 giant boulders, reminiscent of a torii without a top. I could see why everyone was afraid to go beyond this point. The human mountain forest looked both gloomy and scary. But walking further seemed far less risky than staying in the settlement. I walked ahead. It soon had to stop. The road was ruined. Our car would have been useless here, so this was why Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san couldn't leave yesterday and had to spend the night in the van. However, I wasn't exactly heavy, so getting past this was easy. I had no idea why obstacles like this were enough to hold back video game characters. You could easily walk around it. Holy shit! Though they could have it worse. There was that one game where there was both an obstacle and an impossible cliff-like mist. Anyway, I kept on walking. Most of the ground here was covered in dead leaves, ferns, and moss, making it really slippery. I supported myself by holding on to 2 nearby saplings, but I ended breaking a few branches. This mountain seemed completely untouched. Fujiyoshi's people clearly didn't do any forestry. I came across a very steep slope. Climbing up was impossible. I come this far avoiding slopes and following the road, but before I knew it, I'd lost sight of the road. I wasn't all that smart, but I decided to keep going up. Logic told me that I'd be closer to Kamafujiyoshi the higher I got. Seriously, what was up with this mist? I couldn't see anything ahead of or behind me. I felt like I was swimming through rice water. Or perhaps milk jelly? It seemed like it was heavier than air and too dense to breathe in. I felt like it would congeal around me the moment I stopped moving. What was I thinking? This was reality, and this was just a mist. I walked up the desolate slope and kept walking. I had to constantly remind myself that this was just a mist and this was nothing but reality. We're dead. We're so dead. I had no idea what happened in the end. Game over. Bad ending number 4. Watch Hint Corner? Yeah. I'm going to watch every single Hint Corner because I love it. We're going to talk to the sheep. Hey, you've done it now, Chief. Let's get the hint out of the way and move right to the next one. Bad ending 4. Mysterious death in the forest. Just like the rules say, it seems you can't flee Yasumizu. I don't know why that is, but you probably wouldn't have believed it for yourself unless you tried it once, would you? Well, Haruaki Fusashi can just redo things after he dies, for good or for ill. He can retry as much as he wants until he gets it. If you want to go forward, just go back to 3, Yomi, Q, leave Yasumizu, and pick the other choice. Well, that's enough for this time. Die another hearty death next time. I love how the sheep is just like, motherfucker, just choose the other choice. You didn't need to do that. 511. Come on. Let me choose this, please. Leave Yasumizu? Alright, let's stay this time. We have no choice. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. Obviously, escape was the ideal choice, but at this point I didn't see anyone guiding me out. All I had to look forward to was either dropping dead somewhere in the mountains or becoming a snack in this village. The first seemed way more attractive, but unfortunately I gotten attached to the people here. Abandoning them would at least make it hard for me to sleep at night. That's why running away wasn't an option for me, except in a different timeline. I'll go ahead and ask, why aren't you letting me eat Yasumizu stuff? What is this foreshadowing? You noticed? Yeah, I figured I should clear up anything shady before it comes back to bite me. It's scary. You got me, but really this is just some insurance, a little medicine for the mind. Oh, tell me more. You know how it can be, right? You eat something from a strange place, the next thing you know, you turned into a pig and can't run away? What, is this hell or something? I'd seen that anime on DVD, by the way. Which way to the bathhouse? I can't say it isn't. It seemed like some serious overthinking to me, if not just for some serious superstition. How long would this last? I brought a ton of food from the outside, so you should be fine for a while. Cup ramen, huh? I did appreciate it, but I had mixed feelings in living like it. It was the apocalypse over local superstition. Anyway, I went to Chami's room and she gave me some cup ramen. We agreed I'd pay for it after all this was over. I actually skipped 2 meals, so I was still hungry, but I was used to skipping meals to cut costs, so that wasn't a problem. I wanted to relax and think things over, but Chami was curious about the others, and I ended up tagging along. It was probably because I wasn't in a position to be by myself. Oh, welcome. Are you here for lunch? Nope, we're just here to kill time. Can we sit? Of course, I'll bring you some tea. Can I just have some warm water instead? Oh, but tea is good for you. I'm the type who can't sleep if I drink tea. Oh, I see. Warm water it is, then. I'd have liked it if you refused that, too. But you use water from here whenever you make cup ramen, right? Ah, you didn't realize that? Maybe it's safe when you boil it? Could Hell's water really be purified by boiling? Here you go. I must say, you're quite unfortunate. Your bike was broken and now you're, you know. Oh, it's nothing compared to everyone else here. If I may ask, does this kind of thing happen often? Is it annual or something? Something important, like it was no big deal. No, it certainly isn't that common. Personally, this is my first feast. I did hear that people died when the mist appeared before, but that was before most of us were here. As in, they hadn't been ostracized back then? I could ask that, but I probably couldn't dig too deep. So this is a first for many people here, right? Yeah, I think so. I see. If that's the case, knowledge of the rules seems strangely well kept. You see what kind of place this is, don't you? There's not much in the way of entertainment here, so the little ones growing up listening to the tales of their elders. Old tales and songs are always passed down and survive for a long time. Songs? Song. Whoa! A mysterious Maiko-chan popped out of nowhere. I learned the song. Oh my, you did? Could you sing it for us? Shina-san's guardians are 1 cake, 2 funky, 3 blow, 4 rider. Cake, funky, blow, rider. So was it about a guy who had a funky birthday party with cake and ended up the night on a happy note? The melody seemed familiar, though. I guess it was too difficult for her. Maiko, so this is where you were. Her guardian came soon after. Oh my, I'm sorry. We just had lunch, so the place is a bit of a mess. Yori Oribe-san humbled herself. Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize. I let Maiko wander off here. Rikako reminds me of, was it Yumiko from Anosha? Except with white hair instead of black. No need for that. It's a difficult time for us all. You're free to come here and relax whenever you like. Very well. A silent thud and a loud one. The woman just collapsed. Are you okay? Oh dear, are you hurt? Apparently she wasn't trying some unique form of relaxation. She just tripped on the rail to the door. Oh, it hurts. She put her hands on her throbbed nose and became teary-eyed. The lady's mysterious vibe crumbled in an instant. Not Yumiko anymore. The woman noticed my surprise and pouted. She might have been more expressive than I realized. Please don't look at me like that. I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've talked. You might be right. My apologies. Huh? For what? I got you involved in this. Run. Sorry. The AWOL Nation song. Oh yeah, you told me to run away. I saw the evening mists come, but I hoped you could escape. Oh, so that's how it was. A part of me thought you foretold the future or something. Mimatsu isn't the lookout family. Now that sounded significant. What does that mean? This isn't something we can share with outsiders. Crap, Jimmy's lack of reserve made me forget my boundaries here. I'm sorry. You're wearing some strange clothes. I thought you were a Shinto priestess or something. Oh, I'm not that important. Haraki-san, don't bother Rikako-san too much. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Rikako-san. Oh, you just called me by my first name. You done fucked up! You done fucked up! Sorry. Jimmy called her that way, so I thought it was okay. Man, this was confusing. I'm not that bothered. Oh, sorry about that. Huh, you two are getting along. I would appreciate it if she didn't put me in a weird situation. I'm going back. What about you, Maiko? I'll stay a bit longer. I see. Come back before evening. And so she left. She's a bit weird, but still cute, right? She is. She's cute, right? Is she? Which one is it? That's my question. Natural beauties sure have it good. They look young and pretty no matter how old they get. Girl! Just saying! Well, that was some bait. I'll bite. How old is she? I don't know. Pretty sure she's younger than 30, but she's definitely older than me. That's older than expected. I know, right? She's so little. Did you see that baby face? By the way, is she... Hello. We're now joined by the students. Mom, can we come in now? Oh, Yasunaga. Haru-chan, welcome. Hey, you. Yep, I'm you at your service. Are you messing with me? Explosion noise. I was, actually. What is it? Harucha Makishima-san. You must call me Haru-chan, didn't you? We've only just met. You don't do that. It's unreasonable. Calm down. Hysteric heroines aren't popular. True. You're still messing around. I came here to say something to you. Her behavior is pretty unreasonable too, to be honest, but instead of pointing it out, I just corrected my posture and waited to hear what she had to say. You're getting too close to Chiani. She's pretty busy, so you should leave her alone and do your own thing. You were busy? I wouldn't say so. Even if she has some free time, she's a lady, so you need to be considerate and keep her distance. It's a mature thing to do. Well, that's true. If you agree, then just go away somewhere. That's why adults are so unfair, filthy, and annoying. Everyone becomes an adult. Yes, I'm a filthy old man. Haru-chan, did you really come with me just to say that? Oh, Mom, I have a message from Takumini. What is it? We'll be going to sleep early for a while, so maybe we should have packed lunches. Oh, that's true. I should hurry and start making the rice. Also, Fusashi-san, take this. Vroom vroom, huh? Me? I was busy deflecting Haruchan's attacks with my stupidity barrier, so being dragged into the conversation surprised me a bit. He gave me a rather dirty, rusty, cheap-looking cylindrical key. It wasn't even attached to a keychain. It's the key to the dorm. Takumi said he got it from Taiba. Huh? Why did he do that? He said he felt pretty bad about making you sleep outside last night. What a sincere and considerate person. He really is. People like him make living in a place like this far easier. One of you are definitely a werewolf. I got it wrong. Mom, you really... Oh, the rice! With an awkward smile on her face, Carrie-san went back to the kitchen. I'm sorry you had to see that. Don't worry, I'm just a clueless outsider. I made a blatant lie. Everyone could tell that Carrie-san and Takumi-san would make a nice couple. Oh, I'm talking about Haruchan too. Hey, stop picking a fight with the outsider. Hey, he's bothering you too, isn't he? Not really. Anyway, if you don't have anything to do with the feast, then just get out. Stop it already. Why? Fusashi-san is a victim. Don't be so heartless. What the hell? You're such a dummy. Ugh, this is such a mess. They had to stop fighting about me. We had a little innocent girl here. Also, Chiami's info was confirmed to be true. Trying to escape seemed dangerous, and recommending it was heartless. No, it was. It was confirmed to be true. We died! Basically, getting out of here was difficult. That made me all the more grateful for the room. I've been so busy trying to understand what was going on in this place that I didn't even consider how to deal with myself. I'd have to thank Takumi-san. Calm down, you two, Haruchan. Would you want to play with Chiani? Play what? Prayer to Shinai? Now? Seriously? I want to show Maiko-chan how it's supposed to be done. Uh-huh. She's a sheep. She's saying ba. Sheep. That's fine, but wow, you really care about stuff like this, huh? Yeah, kinda. Something was about to begin. No longer the center of attention, I began drinking the hot water Kaori-san placed before me. The teacup had a strange symbol embalmed at the bottom. It looked like a family crest. Yosunaga-kun, what's this mean? Oh, that's one of the Kame Fujiyoshi head family crests. She should just throw it away. His harsh tone made it pretty likely that it was the crest of the Higuchi family, the one who banished them here. Haruchan moved a chair and sat down in front of Chiemi. Can I play the man's role? Sure. Let's go. 1, 2. Shin decides guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. They started playing out action rhyme much like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. Fully in sync, they clapped, slapped their knees, clapped again, joined hands, etc., all according to the rhythm. And there was no mistaking it. This was actually the song I heard yesterday morning. 5 prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6 the badger runs along late but ne'er as a fix. They were doing it pretty quickly, so I couldn't see everything, but it was definitely complex. They even raised fingers and made fist bumps. Also, I was pretty sure I heard that part somewhere. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. Oh. 7 the crept beat arise to oppose the mountain. Suddenly the song changed in tone. The movement switched up too. Haruchan hid her face while Chiemi stood up a bit and grabbed her by the shoulders. 8 death of the damned Yobito is the mandate. Similar line, but the roles switched. 9 1 soul per day, now to bind. 10 the mist rise away again. They returned to the same tone and movements as before, but then at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. So this is just the rules of the game. But at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. And then they just quickly stood up and... Yay! It's been so long since I did this that I kind of panicked. Apparently they were done. See that, Maiko-chan? This is how it's done. Wow, you were so fast I couldn't see it at all. Alright, Haru-chan, teach it to Maiko-chan. What? Me? Teach me. Well, alright. Yasukun, there's something I want to talk to you about. Jimmy's tone was serious. What is it? Yosunaga-kun instantly understood that it was important, but he seemed to be mindful of me. If it's about the feast, I shouldn't be here, right? Sorry. Shimmy gave me a meaningful look as I left. She'd probably tell me something the next time we met. I'm heading out then. Very well, you take care now. Kiri-san stuck her head out and said goodbye to me as I left the dining hall. I put together what I'd learned, the settlement's beliefs, circumstances, and inhabitants' stances. However, Chiemi was really the only one I could directly get info from. I couldn't account for any biases she might have had. Okay, we're playing a smart main character. Let's go. The other inhabitants, albeit to varying degrees, didn't trust me. I could probably have decent talks with Yasunaga-kun, but his situation seemed to be similar to Chiemi's. I'd have liked to get info from the elders. Maybe my best option was to somehow join the feast myself? From what Chiemi had told me, the feast was a really vile and dangerous tradition. And that didn't change even when you consider the tales and that there had already been lynchings because of this. Normally, something so brutal would have changed and become some harmless festival by now. How did such a tradition survive in the modern day, despite murder and lynchings being completely illegal? Was this place simply beyond the reach of the law or something? Or... It's because I saw God. Or because you'd actually get cursed if you didn't do what the tales told you to. How stupid. Then again, I couldn't really write it off. My stance on gods and monsters were basically that. As long as they could be seen, I was willing to accept their existence. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded at best. Also, I just realized something. Sorry, Kit just had an idea. Interesting. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded at best. New technologies and methods could easily reveal things that were previously undetectable, as had happened many times throughout human history. The idea that there were strange animals, ghosts, or aliens that were simply beyond our current ability to perceive was entirely plausible. However, there were disappointing realities too. For example, the original story about something mysterious could have easily been a lie, trick, misunderstanding, or misinformation. Generally speaking, the mysteries of the world all turned out to be one of those. Science disproved things far more often than it confirmed them, which was pretty damn boring. Surely even Houdini, famous for exposing mediums and other frauds, wanted to believe in psychic phenomena. He searched the world in hopes of meeting a real medium, but each he found proved to be fake in the end. Well, considering I'd actually seen something that shouldn't have existed, you could say that I was in a way more exciting situation than him. Though my life was in danger, so I couldn't really waste time trying to speculate what that thing was. Back to the matter at hand, for now the most important thing was understanding and surviving the feast. To pull that off, I needed more info. I still hadn't heard how today's talk had ended. Based on the mood of the place, no one seemed to have died, at least. Yeah, no one got hung. They died. Shocked, I turned around. Who was this? It was a girl I'd never seen before, which is Mochi. It was a girl I'd never seen before. They died. Yes, they did. They all died. You will die too, surely. Welcome to Fujiyoshi, you poor man. The girl turned and ran, her skirt swaying behind her. Hold up, Mochi. Oh, how did you know, Poop Man? We call him Poop Man, and well, your clothes surprised me, sure, but you should work on your acting skills. Hey, this ain't a costume or anything. Huh? You're saying you wear that normally? Yep, super poor, so the school uniform was the only thing I could wear, but Teiba never stopped complaining about that. That's why I borrowed Haruchan's old clothes. They're cute, aren't they? Well, they are, but you're a guy, right? If I didn't already, I'd have assumed he was a girl. Yep, I have one. You can check when we're pissing together. I didn't want to see it at all. No one does. Are you comfortable with your gender or something? What? No, I'm a guy. Then why? There's no reason. This is just the way I am. Okay. The way you are? I'm an eccentric. There's something wrong with my head, so it's hard for me to get along with normal people. Oh. That doesn't sound good. But I also can't just do whatever I please, so I ended up being a bit weird. So this is simply your nature. Yeah, speaking of nature, if it wasn't cold, I wouldn't mind going around naked. So basically, this was a guy with a unique sense of, well, everything. Unless he found something that really clicked, he'd have a hard time living anywhere, even in the city. Okay, I guess this was released at a weird time. You have my sympathies. Hey, Yasumizu's actually pretty easy to live in. You should move here, Poop Man. What does that have to do with anything? Living in the city is hard, ain't it? Nope, it's way more convenient than here. Really? I thought you escaped because something bad happened. Well, I can't deny that. You're a weirdo too, right? That one I can deny. Wait, really? I thought we were birds of a feather. Right, old man? Whoa, there was a weird old guy in the bushes. I think Poop Man's a real weirdo. I know, right? That's what Poop Man is. Poop Man! Please don't spread that name. I don't give a damn if you use Fusashi or Haraki. Just stop calling me that. Hassan? Hassan! Do I look like a Middle Eastern? Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. I was mildly bothered by the accentuation too, but he was probably avoiding using nicknames that were similar to Haruchan's name. Well, whatever. That works. I don't know if I'm happy about this. I don't know if I like this. No. Poop Man became Hassan. I was never Poop Man to begin with. You're close to the old man? We're fellow crazies. Well, the old man seemed to be enjoying it. Join us, Hassan. When the mist clear, we could go steal chickens from Kamafuji Yoshi. Would I do something like that? What are you, Kappas? hell? Why did he like me that much? Well, that might have been a good thing. He seemed to be a bit more unique than the other two students. By the way, weren't you with the other students today? Well, Haruchan was angry, so I felt it wasn't going to be fun with her. Why was she angry? Haruchan likes Yasun. Oh? So she doesn't like that Yasun seems happy about Chiani coming back. I see, so why was she mad at me? Haruchan actually wants Yasun and Chiani to get together. I sure didn't expect to hear something like that. So she's helping the target of her unrequited love get his sweetheart. Yep, that's why you barging in and getting along with Chiani messed things up for her. So basically, I accidentally entered a love triangle. Fair. Does Chiami-chan know any of this? Pretty sure she does, but she doesn't do anything about it. He has a snowball's chance in hell. Man, this kid was harsh. So yeah, good on you, Hassan. Chiani is yours. Is she now? Hey, wait, are you okay with this? Why are you asking? Well, I haven't been here for long, but from what I've seen, you're wild with most people, but kind of gallant around Haruchan. Well, you're probably right. She's a childhood friend and a bit of an airhead, so I don't worry about her. That's all. That's unexpected. You seem like the time to mess with such people. I mess around with you to the very end. Oh, a lot to Yasun, and Haruchan is an unfortunate girl. You know what? Asking too much at once isn't good, so I'll have you tell me some other time. I already said too much, Hassan. What kind of magic did you use on me? He was the one who's gone blabbering on his own. By the way, you said that someone died, did they? Well, I know the journalist did. Yosemizu's people are all still alive, but they're all as good as dead. Why do you think that? Who knows? I'm not good at reasons, but well, when Takumini said he was the snake, I had a bad feeling come over me. Oh, I felt like I could hear the wolves laughing. Fucking yeah! Fucking yeah! Mochi's smart! Mochi might be a wolf! But Takumi's dumb as shit. Wait, what did you just say? I could hear the wolves laughing before that. When Takumini said he was the snake? Takumi-san is the snake? That's what he said. I got some urgent business, Mochi old man. See you both. Huh? The wolf is coming! You knew? Shit, I didn't have the time, nor the connections. True. Muro-san. Huh? What? That was my line. I was farming at the time like this. Thank you for the key. Oh, don't mention this, but don't walk around here by yourself. Everyone's on edge as it is. About that, do you know how many humans the wolves can kill per night? Jimmy went and told you about it, huh? I insisted on it. In fact, you had to have seen that coming when you sent her to meet me. The info I have is still limited, but I'm a bit worried. Sorry to bother you, but could you tell me more? Sorry, I won't cut it. It's a huge bother. I don't want to waste any time on this dumb shit. I have a farm to care for. I thought you and Chiemi would understand, but you're serious about this too? I really didn't seem all that bothered by all this, but 2 people already died. What of it? Huh? Listen, people die all the time, and I'm always stuck cleaning it up. What? What was he talking about? Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nosato got to work on the place 8 years ago and it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I had no idea that was such a big deal. Then there's the idiots from the city coming here just to hang themselves or get eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishers or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. Yet no one cares. I pick them, give them all nameless graves, and leave it out of that. Beast, corpse, you never know what you'll find in the mountains, kid. But this time it was in the village. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I never heard of Asian black bears eating humans, but maybe we got a pack of actual wolves here. You're saying that was done by beasts? You're saying that was done by humans? What of it? We just have to create a night patrol. Why the hell do we even have to kill each other? This person was hard to read. There was no denying he had a good head on his shoulders. He was reasonable and skeptical about the unknown. So we're learning about all the different... Okay. This is interesting. So we're learning more about all the different people. But like if it's true or not. On the other hand, there were some things he put even above rationality. It felt like something you could call Yasumizu's rules, or better yet, fellowship. He looked at the situation from the perspective of, I gotta protect Yasumizu. He did whatever he could within those constraints, but he was in denial about the existence of enemies originating from within Yasumizu. To him, the situation was just a common case of some outsiders died, so what? Or maybe that was what he really wanted to think. That made the situation very bad. But I, being an outsider, couldn't say that. That's true. Like you said, there's something wrong with anyone believing such superstition. He looked displeased. What was I supposed to do? But I'm curious about what I asked first. Do the legends say that everyone dies the first night or what? I need to know how to feel about this. Well, that won't happen. Wolves can only kill 1 person per night. Really? But why? What does the legend have to say about that? What did Bacha say again? No one can go against the laws of the mountain, not even the Yomotsu Okami-sama. Yomotsu Okami? Wolves that return from Yomi, apparently. Huh? Weird. I felt like I've heard that term before. Still, wasn't it weird that the laws applied to the wolves too? They were on the Yomito side, as in those opposing the mountain. I was pretty sure the law of the mountain said that only 1 person could be killed per day. Lynching one during the day was the limit, and killing more than one per night was against the rules. Both would make you the target of the corruption. It didn't make much sense to me, but at least I found out that the wolves too could only kill one person per night. So if he knows that, he could actually be a wolf. Sorry for bothering you with weird questions. I'll get out of your way. Oh, right. By the way, if you need an extra pair of hands, just ask. I won't meddle any further than I have to, but you're letting me stay here, so the least I could do is earn my keep. Yeah, sure. His last reply was half-hearted, but at least I got a bit of the rules I was missing. When I came back to the dining hall, I found the students, Chiemi and Yoshitsugu-kun, Yosunaga's little brother. Maiko had left. It's Hassan. Bootman? What? The name still got a chance to spread. That aside, I had to find out what happened at today's feast. Recalling what Mochi told me made this kind of hard. Sorry, but can I borrow Chiemi-chan? Wow, I'm sure I'm popular these days. But you can't just take a hint, can you? Haru-chan, let's just help Mom. You say something too. It's probably something complicated. I'll be the one who breaks the plates. Haru-chan, you'll be the one who holds him back. Hey, what's going on? No one likes Haru. Sorry about the commotion. What did you tell Yasunaga-kun? We talked about today's feast. Things aren't looking good. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Chikamochi-kun told me that Takumi-san revealed he's the snake. He did. Are there any other snakes? Others? No, there's only one snake. The mountain gave 4 kinds of guardians. The snake could ask the mountain whether one of the participants was a wolf or not. The monkey was the only one of which there were 2. They had the power to know who the other monkey was. The crow could determine whether the person who was lynched the previous day was a wolf or not. And the spider could ask God to protect one of the other participants from the wolves' attacks. Let's see if the so-called God really had that power. I complained to him that he should protect everyone. Maybe Chiemi might not be the spider. I mean, once again, these are just initial impressions, so usually you have to wait for one death to really start seeing what's going on, but this is just right off the bat, so. As far as I knew, anyone who didn't have a guardian was either a powerless human or a wolf. The humans could kill a person during the day, while the wolves could kill a person during the night. It was battle for survival. The humans had to do everything to find and kill the wolves. If they couldn't find a single wolf during the feast, the whole event was completely meaningless. The wolves would simply crush the settlement. If you ignore the fact that it's murder, the fact that you didn't choose a wolf suspect today is pretty bad. It's a day wasted, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I told Yasukun. Then there's the fact that the snake outed himself. It's pretty bad. She understood it well. We couldn't expect the help of the police or getting a forensic investigation, not to mention we were up against supernatural monsters. As things were, the snake's power was the only way to find out who was a wolf or not. In other words, losing the snake would mean losing their most powerful weapon against the wolves. But we should be fine today. The spider will protect Takumi-chan. Don't believe so! Because, I think the spider shouldn't protect him because it's a bait. You should use the bait and protect somebody else. Hold on, we also know the spider? No, Yasukun suggested that whoever it is keep it a secret so that the wolves don't find out. Sharp. Hanzo Ji-chan agreed, and we went with that. Seems like the right move. It does. We probably should have done the same with the snake. They really should have. It was best to secretly gather info without revealing their guardians. Especially for the snake. He should have kept quiet and used his power to find out as much as reasonably possible before revealing himself. I knew it was difficult to figure out right away, but the fact that the snake, the most important role, was the first to be outed was really bad. Yep. From my perspective, Takumi-san had been so focused on protecting Yasumizu himself that he made a terrible mistake. He appeared calm, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he realized this and was actually pretty shaken. What do you think will happen? She asked like she already knew the answer. The spider was told to protect Takumi-san. The wolves obviously heard that. If they try to go for him, the spider will stop them, right? No idea how, though. Yeah, with that, they'd lose one day's worth of murders. Jimmy seemed to process this as a logic game, too. It is, which is why they don't go for him, so you don't protect him. If I were a wolf, I'd ignore Takumi-san and go for somebody else. Yes! Fucking thank you, Haruaki. Thank you! Sorry, I love this. He's thinking logically. He's thinking great. Oh, I love this. You think so, too? Who do you think they'll go for? I don't know. I have no idea what the wolves are prioritizing. They should go for Kyo. If Takumi-san is actually the snake, then you go for their target so that way it wastes any information that the snake could get. But he doesn't know that yet. If they prefer the blood of women and children, they probably go for the younger people. Scary. Don't worry, you're not the youngest girl here. I'll kill you. It's fine, you're still the prettiest. I'll forgive you, though that still sounds pretty bad. Who knows what they'll do before killing me? I'm sure there are plenty of things they could conceive. Apparently there was another layer to the worst possible scenario. If they're not killing based on their preferences, then they'll kill someone whose death will shake the villagers. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans. So it's Yasunaga. That'd be Kanzoji-chan or Yasukun. That seemed likely. Yasunaka-kun was the only one who'd done something helpful for the villagers this time. He seemed to be the leader of the high schoolers and had a good head on his shoulders, but his ideas required Kanzo Makishimishi's approval, which made it pretty clear he was a standout. Honestly, I'd expected him to take more initiative than he had, but the fact he considered the younger people's opinions showed real leadership skills. In any case, he wasn't someone the humans wanted to lose. Oh yeah. Did you decide who Takumi-san will investigate? Yep. Yes, it's Kiyonosuke-san. Huh? What's with that choice? What do you mean? He asked for it and we wanted to prioritize those who were least popular and make them safer. No, because that gives it a very easy kill. I wasn't so sure about that choice. He's so smart! Those who were confirmed as non-wolves would have much more freedom to act. At the very least, they wouldn't be suspected as wolves who were just trying to exploit the situation during the feast. That being the case, should they have opted to choose a potential leader to investigate? Well, I didn't really know if Kiyonosuke's Nasatoshi had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. If they wanted to secure a reliable leader, they should have went with somebody like Kanzo Makishimashi. But wait, if the snake's target is killed by the wolves, the snake's power will be wasted, right? Yes! 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 Which is why the snake should have done this on Yasuo. But then again, like, the spider should also protect Yasuo, so that way they fully know for sure. The snake could also go for Kanzo, I can see that, but I would actually go for, like I said, one of the middle chooses. The dead can be investigated by the crow, after all. No, those killed at night are chosen by the wolves, so they're obviously humans. The crow can only investigate those chosen and killed during the daily feasts. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Whatever the case, perhaps investigating Kiyonosuke wasn't that much of a mistake. Does that mean that they were actually doing a decent job? No. Well, it'd be pretty bad if Kanzo was the one to go. Jimmy looked gloomy. Shria and I probably felt that it wasn't a complete blunder, but she still had a bad feeling about it. No. During the feast, everyone had to lock themselves somewhere all alone around every sunset. It was called sheltering. Well, I could understand it, considering the legends, but I still wondered why the students didn't go to school. It was a weekday. When I asked, they just told me, why would we leave when it's so dangerous? The idea that they couldn't leave when the mist was here was so popular it affected their daily lives. Also, the people at Kamafujiyoshi had to know that Yasumizu was covered in mist, right? Considering the school, there probably had a few students to begin with. The non-presence of the three from Yasumizu would normally be a serious problem. I knew it was a settlement from the ostracized, but did they really neglect this place that badly? Looking at it from that angle, it was safe to assume that the local villagers, Kamafujiyoshi included, actually concealed the feast of the Yomi Purge. I thought about that and similar things in room 203 of the student dorm, the place I was given. Shimi had given me some cup ramen and hot water. We chatted for the moment about being neighbors for a while, and then she returned to her room. Weird we could be so casual about this, considering there was a chance we wouldn't meet again tomorrow. After dinner, I took a bath. The gas boiler was pretty damn old, so learning how to use it took a while. There were some working electrical outlets too, so I could charge my phone. I didn't have a wristwatch, so that was important. By the way, my room didn't have a kitchen. I was pretty sure the other rooms didn't either. From what I could tell, no one here actually cooked or ate at their own homes. They all relied on the dining hall to provide their meals. The settlement had not only a unique culture, but a way of life as well. I couldn't help but wonder how something like this began and survived into the modern era. True, but tradition's tradition. It was an interesting subject to research, but for now I had to worry about the fact that my life was in danger. Anyway, what were my options now? I wasn't part of the feast, but walking around at night was probably dangerous regardless. Yeah, we know about that. After all, I had memories of getting killed doing exactly that. From a logical standpoint, that was probably just a dream, but it had a quality to it that made it hard to believe it was. I had to be careful until I was certain. Then again, I had a record of surviving by just not making any noise at night. Maybe I should have stayed awake and looked around? Also, Takumi-san had said that they were going to have someone keep watch at night, didn't he? Was he going to do it himself? Considering the snake's importance, he shouldn't do something so dangerous. Shit, they barely decided anything in the feast. I wasn't getting enough info either. I felt like I barely knew the basics. Talking during the feast meant giving info to the wolves, but if the humans kept too many things hidden, the wolves would end up knowing way more than them, and that was just dangerous. Still, there was a limit to what I could do in my situation. If I kept being the messenger I was today, I can create a huge imbalance of info myself. Not to mention I could be deemed suspicious and lose the residents' trust. Shit, what was I supposed to do here? Was it best for me to just stay quiet and wait for the feast to end? That wasn't like me at all. There was a mail slot in the door. I opened it up and looked outside. Everything was still covered in mist, so I couldn't see much. I could only see the handrail and the branches going in the hallway, but maybe I could see some intruder if I kept staring? Not likely. After all, this was the room at the end of the second floor. Haruchan's and Shami's rooms were closer to the stairs, so I couldn't see anyone going to attack them. The only time I could see the monster come would be when it was coming for me. Maybe keeping watch like this was the most important thing if I wanted to stay alive, but I found it hard to put my own life on the priority list. See, this is interesting. So we're actually, if Haraki is not a contestant in this death game, that he is just an outsider who can feed information to everybody and have an outsider's perspective. Ooh, this is an interesting take if that's the case. If he joins the game, then it's just the actual game itself. But he might actually just be a messenger between people in order to influence what happens. Possible. For some reason, I felt like if I died, I'd just go back to the starting point. You will. Yeah, better not think of that. Anyway, I had to stay awake. I still had many things to worry and think about. So the next day. Nighttime. What? As I woke and tried to move, my head rubbed against something tough and then smacked into the doorknob. I writhed in pain. What was going on? Did I fall asleep against the door? Was I more tired than I thought? I was glad I didn't die and all, but this was a failure in my eyes. Sleeping in an unnatural position made my whole body hurt. I waddled over to my fully charged phone. It was 6 o'clock. That was early morning for me. I'd have loved to just go back to sleep, but I was too curious about the feast. After washing my face with hot water and putting on my shoes, I decided to take a peek through the mail slot. Outside, I saw Chimmy standing there with a knife in hand. I reflexively stepped back, tripped, and fell on my ass. What the hell was that? There was a woman standing before my room with a weapon. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough to conclude that I was dealing with the scene straight out of a horror movie. What could have prompted this? Did she suspect I was a wolf, or was she a wolf herself? She knocked on the door, making me squeal a bit. Horaraki-san, are you awake? Would she kill me if I replied? Wake up, I need a hand checking on everyone. By the way, I'm armed, but it's just for self-defense. Say that sooner, damn it. Oh, so you are awake. Don't worry, I'll just put the weapon away. Yeah, that would have been terrifying. She just assaults us. I hesitantly peeked through the mail slot and saw her hopping around, showing me her empty hands. After meeting up with Chiemi, we went around the dorm and woke up the students. All of them were all right. While they got ready, we went to Nosato Mansion just because it was close. Yasumizu was still misty and unpleasantly silent. I walked carefully just like yesterday morning. I couldn't write off the possibility that a werewolf would jump out of the mist and tear me apart. It'd be over for me. I was walking ahead, dragging Chiemi by the hand, careful about where I was going. If something happened after I got eaten or something, Chiemi could either fight back or run away. But no, he's gonna die. Is someone there? Oh, he's alive. Holy shit! Okay, interesting. Oh, Nosato-san, it's Fusayashi and Chimi-chan. Where? Oh, there. We peered through the mist and a gloomy frown appeared. Hey there. Looks like the mansion was safe. Of course, it's old, but it's well protected. Not even monsters could make it in, surely. I see. Then can we all take shelter inside? Why would I let you? This is Yasumiza's problem, not mine. I see. Good point. Then we'll just get moving and solve the problem, I guess. Oh, wait, it's dangerous. We need to be in groups. Really, I was beginning to think this guy was best described as all bark, no bite. Though prideful and vain, he wasn't as smart as he claimed to be, as shown by his inability to take charge of the feast. Also, his fussy attitude was probably just him making up for his fear. It was entirely possible he was just putting on an air and that the mystery of Yasumizu, or rather Fujiyoshi, was actually scaring him. Anyway, we went downhill and met up with the students. Even a familiar road could be scary. Yeah, myths sure are weird. I can get naked and no one get mad. Stop that, you fool. Haru Makishima was acting weird. Mochi was definitely expecting a retort from her. She didn't say anything and her face was so pale you could tell through the mist. Hanging her head, she was lightly shaking. Everyone else could see it too, but no one chose to address it. Haru is a monkey, and the person that she was attached to just died. That's what's about to happen. Everyone else could see it too, but no one chose to address it. Questions would quickly become suspicions, after all. Perhaps she was a wolf and did something horrific last night, but she wouldn't fear it. As we thought all similar things, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Are you alright? Don't touch me! Her scream shocked everyone. Haru-chan? Ni-chan, I just... Sorry, but right now Yeah, I could understand if you're on edge. Be careful about where you walk. We then slowed down. Haru-chan not touching anyone's hands was at the rear of the group. As we walked, trees and stones drifted in and out of visibility through the surrounding mist. Our vision was so limited, it felt like the world around us was changing with every step we took. A tunnel of trees, a path on the paddy field, a stone platform, a concrete stairway. Walk between realms every passing second. I was still wondering about Haru-chan. What was on her mind? Was she afraid or wary? No, she's definitely the monkey and her partner just died. After sitting for a bit, we arrived at the plaza. I see all you are right. Tsukubi's alive, okay. We met two people in front of the dining hall. While the elders sleeping in, Bachan's still getting dressed. She's not feeling too great right now. Let's check out those who aren't here yet. Come with me, Kyo. Why are you ordering me? Because we might need some manpower. Fusayashi, you come too. This was the first time he ordered me to do something, but it wasn't a situation where I could be happy about him relying on me. Yes, of course. He probably had a bad feeling, namely that he wouldn't be able to rely on a certain someone ever again. Well, your options are the old man or Kanzo. As I passed by Kuroya-san, I heard her whisper, Yasunaka, can you help? With what, Mom? Fatiyoshi Tsuge, he's missing. Ooh, everyone's probably had a bad feeling about this. The three of us guys checked the houses. Yasunaga-kun, Chiemi, and Mochi walked around the settlement. We agreed to split up and start searching. The misty village was silent. I couldn't hear anyone chatting. I've seen these buildings from the outside, but it was my first time actually walking in. The shabby buildings, built using blackened planks, were more or less buried in vegetation. Some were on the verge of collapse. The way their frames jutted from the mist reminded me of the carcasses of giant beasts. I walked in the line between the grass, a footpath, surely. So Konzo, so right now, the two girls, so like the kid and then Rikako, are missing. Konzo is missing, Suga, whatever his name is, and old man. So there's 5 people missing. But I think Haru, because if the monkeys know each other, that means that a monkey probably died. Which I think is the old man, but it could be Yoshitsuga. We'll see. I walked in the line between the grass, a footpath, surely. I often heard something small jump in the grass. It was probably just some bugs or frogs, but still made me flinch. Rikako-san lives here, right? Yeah, in that house. Shit, why must she live in a place like this? If you don't know, there's no way we would. I guess it's the Miguruma's orders. To my knowledge, she moved to Yasumizu of her own accord, and there's no need for her to be here in the first place. Maybe she knew the mist was coming and came to cast a spell or something to keep it away. That sure didn't work, though. Takumi Muro, I don't mind you being disrespectful of me, but you should choose your words when talking about her. She's the legitimate Kami Fujiyoshi family head. Like I care. This is Yasumizu. She said it herself, didn't she? In the feast, we're all served on the same platter. Rikako-san, are you alright? Apparently Takumi-san didn't like the Uematsu family, or the 4 head families in general. Now that I thought about it, though she wasn't as disliked as Kyonosukeshi, the villagers in general weren't fond of Rikaku Uematsu. It seemed like a pretty obvious outcome, though. Yasumizu was the settlement for the ostracized. It was impossible for a member of one of the head families who openly spurned them to form a good relationship with the locals. Rikaku-san emerged before too long. She was wearing her usual strange getup, and she didn't seem any different from how she looked yesterday. I need to check on Maiko. She moved on to the next house. It felt like Rikako-san was urging me, so I woke the girl up. Maiko-chan, it's morning. Well, I couldn't imagine Rikako-san raising her voice, while the other two probably didn't feel like they had to get involved in this. Dude, this fly is going crazy. It's really small, though. After a few calls, she finally came out, still half asleep. Maiko, I'm glad you're all right. Take them to the dining hall. Come with me, Rikako-san. Watch your step. Yes, she was apparently trying to get my attention, so I turned around and said yes. I'm sorry. Her sudden apology left me completely confused. She then departed alongside the other two, leaving me alone with Takumi-san. Are you sure we should go on without Kyonosuke-san? He'd be useless anyway. I only brought him along in case it was the Uematsu's mock priestess that died. But now I know who got killed. It could still be the old wolf guy, right? Shut up. If Old Man Konzo was around, he would have woken up earlier than anyone and searched the length of Yasumizu 3 times by now. Sorry, his house is over there. I followed him in silence. I couldn't think of anything to say. The fact the door was unlocked made it clear that something wasn't right. The moment I opened it, my nostrils were assaulted by a smell I experienced just yesterday, the reek of a fresh corpse. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Unlike Takumi-san, who was looking away and cursing, I did my best to burn the scene I witnessed in my memory. I felt like to avert my eyes would be disrespectful, and chided myself for wanting to look away. This body was much more intact than Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san's. That made it much easier to become painfully aware of the fact that this was a human, an intelligent life form who was with us yesterday like it was no big deal. Okay, so if the old man's still alive, so what I'm guessing is that Konzo was actually the monkey with Haru. Haru knows that they died. Interesting. So Konzo being dead, I mean, I knew he wasn't a wolf, so that makes sense. But once again, it was one of the smartest things I could do. I still would have chose somebody in the middle, like I said. Somebody in like kind of the middling group would have been a good idea, just because it, like, that way, like, there still builds distrust over everybody. The fact that they killed somebody of the higher tier does bring everybody into panic, but like, it shouldn't be surprising to everybody. There's one problem though. The part of the body that used to be the head was completely destroyed. There was no part of the head left untouched. It was that thorough. It was obviously the result of relentless, heavy, blunt attacks. Everything above the neck was just a strange, flat mass of shattered skull, fragments, white and red organic matter. Compared to it, everything else was largely unharmed. The old-looking clothing and the unexpected robust chest for someone his age were all the proof needed to know that this was the body of Konzo Makishimashi. We'll clean it up. What else? Please wait a bit. What are you gonna do? Find out as much as I can. Since we had no idea what we could get out of here, protecting the scene of the crime for an official investigation meant we had to leave this body to rot here. We just couldn't do that. Considering the horrible state it was in, the villagers probably wanted to take care of it their own way as soon as possible. Not much I could do to stop that. Thus I did my duty as someone with such obligations. This corpse was completely unlike the ones from yesterday. While those two were destroyed completely, the damage in this one was focused on the head. The weapon clearly wasn't sharp, they used something blunt. The skin on his face was torn, but not sliced apart, and the skull was shattered. This was caused by repeated blunt attacks on the head. It wasn't my job to picture whether there was some profound grudge in this. The only clear thing was that the wolves killed him using something blunt, not claws or fangs. It was obviously done with dedicated intent, not accidentally. At the very least, the entity that made this corpse wasn't the same as the one that made the ones from yesterday. It made sense if you separated them and assumed that yesterday's was the corruption and today's was the wolves. But the thing I'd seen when I was walking around at night at that time had the appearance of a wolf, or rather a werewolf. If the werewolves were the ones bringing the corruption, the tale all this was based on would make even less sense. If the corruption was Great Lord Shinai's, the mountain god's punishment, it'd be weird for it to be delivered by the wolves. You know what? Possible theory. What if that the two wolf markings meant that the two people died because they didn't follow the customs and then they died, but that there actually were never any werewolves and that it's just people panicking, killing people? That could be a possibility. Because somebody could have panicked, and because I think a werewolf would use claws and stuff. I wouldn't think they would use a fucking rock to kill somebody. So what if it's just pure fear? But then there's people who actually have the marks. Interesting. Holding back my nausea, I look back at the corpse. Then I roll back my sleeves and reach for the destroyed head. Hey, what are you doing? Pretty sure I'm wrong, but I still have to look. Decapitation meant body doubles, Mystery Writing 101. If someone brought in and killed a person with a similar build to Kanoshi's, then left him here, his death could easily be fake. Did Kanzo-san have a silver-capped tooth in his lower jaw? No, he didn't. His voice was strangely forced. I looked at him and realized he was kind of pale. I might have overdone it. Still, I couldn't be soft in the situation. He was proud that he didn't need any crowns or anything despite being over 60. Why, did you find one? It only asked to prevent any misdirection. It's a healthy set of teeth. What the hell? The lower jaw was mostly intact, while the upper one was destroyed along with the rest of the head. Despite that, I saw a hint of the old man in the eyebrows and the dark hair with streaks of gray in them. It was pretty clear it was the one and only Kanzo Makishimashi, so it was probably pointless to keep thinking about the way he was injured. My hands were all messy, I'd have to wash them later. The corpse aside, Kanzo was lying on some thin bedding, and there was no sign of a struggle. He was either instantly killed by the first attack or knocked out, laid here, and then killed. Still, it wasn't a corpse that easy to make. The situation here was peculiar. One point I found curious was the fact that Kanzo surely obeyed the shelter law and locked himself in. However, the lock on the door was still perfectly intact. So logically speaking, Kanzo had opened the door and let the culprit in. Food? Okay. Okay. I'll get food in a moment. There's no sign of resistance, so it was probably done by someone he felt safe with. However, if this was a normal killing by the standards of the Feast of the Yomi Purge, then this was definitely made possible as something unnatural. Back to the situation at hand, the futon and everything around it were bloody, obviously, but there was another strange thing about the crime scene, the dampness. Some spots were really wet, and clearly not because of the mist. It was like the murderer purposely spread some water here. Were they trying to wash away the blood splatter on them? But there was no point in doing that in front of the body. The footprints were faded. Were they trying to cover their tracks? They were still pretty visible, though. It was more like they put bloody footprints on a futon and tatami that was already wet. The shape of the prints told me they weren't made by Western shoes, Japanese clogs, or wild beasts. They were just long ovals reminiscent of those made by Zori sandals. There weren't many of them, though. Most of the blood was absorbed by the futon. But from what I had, I could tell that there was only one type of footprint. Find out anything? Nothing special. Thought so. You don't specialize in this, do you? Sadly, no. All I knew was that the culprit was a very dangerous human. As I washed my hands, Takumi-san removed the sliding door and put Kanzo-san's remains on it. He covered his destroyed face with the nearby hand towel and prepared to carry it. You take the other side. Got it. We lifted it up, and yeah, this was definitely a job for two people. We went out into the mist. Are we throwing him into the Saranaga? That's what Ba-chan would want. Because they'll be corrupted if we don't. Yeah, a voice devoid of life. I couldn't call out to him. Pushing him any further was dangerous. I could tell by the air about him. It's my fault. Why? Because I messed up in the feast. That was entirely possible. This proved he was aware of it himself. I would have said that, but I felt wrong. I don't know much, but I think you were trying to do your best. What's the point if I mess up like this? Then you need to make up for it. I think you'll have to be the one who leads Yasumizu now. I can't. Well, I couldn't either. I was just an outsider, so I had no idea how to console him. Feeling powerless, we approached the dining hall. We passed by here and go straight toward the graveyard. Taiyawa Kawe-san had come out too, she in the midst of prayer. Kaori Oribe-san was standing next to her. She looked completely out of it. Rikako Uematsu was covering Maiko's eyes and looking straight at me. Haru-chan, Kanzo-san's actual granddaughter, was watching her grandfather's corpse with an intense expression. It probably wasn't good to make any assumptions here, but I couldn't help it. I felt like her expression was full not of unbearable sorrow, but of anger, hatred, and disgust. I'd never seen them have a nice chat, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't see eye to eye. But still, I'd have liked it if she made a different expression, if only for this moment. I could only think that was because I was an outsider who didn't know shit. It wasn't good to make assumptions. Shit. Why was I in this position? Just how much could I ever even learn in my position? But as it turned out, I was still underestimating the situation. We can't find Yoshi-kun anywhere. We met Chiemi on the way to the graveyard. She and the 2 high school guys were still searching, but the mist made it extremely difficult. We told her we'd join once we buried Kanzo-san and picked up our pace. The graveyard wasn't that far. Yasumiza wasn't very big. It only felt like it because of the mists or the load. I completely forgotten about him. He was all right too, huh? I had no idea why, but he was looking at us, clapping and laughing. That meant that Yoshitsuge Oribe-kun was the only one we hadn't seen yet. I was told there'd be only one. The wolves were supposed to kill only one person per night. Not saying a word, I hurried to finish the job. That led us to finding him early. Yoshitsuge-kun was on the shortest path to the cliff in the grass of the graveyard, but Takumi-san had only noticed him by chance. That was how deep in the grass he was. Dude, that fucking body's gone. How many pieces of him there were. It reeked of death too, but it was mixed with the smell of trampled grass and a strange beastly odor. Maybe not all the blood around here was his. Unlike Kanzo-san, he left clear proof of a tough battle and intense pain. Yoshi, you had guts. Takumi-san's voice was shaking. He picked up a soccer ball-sized object. Half-eaten and basically a shadow of what it used to be. It clenched its teeth even in death. Can I? Takumi-san gave it, Yoshitsuge-kun's head, to me and put a finger in its mouth. I was curious about what was stuck in there. What I found was a clump of beastly fur. He literally fought tooth and nail, resisting until the very end. Resisting what? Obviously the being that brought the corruption. Interesting. So, Yoshitsugu got killed by the beast, but Kanzo didn't. So someone murdered Kanzo, separate from everything that was going on, and Yoshitsugu got... So the werewolves did the thing that I wanted to do, which would be somebody in the middle, who would be Yoshitsugu. Interesting. I heard that the pain of losing one's child was beyond any description. Even so, Kaori Oribe-san broke down so badly it felt abnormal. The mild-mannered woman became a mad beast. We had to band up to keep her from running to where we found Yoshitsugu-kun's corpse. We had already gathered it up and thrown it into the Saranaga after all. Takumi-san kept a tuft of the boy's bleached hair, which he gave to Kaori-san. She instantly put it in her mouth. Though her wailing and choking, she did her best to chew and swallow it. It was a wretched, gloomy, and miserable sight. Though it might have been an act born of ultimate motherly love. Whatever the case, no matter the shape, it was too late to try and bring her child back into herself, not to mention absurd and pointless. That was how it looked in my eyes. Let's begin the feast. We gotta do something about the one who killed the old man and Yoshi. His words got the attention of basically everyone present, but they didn't reach the sobbing mother and her older son, who was gently consoling her. Yoshitsugu-kun, why did he have to go against the laws? His efforts in death had only worked to corner not just his mother, but everyone else here. It was useless. He gotten some weird fur for us? No one, not even me, had any doubts about what we were dealing with here. A situation where everyone was desperate, acted on their own accord, and didn't know how to use their lives well was basically the worst. And apparently, this line of thinking I had would foreshadow the next turn of events. Where did Haru-chan go? Shit, why was everyone in such a hurry to do the worst things possible? Shimizu-Izawa, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Takumi Muro, and I went out to search for Haru Makishima. Kaori-san showed no signs of calming down, so Yasunaga-kun stayed with her. Kiyonosuke refused to come, arguing that it would be bad if there wasn't enough manpower around the dining hall, and he wasn't wrong about that. It wasn't likely that some fur-covered murderer or Haru-chan's kidnapper was still around. To prevent any surprise attacks or accidents, we split into pairs. We were given a hoe and a sickle for self-defense. Be careful, you two. Shout if something happens, loud enough so we can hear you, but low enough that others can't. Alright, let's go, Mochi. Time to do work, Hassan. The skirt would have made the search harder for him, so he changed into his school uniform. It wasn't cut out for the job either, but he had no other clothes. At least it was better than the one-piece dress. He seemed to enjoy wearing girls' clothing, so changing into the uniform was probably his way of showing he was serious about this. He kept his easygoing tone of voice, but I felt like there was a gravity in his eyes too. He might have been pretty shaken. Haruchan! Haruchan! Walked around Yasumizu, shouting until our throats became dry. We checked every bush, all the patches of tall grass, and behind every tree. We even searched the water around the paddy fields, but it didn't feel like we were any closer to finding her. What do you think happened to her? I don't know, maybe she's shocked by her granddad's death? No, before that, she'd been acting weird since this morning. Was she? Is she really fastidious or something? Fast what? A clean freak. Hates anything dirty. I think I saw hints of that even ever since we first met. Oh, I said she's just the greatest scaredy cat here. Scaredy cat, huh? She was always really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she was just scared of getting corrupted. I see. Fear based on superstition? That made sense, but why had it suddenly gotten worse? What happened last night? That's why I don't think Haruchan could kill anyone if she was a wolf. Is that what you think? I don't know if she was one or not, but I really don't think she could if she was. Well, the wolves replace them. The wolves are different people. How prudent. That's not like you. Well, we're not talking about me here. I don't want to try and get a read on you. I just want to hear your ideas and what's going on with Haruchan right now. I have no idea who or what you're confused about. But to me, Haruchan is as important as Yasun, if not more. I don't really care about anyone else. So we should just find her. Good point. But no matter how hard we searched, we saw no sign of her. She could have been hiding somewhere. Maybe she'd collapsed. But I was beginning to entertain another idea. What if she ran away from Yasumizu? Asked knowing everyone would deny the idea. That'd be hard to believe. When the mist comes, Yasumizu is connected to Yomi, Bachan's words, so anyone trying to escape would just end up there. Not to mention those mountains are dangerous. All that considered, if there was something that drove her to escape from the village, what could it be? Everyone fell silent. They couldn't even imagine it. It was like their brains had stopped working. If she'd actually wandered out into danger, then we'd wasted too much time searching for her in the village. I had to hurry, so I didn't hesitate to use some big assumptions that bordered on chicanery. What if she could no longer trust the village or the people here? What do you mean? She might have seen something at night or early morning or come to some sort of realization. Like, for example, what if she found out that someone she knows well is a wolf who killed people like it was no big deal? Everyone gasped. She's young, so she's still pretty unstable. And since Yasumizu is so small, it wouldn't be strange if she felt like she lost her place here if someone betrayed her. The girl seems pretty emotional, so it makes sense that she jumped straight to running away, right? You make a solid argument. But then what do? Give up? That was the thought of someone from Yasumizu. I'll go look for her. I'm not afraid of the corruption. And that was the thought of someone from Yasumizu who had a few screws loose. Anyway, I'm an outsider. I'm not exactly adverse to leaving anyway, so I'll look for her too. I said I'd stop you, didn't I? Don't worry, I'll head back the moment it gets dangerous. She definitely won't head in Saranaga's direction, so I'll focus on the path to school. Also, adults shouldn't turn their backs on children, right? Hassan! I can't argue against that. Of course, it's possible that she's still in Yasumizu, so you two keep on searching for her here. Leave it to me. Run away if it gets too dangerous. Hassan, about what you just said. What do you mean? You know, the thing about Haruchan losing trust in everyone as a result of something she saw? What about it? That didn't actually happen, did it? Who knows? I was just raising the possibility. It's likely, though, isn't it? So, what do you think she saw? What? You think she saw me or Yasun walking around with a mouthful of huge fangs? That's a possibility, too. Not sure I buy that. Is that just your intuition talking? Yep, it is. Speaking of which, I also feel like the Feast of the Yomi Purge is designed to keep the wolves from being outed easily. You can't see them at night because you can't walk outside. You can't stay gathered in one place and watch each other. You can't call the police, so there can't be any investigations. And since everything's covered in mist, things can't happen without any realizing. I thought that was Mochi talking. My bad. And that's why you can't get that sort of solid proof. How could the players send people to be hanged without the slightest bit of material evidence? If you ignored the weird guardian powers, it was all quibbles, agitation, sophistry, emotional arguments, connections, popularity, basically the power of communication. I don't really get why, but yeah, I think it's designed that way on purpose. Nothing was certain. They were put in dangerous argument, with their only weapon being their eloquence. It was a feast of doubting, hurting, and eventually killing one another. If there was such a malice behind this, then Chikamochi Kamoshida had a point. Are you a detective or something? No, that'd be Yasun. He might know more than he lets on. You'd have to talk to him then. We arrived at the mountain pass separating Yasumizu from the rest of the world. The large stones at the sides were like torii without a top. They might have had religious significance. There's no rule against stepping beyond here, right? Nope, only that you can't run away from the feast. We were going out to find Haruchan, so we were good. Ignoring the fact that Haruchan was breaking that law, we passed between the stones. But we soon had to stop. The path was blocked by a landslide. According to Mochi, despite being pretty rocky, the ground in this area was strangely fragile, so landslides weren't that uncommon. There had been some pretty bad rains 3 nights ago, hadn't there? If that was related to the mist's appearance, it was unlikely that we'd get both the mist and the landslide at the same time. Despite that, this felt just a bit too convenient. I had to consider the possibility that the people in the settlement above blocked the road to keep the Yombito from getting through. Hassan, there's something way more important. We found footprints in the still damp mud. It was proof that she passed through here. They disappeared into a small cliff that only reached up to my shoulders. She had to have climbed up and disappeared into the forest. Let's hurry. Yeah. So she did run away. But why? The term virgin forest was used to describe forests that were still untouched by mankind, letting nature have complete control over them. Many of the cedars here looked imported, so that term probably didn't apply to this one. However, it wasn't tended to whatsoever, so the words natural and undeveloped definitely worked. There are many fern saplings on the surface, a canopy of leaves above, and the thick mist all around. It certainly didn't feel like a place humans were welcome. For better or worse, the new ferns seemed slightly trampled, indicating someone had passed through recently. Over here! Be careful, she got lost on this road after all. Arachan! Should it really be shouting like that? It's one of the basics of living in the mountains. The beasts run away if you scream. Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten about the very real threat of wild animals. I realized I lost myself in the mood and became kind of embarrassed. Haruchan! Say something! Shouting over and over, we kept moving forward. She tried to follow the path, but all the cliffs and boulders in the way made her stray from it. 10 minutes later, we lost all sense of direction. Yeah, this place really was dangerous. Could we really find her? And even if we did, wouldn't it be too late? I was reminded of Yoshitsuge Oribe and his cruel fate. Were we about to lose yet another life? As my thoughts turned to that very real possibility, I heard some weak weeping. Haruchan! Mochi, stay away! Are you alright? Please, don't come after me. I had a bad feeling about this. Something really bad might have happened to her. Wait up! Hey! Chikamochi went after the voice with no hesitation. His body was quickly buried under all the plants and mist. Give me a hand, Hassan! His lack of hesitation felt dangerous in some ways. Was I just imagining it? Anyway, I went after him and quickly caught up. It hurts. It hurts. Harumakashima was buried under all the greenery. It's her leg. Stop! Ow! I walked up and man, this was pretty bad. Her leg was all covered in blood. Her shoe and foot were pierced by a sapling and that was broken right at the bottom. She stepped on this. Can we break it off? Nope. We gotta pull it out. That'll open the wound. There's some lawn marsh pennyworts and chameleon plants here. Let's close it with them. You could do that? Nosato is the family that made medicine. First I heard of that, but I had no choice but to believe him. Good work, dude. She resisted verbally, but she was too tired and weakened to do it physically. I picked her up, doing my best to ignore her wailing because of the pain, and pulled her away from the branch. Chikamochi quickly took care of the wound and used a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Let's go back. Can you carry her? Of course. You sure you don't want to do it, though? Who knows? I just don't have the build for it. I thought of saying that Haruchan would have preferred him, but she was barely conscious thanks to the pain. We didn't have time to waste on sentimentality. Lead the way. One lost person is enough for one day. Going back is easy, but man, it really does look like getting out is impossible. Agreed. Yeah, we know that from a bad end. Haruchan, I'm so glad you're all right. She isn't. Takamini, call Taiba. We got a wound to patch. Got it. Our return caused quite a commotion. By the time things have begun to calm down, it was way past noon. Harumakashima's escape attempt distracted everyone, but none of the problems were actually solved. Kanzo Makashimashi was killed by the wolves, while Yoshitsuge Oribe was taken by the corruption. Okay, yeah. So Yoshitsugu tried to escape for some dumb reason. Don't know why. Kanzo was actually killed, but I don't think Kanzo was killed by the wolves. I think Kanzo was killed by somebody who just killed Kanzo at a panic. Yoshitsugu-kun's death was especially problematic. Each meaningless death was yet another obstacle against resolving the feast. Even if they picked and hung someone during the day, it wouldn't guarantee that there'd be one less wolf. It was way more likely that they'd get rid of an innocent. Even worse, the wolves in the group would most likely try to leverage the hangings in their favor. They claimed to be innocent while casting doubt and blame on the other survivors. To win, the humans need to do their best to see through such trickery in identifying the wolves, possibly even making them confess. That was how I saw it anyway, and I was the one with the least info here. With that in mind, all humans who died by breaking the rules were actually doing the wolves a favor. If she actually disappeared, I'd have said the same about Harumakashima, assuming she was human anyway. Perhaps someone encouraged them to break the rules? If that was the case, the wolves were ruthless, knew the rules well, and were steadily advancing towards a complete victory where all humans lay dead. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans. That'd be Kanjo-ji-chan or Yasukun. And just as we feared yesterday, the wolves had silenced one of the most important people in the feast. It was hard to believe they'd chosen him just because they were scum or because they didn't like him. The situation was really bad. Another thing to note was that Yoshitsuge Oribe's death greatly affected Kare-san, who was responsible for everyone's meals. That was a major problem. Good work, everyone. Here's some When she tried to give us tea once we returned from the search, her face was pale and she was shaking like she was having a seizure. Despite her attempt to carry on as normal, her composure was in pieces. It was so painful I could barely watch. Takumi-san should have been supporting her, but he was just gloomily hanging his head. In the end, Chiemi had to lead Kaori-san back to her room and stay at her side. I can only hope that was enough to calm her down. However, it was nearly time to do the inevitable. I recall you saying that we should start today's feast. Now is as good a time as any, don't you think? Kyonosuke addressed the downhearted people gathered in the dining hall. Does it look like anyone's up for it? The day will end at this rate. The wolves are clearly intent on killing us all. Can we really waste time waiting in a situation like this? It'd work in their favor. We'd have to pick someone to hang no matter what. Don't you agree, Muro? All right, Yasunaga. Try talking to everyone upstairs. That was where Tae-san looked after Haru-chan and Chiemi looked after Kaori-san. Oh, I'll go. You don't have to, Mochi. Just let me. Chikamochi winked at me for some reason. It might take a while. Yeah, take your time. Everyone has to be there after all. I will go prepare. Please do. Oh, wait. Now's my chance. Yasunaga-kun, can we talk? Huh, about what? I want to figure out shit. Sorry about your brother. I don't know why I'm doing a deep voice for me. For Rocky. Thank you. That makes it a bit better for him and I. That's a very mature way to talk about it. Maybe I should have sounded more my age then. This boy was already pretty mature. You didn't get along with him. That's not it. We didn't always see eye to eye, especially recently, but he was a really good guy. I think so too. It seemed like deep down, the tough guy routine was really just an act. Did he get along with your mother? He did. Despite all he said, he really loved her, and she probably loved him more than me. No, that's not what I was asking. Sorry. All human relations were complicated. Prying too deeply wasn't a good idea. I'm sorry. What did you want to know? A few things, mostly about the legend. Tae-san is the better person for that. I need the opinion of someone more rational. First question. Why do you think the wolves kill the humans? Because they're angry at humans for tricking and killing them. Let me rephrase that. Why did the people given the role of the wolf suddenly become able to kill their friends and family with no remorse? Huh? Are you suspicious of Haru-chan and I? Oh no, sorry, that's not it. I want you to look at this from a general perspective. Say you've been told that you're a wolf. Could you just accept it and start killing people? No way. Exactly, no way you could. Of course, there are those who could, but most couldn't, either out of fear or guilt. Mochi is a good example. The people here are afraid of certain things, but they do have lines drawn in the sand. If the lives of those they care about are on the line, they won't hesitate to face the corruption in the wolves. That's only because Mochi is special. He's a genius. Genius? Yes, he can easily make predictions and decisions normal people can't. And he'll readily throw away anyone or anything he doesn't care about. Everyone else thinks he's just weird, but I think he's a genius. I see. I think I agree with you there. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you people aren't the types to magically become murderers just because of some corruption. Of course, there'd be people who'd do it because the corruption would come for them if they didn't, but even they wouldn't do it without hesitation. But the wolves we're dealing with aren't hesitating at all. I don't know where you're going with this, but I think it depends on the personality of whoever the wolf is. It'd be easy for people who never had any aversion to killing. But there are two wolves, right? Yeah, seems that way. I see. Let me ask you this then. Does Yasamizu have more than one person that's capable of murder? One psycho in a group of people I could see, but two seems pretty unlikely. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn even an ordinary person into a ruthless killer. If that isn't true, the lack of infighting doesn't make sense under the current circumstances. When you put it like that, this is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. That the wolves are doing the right thing. I see. That's an interesting way to look at it. It's how countries convince their people to go to war. Yes, that's what the lesson was about, but I think that your perspective is a bit flawed. What do you mean? For example, most of the girls in the settlement are timid and prefer to leave the big decisions to the men. Even Haru-chan is like that. So if the wolves are a man and a woman, it's entirely possible that the man's taking the lead and doing the killing while the woman is just following along. Also, for all we know, the wolves could be arguing all the time, and they just didn't happen to hesitate in killing this one time. Yeah, good point, but I do think that there's some secret to why this feast lasted so long. Traditions like these usually die out. It makes me think that there must be a way to ensure the killings continue. Your idea is certainly interesting. I don't think you should call it interesting, not in a situation like this. Oh, sorry about that. This was insincere of me. Let me ask you one more thing then. Go ahead. I was working under the assumption that nothing particularly strange is happening here, but what about you? Do you think there's something mysterious going on? I don't want to believe it, but I think there is. Why is that? Did you see a god or monsters or something? No, it's hard to put into words, but the fact that the mist appeared when we had a whole 4 outsiders here made it feel like there was a higher power at work. No matter how I look at it, I don't think mist like this could have been produced by human hands. Not to mention that it's strange how the wolves can enter sheltered houses and kill the people there. There's also the fact that if one of us killed someone, you'd see a change in their behavior. Some evidence would be left behind. We can't explain those things, so yes, I do think there's something mysterious going on. Oh, I see. Alright, sorry for asking such a weird question. By the way, who do you think are the wolves? Haraki Fusashi-san. He cut me off with a stern voice. Sorry, but that is something we talk about in the feast. You don't have the right to ask that. Oh, my bad. Listen, we have to hold the feast to decide which one of us we should sacrifice today. It's important to propose who we think is suspicious, but it's also very dangerous. Something that we all said outside of the feast could be used against us and become a fatal mistake. The fact that you asked me makes me feel like someone's maliciously using you against me. Please stop. Good point. I'm sorry, really. Oh, but no, I won't blindly believe that you're an ill omen, but I won't stop suspecting that you're involved somehow. If I ever find out you had something to do with Yoshitsugu's death, You'll what? He glared at me. I'll have to avenge my little brother. I see. Of course you would. I'll just head to the cage and do my best to be as unsuspicious as possible. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Why? Today's feast might drag on until evening. It might be too late by then. You should go to your room in the dorm and ask someone outside to block the door handle with a stick. I see. Good idea. This boy was really smart. If Takumi Muroshi was a site foreman type, he was the manager type. I could see a talent for using people. Could ask something too. Of course. Do you like Chiani? Whoa. From a political standpoint, I should say no, but yeah, she's likable. I see. Well, she seems pretty available, so she'd probably date me if I or anyone else asked. Were you being considerate of me? I had a feeling that Mochi told you something weird. Mm-hmm. It's not like that. What I felt for her is a thing of the past. She was the only older girl around these parts, so I was attracted to her. That's all. This place was gloomy and serious, and she was the only free-spirited person here. She's as amazing as Mochi. You're saying she was a rascal? Yes, so much that she almost killed someone. Hold on. Well, it was an accident, though it's strange you think she's available. Chiani is actually pretty shy. Is she now? Maybe she just changed a lot during her 3 years of college. So yeah, I've already gotten over her. Now I feel like you're the one being weirdly considerate. That's not healthy, you know? It's all good if you like her. This is hardly the time and place for that. Good point. That was it, huh? Eventually everyone gathered and went to the hall. Just as I was told to ask them to lock me in my room. After getting everyone, including Takumi-san and Tai-san, to understand, Yasunaga-kun, Chiemi, and I went to the dorm. So I think, by the way, we're going to be stopping the stream at the feast, just because I don't know where else things are going, so. Chini, you think you could jump from the window to the branches? No way, even if he made it down, he wouldn't get back. The two verified how secure a place this was to lock me up in. If they were the wolves, it'd be impossible to outwit them. Humans stood no chance. Anyway, we're locking you in. We'll come open it if we have the time, but you might end up staying like this until morning. Alright, fine by me. It's going to be hard, but I hope you do well. Thanks, sorry you're caught up in the problems of such a crappy village. I'm more worried about you. Wow, isn't that nice? I'll do my best. All done, we're locking you in then. Yeah, you be careful too, Yasunaga-kun. You're now your mother's only child. Yes, that's true. And so the door was closed and I can hear them set up the stick. So far, the only ones I talked to face-to-face were Chiemi, Takumi-san, Mochi, and Yasunaga-kun, just 4. The ones I hadn't talked to were Tei Yamawaki, Rikaku Uematsu, Maiko, Kaori Oribe, Haru Makishima, Kiyonosuke Nosato, the old wolf guy, and a whole 7. I had no idea if there was a significance in that, but I wanted to know what kind of people they all were. 4 people had already died, and if you ignored me, there were 11 left. Once the snake revealed what Kiyonosuke she was, he and the snake, Takumi-san, would be the only ones with confirmed roles. The other 9 would be suspects. When one was hanged, there'd be 8, and when one died in the night, there'd be 7, which was still quite a lot. I had to hurry before it was too late. The humans had to act now. Hello. Well, what? The supposedly fixed door slightly opened up. It was Chiemi. I forgot, but I might not get to give you your dinner, so have this at least. She threw me a yellow food box, the kind you could find in any convenience store. Thanks, seriously. Don't mind it. Oh, by the way. Oh, what? Tell the monkeys to reveal themselves. Why? Think about it. You'll understand, and you know you have to do something before it's too late. Chidi, what are you doing? There's no time. Go. Yeah, okay. She closed the door and put the stick back. All right, what next? All right, I think we'll stop it right here. I think we will stop it right here. There's save spots. Bookmark 1, save game. Okay. Also, Haraki is totally me. I would totally be telling them to reveal themselves right now. Absolutely 1000%. 1000% you reveal yourselves right now. Because that way, if there's a third person, you know one of them is a werewolf. And if 2 people say it and you got 4, yeah, Haraki's got the plan. He's got the plan. I'm loving this. This game is sick. Still a lot to learn. obviously. Still a lot to learn, still a lot of keys to unlock, still a lot of endings to get. But I am hooked. And if you weren't here for Graveyard Keeper last night, which was early in the morning, we are going to be switching between this game and Graveyard Keeper until they're finished, and then kind of going from there. These are going to be the only new games that are going to be streamed for the time being, and then we're going to be going back to some old games relatively soon. So I just want to give you all the heads up. With that, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I really like this. This is starting off really, really good. So hopefully it keeps that momentum. And we're going to see what Haruaki still has to do. So yeah. Hello, Cybernetic, actually. Is that, well, yes, they benefit the humans are good from the humans because these targets for wolves. Well, that's true. However, just due to how few people are left, I would expect if there's 3 or 4, like let's say there's only 2 people who reveal that they're monkeys, then those 2 would probably be confirmed human, right? And then if you have, let's say Takumi and Kyonosuke are not, let's say they are human, then that means you have 4. There's still the possibility that Takumi is a wolf, and then Kyonosuke could just be getting screwed over. Always a possibility, but I think still revealing the monkeys right now is still the best option, because you then you give the spider the chance to possibly save one of them if they already used their save on Takumi, which if they did, once again, stupid idea if they didn't save Takumi, but yeah, Missouri, you might have one go and no one to back the other up. Exactly. But that's the thing, is I think that's already happened. I think Haru is a monkey still, that the other monkey died, whether it's Kanzo or Yoshitsuga. And that way, if she says that she's a monkey, right? Let's say Haru says that she's a monkey and then somebody else does, but she's like, but the other monkey's dead. Who do you believe in that sense? Now you got 2 people and you have to hang one of them. And if you hang the right one, cool, you win. You're doing good. But if you hang the wrong one, then at least the other one's going to die. But like, that still prevents it. That like they still have that means the humans did kill another human. It's hard to say, but I do think revealing the monkeys is still the best play, just to see if a 3rd or 4th person shows up. If a 3rd or 4th person shows up, you hang all the monkeys, you're over and done. There's nothing else to do. Obviously, I don't think this visual novel is going to go that direction, because let's say if all 4 monkeys reveal themselves, then the game's over at that rate. You just kind of bide your time and just wait for people to die and just go from there. It's a 50-50. Personal versus group benefit. Exactly. I love these sort of games, but if I was like, it's nice that Haruaki is like it's just like an outsider peering into, like, it's like he's the outsider to an Among Us game, and he's trying to like backseat the game for the humans or for the innocent. It's kind of funny. I still would say, sorry, before I wrap the stream, because I gotta go eat supper. What I would say, if I was in the werewolves, I think they did if Kanzo did not, because they said Kanzo died by the wolves and Yoshitsuga got killed by the corruption. I don't think that's entirely true. I think maybe Kanzo actually just got killed by a person, and Yoshitsuga did get killed by something else. But based on how the corruption works, I'm just going to stick with what the game says. So let's assume that the wolves killed Kanzo. I don't think that was the right play. The reason being is because if you killed somebody in the middle, it wastes the bodyguard's use of whatever they did if they tried to save Takumi, whoever. You kill somebody in the middle, and that way the 2 big brains, who would be Yasunaga and Kanzo, would be bickering and like pretty much fighting for control, meaning that people would have to choose which side is what in that case. Once again, I would have like Yoshitsunaga. God, I'm so bad with the names in this game. I would have killed Yoshitsunaga if I was the werewolf. That would probably be the best one. Breaks the family dynamic, causes people to freak out, and I think would cause the most like panic, and then would have Kanzo and Yoshitsunaga would like bicker and fight, because both are like very powerful leadership types. Another thing is they could have killed Kyo, right? So that way the wolves didn't get any information, but I also don't think anyone would have cared if Kyo died. So there's that balance. But if the wolves did kill Yoshitsu, whatever his name is, I don't remember his name. The best place to figure out his name is actually just right here. Yoshitsugu, excuse me. So I'm excited. This game is cool. I like it. I like it so far. Once again, we still haven't had to make too many choices, so I don't know how much we're going to be influencing the feasts moving forward. But I'm vibing with it. I'm vibing. I hope all of you are as well. Gosh, I'm looking forward to playing some more visual novels. Visual novels are fun. There's a lot of game left. That's all I'll say. Yeah. No, I kind of give myself like kind of a preface just to like kind of map out how long we have. Yeah, it definitely seems like there's gonna be a lot left for this game, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited to be playing more. So yeah, we'll probably be streaming this again on, today's Wednesday, so on Friday. Probably be streaming this on Friday. So if you want to see more, Friday will be it. Will be more of it rather. But with that, I thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Of course, have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, and or evening. Oh, we are still gonna be streaming later tonight. Not a visual novel. Probably streaming just a chill game. So yeah, but we'll see y'all later. Peace, everybody. Bye.